at universities in Portugal at the time, and it's just like human beings, like, hey, I got an idea, let me share my idea with you. And then the Europeans learned just as much from the Africans as the they just exchanged ideas. It wasn't a superior and inferior thing. It was just an exchange of ideas.
What I'm saying is, the way history is being presented to us, it's always that the Europeans gave gave Christianity to the Africans, which is what the woman that was speaking earlier, I think it was Frenchy, she kind of implied that Jamaicans only knew about Christianity because Europeans, the missionaries, came out to us. That's a lie. It's a lie.
It's not.
It is a lie.
I didn't say it was missionaries. I said that Africans were brought from Africa to be slaves,
no.
and they were taught Christianity by their slave owners. That's what I said.
No, yeah, but that's not.
Well, that is just historically true.
Well, Frenchie, that is a simplification. There was a lot of There was a lot of interaction between the Africans and the Europeans, where they viewed each other as equals, and slavery was not involved. It was just the exchange of religious ideas.
Talk about Jamaica. That's what happened in Jamaica and in the rest of the Caribbean and in South America.
That's not what happened.
Honey, I agree. It's a simplification, and it's also true. That's true.
Can you present your evidence that Christianity was like the de facto religion in West at the time of the slave trade?
No, I didn't say it was the de facto.
Africa, one or two, right?
Africa is full of tribes. Africa's not one country. It's full of.
I said West Africa, where the slaves were taken from.
Sorry?
West Africa
is several countries.
I stand corrected. Could you name a country in West Africa that had a lot of Christians in the 18th century?
Okay.
And then cite your sources. Go ahead.
So what I said, in a 1492, you can go and look up this map. Right? It's a 1492 map. I think they call it cartography. Right? And in there, you will see near the kingdom of Dahomey, just above Benin, right? There is the kingdom of Judah. So the kingdom of Judah, the knowledge of the God of Abraham was already long time established in West Africa. You guys brought no idea. It's as if you were saying, we didn't know about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. We didn't know about the story of Moses and the Red Sea. We didn't know those things. Even although Jesus himself said that the queen of the south, which is African, traveled all the way because she heard of the fame of Solomon, right?
Okay.
What I'm trying to argue is, we already knew about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Them stories were already with us. No Europeans.
In East Africa they were.
None of that to us.
Those were familiar. Those were familiar in East.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Those were familiar stories in East Africa.
Caleb, he's saying that if you look on the map, there's a map.
I understand. He's not saying anything about the map. No.
It's okay.
No, listen, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not. It's not about changing minds. No, look, he's bringing up one little data point. This map. He's not saying where the map comes from, who made it, what does it signify, who is that kingdom. He's just pointing to some words on a map he found, right? And that's all. That's not a piece of evidence to put what is on.
Are you familiar with what he's speaking of?
I've seen it, but I don't know the details either.
What I asked him for was a historical source about 18th century West Africa and how many Christians there were there. Does he have that?
Well, that's his starting point. His starting point is about the map where it labels a kingdom Judah. And he's saying that from there is a particular belief that of the Abrahamic God. So it wasn't unfamiliar. That's all he's saying.
So he
hasn't shown that. But he hasn't shown that. He hasn't shown that the people who made that map were that the people who are identified in that kingdom of Judah. He hasn't shown that they adhere to the people to the God of Abraham in any way. He hasn't shown that.
So Paul, what they're calling you out of your claim, you have to elaborate more about.
I'm asking him specifically about the time of the African slave trade, which is the 18th century. What was the religion?
It was way before then.
What was the primary religion in West African countries. Just give me one Christian.
I don't think.
Hold on,
Alright.
I'm finished. Give me one country in West Africa that was predominantly Christian in the 18th century. I'll wait.
I don't think that's his argument.
That wasn't my argument, no.
Well, then remember when I said reason that Jamaicans are Christian is because Christianity was brought to them by the slavers who brought them from West Africa. He said that's not true. He said that's not true. Well, then you should be able to show me a country where they came from, where Christianity was the predominant religion, shouldn't you?
You don't necessarily have to be a predominant religion in the country in order to have to believe.
One where
It could be as simple as there were Christians who were already familiar with the teachings of Christ that went into the slave trade, and maybe they didn't spread it. But I agree with you. The white Europeans forced
I agree.
white Christianity on slaves. I can say that, but that doesn't mean that Christianity was not in West Africa.
It might have been in some small number. I'm not saying there was zero Christians, right? I'm saying that in general, the slaves that came over from West Africa are not going to be Christian. They're going to have their own African traditional religions. And the white colonizers introduced Christianity to them. That's all I'm saying. And I think you agree with me, Noel, but Paul does not.
No.
I think he's saying that there were some people who already were familiar with Christianity. But as you said, the majority of them, not necessarily. That's all. There were many different tribes in that area. So there could be tribes that were completely Christian, and by the time they got to the transatlantic slave trade, maybe their Christianity was similar, so they just went with it. There were Jews in that area. There were a lot of different tribes, different groups, different beliefs, there were Muslims. That's all he's saying is that not everybody was introduced to Christianity through the slave trade.
Is that what you're saying, Paul?
Yeah.
Not everybody?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right, we can take care, you guys.
Yeah, it's a complicated history. Take a look at the. May I go for a second, Paul?
Than what's presented to us, Europeans gave us this. That's a lie.
Well,
So, Noel, he doesn't agree with you.
yeah.
No, it's
Paul,
not a
Paul,
lie.
take a look.
He's doubling down. It's not a lie. It's just, you're trying to carve out.
It's their version.
Bro, you've been talking for a long time.
You have to state specific dates,
It's their
guys.
version.
I said the 18th century.
Well, okay, look, Caleb's exactly right. On the on the east coast of Africa, which is like, God, man, Africa's so fucking massive. All the maps that we've been given, at least white kids here in Canada, given maps of Africa, they're wrong. Africa's way bigger than it seems like on the map. So going from East Africa to West Africa is like going from Azerbaijan to like past. Like Morocco is further west than Portugal. It's really fucking big. So anyway, so did the Ethiopians and the folks? No. Well, let me land. What I'm saying is that Caleb was right. These guys on the east, yes, they picked up Christianity in one form or another, like 1,000 years before the people on the west. The first folks on the west coast of Africa, as far as I understand, where the entire kingdom converted to Christianity was that link that I put in the bottom. It was the Congo Kingdom. And that was actually in 1490, around the 1450s. What happened is that the king of the Congo, he was good friends with the king of Portugal. And they had established ports on either side. They were traders. They were very wealthy traders. So they were hanging out, trading stuff back and forth, and for generations, all the rich kids in the Congo went to get education in Portugal, and then all the rich kids in Portugal went to the Congo to get educated actually by the Africans. Much as the white supremacists wouldn't have.
Ones shipped in slave ships to Jamaica.
No. So I'm getting to that. And so what happened is that during this time, the hierarchical system, both in Portugal and in Africa, had slaves. So at this time, there was slave classes in both countries. Now what happened is that these rich fuckers, both the black kings in the government and in Portugal, they started trading and selling slaves as a way of making money, right?
They were Christian, right?
So, okay, right. So it's in the link there. So basically, in the beginning, there was small enclaves and actually one very large kingdom of the kingdom of Congo, right? That where it was the king, he was like, oh, this is a cool religion. He spread it, and then everybody else, of course, because the king became, Christian. Everybody else is like kind of wanted to become Christian because they thought it was cool. But they brought that Christianity in and kind of interpreted it through their already pre-existing religion. So their style of Christianity was slightly different from the European way, and they were learning from each other. It's a very complicated, very long relationship. Yeah. And this is in 1490s. The first king of Congo, he started his kingdom around 1430. Shortly after that, the guy became super fucking rich because he had access to gold further inland from the coast, and he had already been, trading gold and slaves with the Arabs. Like the slave trade with the Arabs existed like 1,000 years before any slave trade with the Europeans did.
Did the Europeans bring Christianity to Africans?
On the west coast of Africa, mostly yes. For the most part, yes. The Portuguese did, yeah.
So up until the 1800s, Africans knew nothing about the God of Abraham.
No, bro. This was back around 1450s. 1450s.
So we had to wait for you guys to come tell us about God. Is that what's going on?
No, they had gods. Paul, they had gods.
I'm not talking about gods. I'm talking about God.
Well, you and I have a different. I respect everybody's religion.
They didn't know nothing about Jesus.
I don't respect other people's religions. I respect the God that exists. That's what I respect above all. So I don't play around with people and pretend to make them feel comfortable. I don't compromise what I know.
Okay.
So that people can feel accommodated.
Yeah, but Paul, how do you know it's not the same God?
In some cases where we can find common ground, I will find common ground. But if there's no common ground, within the story itself, where
Wouldn't
I can
it be the
show
same
to
God?
someone.
But Paul, it would be the same God. Whether or not people are mistaken, it's the same God.
No. But
Also,
Apostle
you need to have common ground.
It's all one God.
Apostle Paul went to Marzial and he saw an altar that was marked the altar of the unknown God. There was the altar of Apollos, there was the altar of Zeus. He took the altar of the unknown God and said, I'm going to introduce my God, seeing you don't know it, right? And he took that altar and he preached his God. What I'm saying is, the fact is, yes, there are many gods, but we don't compromise ourselves to try and make others feel comfortable so that we can all play kumbaya at the expense of the true and living God. Christians should not do that. I see them doing it now with Islam. Don't do it. It's wrong to do.
So wait, do you think Muslims are worshiping the same God or the?
No, they're not. They're not.
So they're
I tell
worshiping the
Muslims
wrong God,
all
not
the
the
time.
right. Are they
I tell
worshiping?
Muslims all the time that they are not serving the same God. They do not serve the Abrahamic God. They do not, and it's just fact. They don't. They don't. Sorry.
The Jews following the right God.
What I'm trying to do here, is reframe a lie. A lie is being told by Europeans, by Europeans, so a collusion that changed up world history and spin to us a lie. And I'm asking you to think it through. No, I'm telling you, Europeans are liars, and it's not nice what I'm saying, but it's the truth. Many of your forefathers straight up lied to the whole world. You conquered the world, and you're lying on TV now. People are dying on telly now, and you're giving us one propaganda, one news. The war is going this way.
I understand. I understand your sentiments. There is for sure an arrogance from the West. Sorry.
I can hear you, Albedo. I'd like him to answer that question too. I just didn't know if
What was the question?
I just asked if you're European because you have a European accent.
I'm not European because of my accent. My bloodline is of Jamaican heritage. I'm in a European country, but my bloodline is not. You can put a horse in a pigsty. You put a horse in a pigsty. It don't make the horse a pig.
The only thing I'm asking is like, you think that this is like what happened, but isn't that going to be on the basis of like European history, like that you can trace that back to that?
Say that again. Sorry, I missed that.
Like, okay, so maybe you know where your mom came from, and you maybe know where your grandma came from. But like beyond that, what else are you using?
Oh, I'm using things that are not known by my grandparents, known by my fathers, that my fathers have told me, so that no man can just turn around and tell me I'm British today, and when my descendants come, I don't know what to tell my children, because you lot have played this game of wherever you land, that's who you are. That's not even historical. That's not historical. People name the lands. Lands don't name the people. England is called England because it is the land of the Anglo-Saxons, the land of the Anglos, the land of the Angles. The people name the land don't name the people. Yeah? So there's a big game that Europeans have played. They've been playing with people all along. They're shifting people's identity, shifting who they are. Right? Because if people knew who they were, they would go to war. That's what Iran is fighting for now. They're fighting for their sovereignty.
People move around
to remain a people before the Americans come in and rape off their women and conquer their children. That's what they're fighting for over there. Because they know the way it's going to go. If they lose.
On average, what percent of Jamaicans have ancestry that goes back to Europe?
Jamaicans have ancestry in Europe. They do. That has been
Jamaicans have ancestry from Europe, China,
India.
So
Everywhere.
So Paul, you could be European?
Actually, but it depends on what. When you say European, you could also be saying that that's non-black.
Bro, we're all mutts. We're all mutts. We're all mixed.
Using the word that you use, are you saying that European means non-black, or are you saying that European means people from Europe?
I'm just saying people that resided on this side of the world, people that were moved as well. That
You just said you just went
there's a
off
lot of
European and you
movement
can't
of
trust
people.
he means white.
So it depends on what
He
you
means white.
Because white people came from the Caucasus Mountains. You came down from the steppes. You conquered through Germany, and you came over into Britain and resided. But you moved. You moved people.
No,
You displaced them. Sorry?
You're part white / European, aren't you?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What percentage on average are Jamaicans part white / European?
Okay, so Jamaicans, many black people were in Scotland and Ireland. Did you know that?
What are you talking about?
Many black people,
Question.
and I'm answering your question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Many black people were living in Scotland and in Ireland and were kicked out of Scotland and Ireland and sent over into the Caribbean. Did you know that that's an unknown history? I have a book called The Jews of Scotland and Ireland. I'll find you the book. I'll get you the book. And I just see that and it
Celtic means black.
how the British and the Scottish have kicked out Jews, have kicked out black Jews out of their land. Long before, in time when you would never have thought of, like the 1300s and the 1200s, they kicked out black people out of their lands, sent them over into the Caribbean, right? That's an history you don't know about. You gotta go find that history.
What percentage of African Americans have European ancestry? And I look it up, it'll give me a percentage, right? So should I believe that, or should I not believe that because it's most likely coming from a white European source?
No, I feel like you're being very simplistic in what you think you know. So you're asking me a question and saying what percentage of this and that, and I'm saying it's far more nuanced than you think. They were kicking Africans out of Europe and putting them in the Caribbean.
Right. So
You
does that
gotta
make
find-
him
you got
European?
to
Here's what it says. You want an answer here?
This question,
I
what
wanna get
percentage is white?
I looked it up.
In fact,
I just looked it up.
white people were the least. You're the least today.
I looked it up. Here we go.
You're not the majority anyway.
Here we go. So, if you want to go by how people identify ethnically, this is like by census sort of way.
Is
About
this
3 point.
information coming from Europeans? The ones that I just called the light.
Okay, so fine. Yes, let's just say yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay.
It is.
Go ahead.
So about 3.2% of Jamaicans identify as white. 15.1% identify as mixed Afro-European. Now, if you want to go by genetics, this is just ChatGPT. Okay, the average Jamaican ancestry is roughly 10 to 16% European overall. Many individuals who identify as black still have some European ancestry. An important nuance. European ancestry in Jamaica is often unevenly distributed. Some people have none, others have significant amounts. It's historically gender skewed. More European male ancestry due to colonial history. That's like a starting place.
Everybody's
I-
mixed,
I've
bro.
been-
100%, you know? Like
I've been
everybody,
to
there's no
Jamaica.
pure nothing, nobody.
I've
Even the
been-
fucking Nazis were obsessed with this shit, but when they tested themselves and, you know, everybody was mixed. It's
I've
a
been to
ridiculous.
Jamaica.
So Paul, what percentage white or European are you?
I'm not percentage white anything.
Well, I think, guys, I think,
My people are African, West Africa, Bennett, and Portuguese.
yeah.
Which is still black people.
But they're
Still
Portuguese and white.
and even the Portuguese is still black. My
Oh,
name
man.
gives
What about
my surname gives away my where I come from and the people I come out of.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me jump in here. So, like, look,
Yeah.
guys. I mean, this is the basic identity rule where people could be of mixed race and mixed ancestry, but they can free to identify however they want. Caleb, if you're people like Ashkenazi, I'm sorry, I apologize if you're not Ashkenazi, but given the example of Ashkenazi Jews, they're about roughly 50% Italian, 50% Eastern Mediterranean. But it's more than just like what your DNA is that you identify the thing, right? Everybody's free to identify however they want. Most people that identify themselves as Americans, none of them were born in the Americas. Like their ancestry cannot be. Let me correct myself. Their ancestry cannot be traced back to the Americas, right? They're not Native Americans, yet they call themselves Americans. So it's two different conversations, right? Most of us, I guarantee you, if all you guys everybody in here took DNA test, you will find you are absolutely of mixed ancestry, and then you'll have a primary
DNA test.
identity.
DNA
Well,
test is a lie.
yeah, because
You're just giving these guys fodder, man.
No, DNA testing is
It's not a lie.
It is a lie.
Yeah, I can't trust that your name is
It is
Paul.
a lie.
I think white people own this app, so your name probably isn't even Paul.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want to get you to. Don't believe
How about this
anything.
guy?
Don't believe anything anyone tells you. Make sure
So
you
then I can't
see
believe
for
that you're not
yourself.
like you.
Make sure you see it for yourself. That's
Yeah, but we shouldn't believe that though
That's
either.
what
Yeah,
I'm
but I can't
telling
believe that
you
because you
all
said
along.
on this app, so that could be a lie. So I should believe it.
Paul's a European name. You should change your name. I think it's too
Yeah.
European.
Yeah.
But to Paul's point,
No, it's
and
not
I
a
do
European
understand.
name.
I understand the perspective of folks who feel like they've been fucked over by Europe. I assure the folks that feel that way, Europeans fucked each other over very, very badly.
Yeah, I mean,
Tortured and killed each other for sure. A very well, I know, but look, don't. Here's the problem with that type of thinking, right? The assumption that Europe is exceptionally violent and that other places were just, living in a very simple, beautiful, harmonious way, and there was
that's a
no
lie.
horrible
That's
thing.
true.
Yeah, that's bullshit
That's
as
a lie.
well.
But the truth is that with the Europeans, there is a lack of boundaries that displays itself even to this day. They will do anything because of this lack of belief in God, lack of any expectation of
It was money.
recompense.
It was boats
a
and money.
recompense from God.
It was boats and money.
Sorry?
It was boats
No.
and money, during.
No, it's not just money. It's about it's their morality. In other parts of the world, they would have wars, they would have treaties, they would go to war. So you're right, let's not romanticize that part and say they didn't get up to madness.
Yeah.
They did believe in God, or they did believe in gods. And those gods dictated to them their behavior in the world. Europeans,
which was also horrific.
Europeans do not have that. They don't. And that's why they don't believe in God.
This is crazy, bro.
To believe in God is also to change your behavior and change your behavior towards others. And Europeans don't have that. That's why they will drop bombs on a school and kill 165 kids. This is why they will do that and not even stop one day and call off the war and say, let's stop. We didn't mean to do that, Iran. Yeah? No conscience. That concentrated itself out in the transatlantic slave trade. Same people, same forefathers, same children doing the same thing that their fathers did before them.
I would disagree because our military is being told that Trump is being sent from God, that he is hearkening the return of Jesus, and that we need to do this because of the Armageddon. We also in this country have a weird relationship.
That's insane.
Which, well, it's true. I mean, unfortunately, because the evangelicals...
Trump is not a Christian. He believes in 2 Corinthians.
I'm not saying that he is. I'm saying what's being told to our people who are actually going out there and dying. None of Trump's kids are going out there to die, but the people that aren't going out there, who most likely many of American service members are Christian.
You know what's scary is you have the convergence of these three
terrible crimes that they're doing are for religious reasons, and that they're hearkening the return of Jesus. So just because you believe in God doesn't mean that you're all of a sudden going to become peaceful.
No,
I don't understand. So that I just.
No, that is true, and so, but you know what else is weird is there's these extremists in the Knesset as well as in Washington and in fucking Tehran. So you got three crazy motherfuckers. To what degree are they trying to accelerate a third world war? I have no idea. You know, they're obviously the money, but if they're very well organized and they're very influential, they could be trying to steer the world towards the end of times.
It's their lack of conscience. It's their lack of godliness. What we have done is that we've exalted them.
No. It's the opposite. Well, they think they're doing God's
They
work.
say the same thing about you. They say the same thing about you, Paul. Their perspective is they are the godly ones, and you are the unwashed heathen. Right? It's the same. It's just the parallel perspective that you have. No, Paul, look, just observe. Paul, just observe. Oh, dude, I know that you think. Oh my God.
One of us gonna silence one another.
Yes, could you just give me? Could you actually just give me a second, okay? I just want to observe as a process observer. The same thing you say about them, they say about you. You think you have the truth, they think they have the truth.
That's how you know it's the same God.
Could you, Paul, hold on a second.
No,
Hold on a second. Paul, hold on a second. You've been talking for fucking ever. Caleb, I have a question. It's fascinating because you do know rabbinical studies and Judaism better than anybody else in this room, I think. I'm pretty sure of that.
I am
Okay. Well, maybe you're being humble. I don't know. This is just... but can you explain the... and again, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all Jews are like this. You know it's absolutely...
Go ahead.
Okay, so the accelerationists, like the real nuts within the Knesset, these crazy guys, do you any familiarity with what their teachings are, like the Third Temple and that sort of thing? Yeah.
A little bit, not much. I tend to stay away from those kinds of things because I think it's nuts. It is nuts.
They are nuts, yeah.
It is nuts. I mean, accelerationist, I think that's the right word. They're trying to bring about a situation in which sort of the cosmic forces are going to take over, and it's going to be, but truly, I think that's just, it's just racism, right? That's just, at the end of the day, you dress it up at once, right? But I think the folks who are trying to do this stuff are xenophobic, bigots, racists, right? Let's just call it what it is.
Do you know the mechanics?
Can I ask you a question? How far back can you trace your ancestry?
So my daughter just came home with an ancestry project to do actually this last week.
Yeah.
So so let's see. I know when I know when all my family came to America, which is in the 1880s to the 1900s. I know all those people's names, and only about a generation further back. There are people. I think there are some people in my family who are doing further back work.
Yeah.
And they can get to the 1700s ish, late 1700s. I don't happen to know that for me, but
what I'm asking you is your level of confidence that somebody with your bloodline came from Israel.
I don't know. I guess in the abstract, absent like any other really good information, I guess I shouldn't have very much confidence in it. I don't think it matters personally.
Well, it matters because these people think you're a fraud. That's why it matters.
What matters, sure. I mean, if the standard is genetics, right, then I suppose I could be. I don't think that's the right. I don't think that's the. I don't know. It's a complicated thing about how Jewish identity functions internally, because it's partially genetic and partially national and partially ethnic and partially family. Like I think family kind of captures it all much better because people join families all the time, and then in later generations they are part of that family, and nobody questions that they're right. Oh, this is how they came in, right? But then 9 generations.
The impression that you can track the diaspora from the 12 tribes of Israel.
What we can, I think what I try to think about is I can track teacher to student for thousands of years, right? Through geography and through intellectual history and stuff that Jews have written. And when individual families can sort of track themselves to those locations or even those rabbis, right, and those teachers, that's pretty strong, I think. That kind of unbroken communication of intellectual talking about our book. That's quite strong to tell us a chain of transmission, I think.
Right.
It's crazy. I traced my family back to the 1500s.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty neat to see some like Prussian and Kashubian nobility in there.
Yeah, because I didn't.
Now, you know, but
Yeah, I don't think I asked it exactly right. I didn't mean his exact. I meant his.
The people.
The people that from where it came, so you could look at like names, you know, you could look at tribes and so on and so forth, and you could say, okay, this group of people went to this country in like whatever 200 AD or whatever, and then they went here, and then there's a group of people called this in this country, and they were there for like 500 years. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I think you can do.
You gotta ask yourself how well you trust those kind of folk histories. Some of them, some communities are real good at that. You know, there's some groups I would trust really a lot with that.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Jews are one of them, although I mean I would say we are one of them, right? Like because we write and everybody's named so and so son of so and so, and we know what they wrote.
Something bad.
Yeah, we know what they thought. Yeah.
It's Frenchie. So as far as I'm just a layperson about this, but as far as I understand, the oldest Jewish community in Europe, it was in Rome, right around like you were saying 200 AD. And if you go to Rome, if you go to the Colosseum, you'll see the Arch of Titus. I think it's the Arch of Titus, pretty sure. And it was carved, and it was kind of an embarrassing thing because it said that we lost the war, we had to fight Rome again, and then they made this giant arch, and they had to march under it in defeat, right? So that is there as a historical thing. And most of the Jews that came out of the Eastern Mediterranean area into Rome, either some of them were brought in by slaves, for sure. Some of them probably left on their own, and most of them were men. And so there's a massive neighborhood, correct me if I'm wrong, usually of like Jewish men that married the local girls, and the local ladies converted to Judaism, and that's kind of like where the start of Judaism in Europe kind of started, that sort of thing. That's the basic myth. And you can trace the DNA back very specifically to this. So it's these people that are, I just don't understand why people are so stupid that they can't, when they say Ashkenazis or these people or that people aren't Jewish. No, they are, and the rules of being Jewish are very clear and pretty fucking easy to follow. I just don't understand people that can't get it. Yeah. Right? Like I don't. They You can try to explain it to them a million times, and then they'll obscure it, and they won't listen to you. They'll say, "Oh, you're not really Jewish" or something. But there's Jewish underneath the roads of Rome, very similar to Paris. If you just dig underneath Rome, about 25 feet, you can carve through break through the roads, through the dirt, go under, and then you end up falling into a cave full of skulls, and all underneath Rome, it's all cemetery. And there's millions of people buried under there. And there's like some folks in there are Jew, they have the writing and stuff like that. And then the oldest above ground Jewish cemetery is around 500 AD. Or maybe even 1000 AD, but that doesn't mean that they went to Rome and then they went back to, whatever the Eastern Mediterranean and back to Europe. It just means that things are whatever, moved around, shifted around and stuff like that. But no, the Ashkenazi Jews and just like anybody else, nobody's pure nothing,
Nobody's pure nothing, right? And there were times
That's not true.
about bottlenecks.
Oh, I knew. There
were times of genetic bottleneck, and that's true. There is a time period there where the community in Europe was pretty small, right? And bottlenecked and go out. So that's part of where some of this all Ashkenazim are interlopers kind of thing, because there were times, and you got to think about our reality having no citizenship, right? Being told we're not from where actually we lived in Europe, well, anywhere, right? And so keeping records was probably pretty difficult, harder. The way we kept records was different, right? We did it in the books.
But some of you are from Georgia, and some of you are from Ukraine.
Well, yes, because we can only accept converts.
And many of the people that are in Israel today, some of them are from Russia.
A lot of them are from Russia.
Yeah, so what? 1 million plus people are from Russia. So what?
Putin said the other day he won't bomb Israel because he said there's 2 million Russians over there.
Look, you're not tracking. What's the point? What we're saying is,
lying has gone on in history. That's all I'm saying.
the Jews who are in Israel that came from Russia, what we're saying is their origins they are not ethnically Russian, right?
They're
That's
not.
what we're saying.
They're
They're Ashkenazi. No, they're not converts.
They're converts.
So you just think a bunch of Russians converted to Judaism.
How are you known as a Jew according to the Bible? According to the
I don't give a
Bible.
shit about the Bible. Are you telling me that a bunch of
You guys are having two different conversations.
Yeah, I know we are, because I'm dealing in history and he's talking about what the Bible says. I'm asking him when all these ethnic Russians converted to Judaism. Do you have a date for that, sir?
No, what I'm saying is you can't be Russian and a Jew at the same time.
That's what the Russians said. That's exactly what the Russians said.
Exactly, they're Jews. Thank you.
You guys have to slow down. He doesn't understand.
You can't be
No,
two things. You can't be two things.
Well, let me explain.
No, not
Let me explain.
This is the rule being pulled over our eyes
I'll explain
right
to
now.
a really simple
This
way.
is you can't explain it to me because
You'll
you're
get it.
explaining
He's
against
committed
what
not
God
to
said.
get it.
Paul, hold on a second.
Against what the Bible teaches, so don't try and explain to me a lie.
I give a fuck.
Okay.
Be
Right.
careful
Paul, can
when
you
you
hold a
explain
second?
it to me.
Let me explain. Let me try to do it my way. Just give me a second, bro. Okay, so you have African ancestry, right?
I have Semitic ancestors.
Okay. Let's say we have Mr. Joe, and Mr. Joe has African ancestry, right? And because the whites fucked around in Africa a lot, like you're saying, caused war, and then let's say they brought this dude to England, right? Okay, this guy moves to England, right? He's a sufferer from war. He's in England, and then let's say it's okay, then he marries one of the local girls, a white lady, right? Now they have kids, right? And the kid's mixed, right? Just like all of us are mixed. Now, this kid says, hey, look, I am of African ancestry. And then come along and we say, no, you're not of African ancestry because you live in Europe. How can you be African?
That's not what he's saying. Let me tell you what he's saying. Paul is saying that biblically you are what your father is. So he's saying, in comparison to what Judaism teaches, the mother is the indication of your heritage. And I stand correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you're right.
Paul is saying
That's
that
my argument.
the father.
And also we accept converts.
Exactly. So the father dictates whether or not you are a Israelite. That is what he's referring to. So that's why you guys are having two different conversations.
Okay.
You guys are having a conversation about Judaism and converts, and he's having a conveation about not that.
Yeah,
That's right. He doesn't want to understand.
Here's it. I'm about to give you the connection.
There's
So the
converts a long
connection
time.
the connection is when people, he's saying that because of the bombs, the Europeans are bombing the Iran, and they're not the people of the book, is what he's saying.
Okay.
You don't own
But the people of the
that's
book.
not even supposed to be your land. It's your land historically. It's your land historically, as far as
Hey,
the
sure.
Great Britain or
That's
the
a
UK, brought you
different
guys over there.
conversation, yeah.
But
Look, it
I
is
know
true.
that's what I'm telling you guys. That's why you're not.
I
You're having
understand.
two different ones.
I
That's all I'm
understand.
saying.
It is true on one level that you can say a lot of Israelis actually came from Russia. That's obviously, I think Netanyahu's Russian, right? That's obviously true, right?
She's Polish. I thought he was Polish.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Well, Poland, Russia.
But he was born in Jerusalem, incidentally.
Okay, but his ancestry. Oh, yes. I'm not going to go.
Yeah, but being born in Jerusalem.
And that's not really his last name.
Doesn't say anything.
No, his Milkowski wasn't his real name either, right? Their name was the son of so and so, like that. Like
He wasn't born in Philadelphia?
Dude,
Y'all really
He went to school and he went to
y'all
high
making
school
a
in
case.
Philadelphia.
Y'all don't make a case for me. You got.
I'm not making a case for beauty. I'm just saying his family's just as Jewish. Even though they're.
There's no history of that. There's no history of that.
Of course there is.
Netanyahu was a Russian.
No, okay, look, it's not a difficult thing. It's not a difficult thing to understand. Look, if you want to use the biblical suggesting that Jews are like sort of these pure-blooded.
You don't have to. It's not about being pure blood.
It's the father thing.
Right.
Yeah,
So you
it's
get
the father thing.
when they had the first 12 tribes.
But what
There's
I'm
no
saying
tribe
that
Medina.
that's not
So
necessary.
They're just upset that Jews have our own tradition.
No. It's Judaism.
You're upset that Judaism exists.
Nobody.
You're upset that we have our own way of dealing with who's alive and who's a Jew and who's not.
That's
You're
just
upset.
saying
Caleb,
penis for
hold
our
on.
food, bro.
Exactly. Caleb, the only reason why people are upset is because when you're claiming the lineage of the Bible, and I'm not saying you are, but there are converts who are claiming land and taking land from people who've been there for.
Because you don't understand what it means to be
Caleb,
part of the Israelite people.
That's a different argument.
You don't understand what it means to be an Israelite.
You've been talking all day. Just let me land, please. Just let me land. According to the Bible, the Torah, you are what your father is. So that would not include people who converted over. That's not what it is. That's not what it
There
is.
is conversion in the Bible that is accepted.
Torah.
King David comes from the descendants of converts.
Where's that? Where's that? You're gonna have to cite that verse, sir.
His grandmother was a Moabite.
But this is
David, Caleb, you are what your father is. Period. It has nothing to do who your mom is.
The
It's who
Bible
your
works
father
on-
is.
The Bible works on two poles, actually.
No,
Yes, I'll give you the case of. Actually, I'll give you the case in the Bible. It's in Leviticus somewhere. I'll get the chapter. The son of the Israelite woman and the Egyptian man.
You're talking about the heritage, and that heritage came back to.
Why are you interrupting?
Because I already know what you're talking about, sir. I know
Well,
what
the
you're talking
problem with this, the problem
Read
with
your
that
verse.
case is,
Read your verse.
it says the son of an Israelite woman
No,
and an
book,
Egyptian man.
chapter, verse. I can't take your word for it. Book, chapter, verse. Read
Okay,
it.
I'll find it for you. Let me tell you the story first. Okay? It was the son of an Israelite woman and an Egyptian man. Okay? According to you, that would make that child not Israelite. Because he does not have an Israelite father.
According to me,
Correct.
he's not, but
Correct.
the inheritance is different.
No, it's not the inheritance.
It is the you can just because you
No, it's not.
It's true.
No, it's not. Oh.
I know the story.
I'm not talking.
Read the verse.
Listen.
Read the verse.
Listen.
I want to read the verse.
Yeah, I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you. I'll find it for you.
Thank
I'll
you.
find
Read
it
the
for you.
verse.
In the meantime, while I'm searching for it, this son of the Israelite woman and the Egyptian man blasphemes against God. And there's a question as to whether he is to be held to the law of Israelites. Because he's maybe not an Israelite if his father's Egyptian. But he is held to the law. Because he is an Israelite because of virtue of his mother. Let me find out.
That's not, no. Even in the Levitical law, the stranger who lives within the community still has to follow the law.
Not the blasphemy laws.
Caleb.
You really gonna challenge me? Leviticus 24.
What you said.
Oh, here we go. Leviticus 24,
Read it.
10 to 14. Leviticus 24, 10 to 14. Let me break this out. You're not gonna beat me on the Bible.
Just read it, sir. Like, you don't have to pump yourself up. Just read the verse.
Leviticus 24.
He's like in his corner, like, yeah, I got this, y'all. Ooh,
Here it is.
ooh, pour the water on me.
There came out among the Israelites someone who was the son of an Israelite woman and an Egyptian man, and a fight broke out in the camp between the half-Israelite and a certain Israelite man. The son of the Israelite woman pronounced the name in blasphemy, and he was brought to Moses. Now his mother's name was Shlomith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. And he was placed in custody until God's decision should be made clear to them. And then it's the rest of the story, and God speaks to Moses about what should happen to that. And he's supposed to get stoned. Okay? And then it goes on to other laws about stoning and people who, some other laws that are death penalty laws. Okay? So in that passage, okay, it's clear, if he was not an Israelite, he wouldn't have been held to account by blaspheming the name of God. Only Israelites, that's only an Israelite law. Non-Israelites do not have to be held to that standard. So there is a line of reasoning in the Bible itself that shows that the son of only an Israelite woman is indeed part of the community and fully part of the community.
Are you? Before I say what I need to say, did anybody who heard what Caleb read out the Bible, did they get the impression that made, based off what he read, that made the son an Israelite? Did anybody get that?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Anyway, he said because of the law, he was held to the law, and so he's an Israelite. That's not even what the verse says. If you go to Leviticus, when it talks about how you treat the stranger, he is still held to the law.
Yes,
If you're living in the Israelite, if you're living in the world where the Bible, the Torah is running the society, you're held to the law, period.
The point I'm making, the point I'm
You would
trying
have
to
been better off going to the verse where it was talking about the woman who lost her heritage or would have lost her heritage, but because she's a woman, it was able to go through her father's line and still get the heritage. But what your verse said had nothing
that had to do with not having sons, lady.
I understand that, but what you're saying still has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
You're right, because what you're right, because what
I understand that.
right. So why are you imposing?
Go on mute. Go on mute. There's a Bible verse that says that the Israelite line goes through their father. Everything goes through the father.
There's a tribal designation from the very beginning.
Tribal designation is through the father, but not belonging, not citizenship.
Okay.
Wait.
Before they had a land, Caleb, calm down. Before they had a land, they were Israelites. They were way before they had the land, they were Israelites. And it still went through their father. So it had nothing to do with citizenship. You're just making it up as you go.
To be an Israelite, when I say to be a member, to be an Israelite, I mean I mean to be a citizen, right? That's what it means.
I know, but we're
to
not
be.
talking about citizenship.
I understand.
We're talking about
Well,
lineage.
here's how we got to this.
We're talking about lineage.
I know. Here's how we got to this. Okay, here's how we got.
And you're
I
now
understand.
changing.
I understand. Here's how we got to this.
You're changing the point.
Here's how we got to this. Okay. The Jews have a system. Okay. And from long time, even if it wasn't, even if I agree with you that that's not the way it was in the Bible, it is the way it is now.
Okay,
And,
so that's what we're
excuse me, please. Excuse me, please.
I'm not arguing with you about.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
This is like the worst blind date possible.
Yeah, why don't you guys let each other talk?
There's no point of I'm not arguing with you about what the Jews do now, what Judaism do now. You can have it. I'm not telling you that you're wrong about that. I'm just saying, according to Torah, you're not correct. That's it.
No.
So whatever you guys
So
do
when
now
people
is what you
say,
do.
so great. Listen. This is how I know that there's like an anti-Judaism bias.
No,
There's
you can't
exclusivity
It's
around.
not. If we are reading Harry Potter and the spell says you gotta say 3 frogs and a cat, and you're telling me it's a dog, I'm telling you it's 3 frogs and a cat. It has nothing to do with it.
But it's not that simple.
I don't even know you.
Excuse me.
I don't even know
Excuse me.
you.
Now it is you who needs to calm down. Now it is you who needs to take a
No,
breath
you need
and
to
calm
calm
down.
down. Stop saying somebody's that's like me calling you racist. When you said little girl, I could have said something about that, but I didn't because we're having a
I
conversation.
didn't say little girl. I said lady.
Okay, whatever you said, that because
I said lady.
you could be treating me wrong because I'm a woman and you don't want to hear me speak. I'm not doing that. We're having a conversation. So don't
Yes,
put
we're having a
anti-Semitism. Don't put anti-Semitism in here because it has nothing to do with it.
When somebody says,
We're
when
reading the book
somebody.
the way it is.
When somebody says something like, okay, I have the exclusive read on how the Torah is supposed to be read, which I don't say, by the way. I don't know very many Jewish people who say that, right? Especially because we have a tradition that's internally multivocal, pluralistic. Okay? You want to read the Torah that way? That's fine. But fuck all if I'm going to let you say to me, okay, that because you have a different interpretation and you want to read it more narrowly than me and you don't have the traditions that I have that are thousands of years fully developed, very thick, okay, that then we don't get to have our own rules because of you, the way you read the Bible.
No one
I have
said
to be
that.
wrong. That's
No
exactly
one
what you
said
said.
that. Caleb,
That's what you said.
No one said that. I said according to the Torah, this is what it said. I said whatever you do in Judaism, I'm not going to take that away from you. I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to say you're not a Jew. I'm not going to do anything like that. No one said that. You need to take off this badge of harassment because I'm not harassing you. I'm just saying if we're reading the book based off what the book says, it says you are what your father is. Now,
The reason that this was brought up, the reason this was brought up because we were talking about converts and we were talking about, people who might not actually be Jewish in the lineage, right? And the misunderstanding, if you say we get to have our tradition and you don't get to judge it, then that is how our tradition works. We accept converts, we go matrilineal for all kinds of good, reasonable historical reasons, right? Including we wanted to know who the kids belong to, right? We were trying to survive and keep our families together, right? And not disappear from the face of the planet. Things change. And we have our tradition and we have our way of doing it and we have our way of reading the Bible. So when somebody like Paul comes and says, that Russian guy has no claim to Jewish inheritance, whatever Jewish inheritance means, or to Jewish tradition, right? Because he's a Russian. I laugh because he said the same thing about the Jews. You have no claim to Russia because what you actually are is the Jews. And all of a sudden now, right, for thousands of years, people have known who the Jews are. They wrote about us. They killed us. They kicked us out of all the countries. No one was confused about that. And now, in the last couple hundred years, somebody wants to come around and say, oh, I read the Bible. That sounds like me. And you're not them?
Incorrect.
Give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break.
That's totally incorrect. That's totally incorrect.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
That's totally incorrect. To get to the confusion,
Here comes the real Israelite. Yeah, real Israelite. Let's go.
No.
Caleb, hold on for 1 second. Hold on for 1 second. Caleb,
Let's talk about it.
out of respect for you, I allowed you to land. I wanted to respond fine, but I'm not. I'm gonna let someone else go. But we're having a conversation. That's all.
I know. I'm glad that there's a real,
Stop.
true Israelite here now.
Caleb, you don't want him to talk about, you don't want Paul to talk about BB, and you getting all mad. That's not even your cousin. Like, he's not even related to you. You get mad. Like, relax. It's not that serious. Let somebody else have a conversation, and you guys can go back and forth.
Let's talk about it. So when you go back to Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet. This is where the whole confusion comes in.
I can't wait.
You have many different people saying many different things about the origin of these 3 men. If this man was he was either black or white, let's just go in those terms. So if you're saying he's white, right? Now when you go to Talmud,
Nobody's talking about black and white, sir.
No, when we go to many different, because we're getting into
We're talking about black. We're talking about race.
we're talking. Let me finish. When you talk about the Talmud and it says that black people got their skin because it turned black because of Ham's because of the curse of Ham or Canaan. That's in the written records.
Would you like to read it together?
No,
Want to read it together?
That's co-signed by all the rabbis and all these things.
Let's read it together.
Let's read it. Don't do this.
No, before he makes a claim, let's read it so we're. No, let's just read it. Let's read it so we're all understanding.
I think we're getting, hold on. I think we're getting off the topic.
I'm not aware of it, so maybe he could read. Somebody can
And I
read
think
it.
what
So
you're
we
talking
all.
about is the Mormon Bible.
No, I'm not talking about the Mormon Bible. I'm talking about the Jewish.
Let's go ahead and read. Let's go ahead.
It's
The Talmud's not the Bible. Well, let's just go ahead and read the Bible.
It's respected by the top rabbis in Judaism. It's respected.
Caleb, can you bring it up, please?
I don't understand what you're saying. You're saying the Talmud is respected?
It's called.
I'm just trying to understand you.
First, it was written in the 4th century.
No, we know what the Talmud is. I'm an expert in Talmud.
Okay. So you also aware that your rabbis
And you're not one, right?
Hold on.
But you're not, right?
Hold on.
You're not
Your
an expert
rabbis
in the
also
Talmud,
said that.
But you're not
Can
an
we
expert
just
in the
let
Talmud.
him land? Golly.
I know, but
We're not even talking about the same
He's
thing.
making claims about stuff he doesn't know anything about.
No.
He can be completely wrong. Let him have his points, and then y'all can go to him.
A professor at Arizona State did a study, and he did a study about racism and in regards to black people, and he traced it back to the Jews because he said it was the first time where it literally said that black people got their skin, right? Ham got their skin because of what happened in Genesis chapter 9. So that theory of that has been perpetrated by Rambam and a lot of other rabbis, also talking about the kinky hair, the big lips, all these things that were the blackface, all these things that were mentioned. Now, if we say this, if you're going to say that, okay, everybody was white, and that
Nobody said that.
No, I'm saying that the theology of Judaism, according to this, because I haven't heard rabbis walk this back.
Why don't we look at the passage together?
Let's look at it.
Okay. Do you have the reference?
Yeah, I can get it for you right now.
The one in the Talmud, not the guy from Arizona State.
Is that the same thing as
No.
Goyim? Or does that not have to do with race? That's just non-Jews.
Goyim.
And is there an
I
idea?
thought Goyim means nation.
That was
nations.
so
Israel and the other nations.
Right, but it said
Everyone who's not Israel.
It said that what's the tribe will be of many nations. Not Japheth, it's the other one. It starts with an E.
Ephraim.
Edomites.
Ephraim.
It's very simple. Goyim means nation. The word means nation, but when we use it in comparison, right, we talk about Israel and the nations, right? So when it's like that, it just means people who are not Israel. It is also the generic word for a nation. That Israel is also called a goy from time to time as a generic word meaning nation.
It doesn't just mean nation. It also means
No, it's the same as Gentiles.
It means either or suffer.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
No, it doesn't.
I'm sure I looked it up a long time ago.
I'm sure you did. Let's just go ahead. Let's just, ta-da.
Yes, Tim.
Let's just,
Hold on, I can't hear Tim.
let's just for the time being,
Yes.
let's just let Caleb actually is a rabbi. He's pretty versed on this. So if he's given some information, let's just like use his information now. We can certainly go back and say like, hey, we think you got it wrong later on, but let's just use his information as he's saying it right now. He's never been like an untruthful person about what he says about like his faith. I've never found him to do that. So just for simplicity's sake, let's just use
Tim, I have
70A.
I have
right here.
Okay, hold on for 1 second. Tim, I have no problem with that happening, hence why I told Caleb we'll read the verse in the Torah, and from what his explanation, I didn't see that, and we had a conversation about that. I don't have a problem with it. I let everybody say whatever they want, and then we can talk about it afterwards. That should be fair for everyone, right?
Okay, so we're in Sanhedrin 70A, is that right?
Sanhedrin 108B. It says the sages taught three.
Hold on, let me get there. Okay. 108.
Yep.
Okay, hold on, so let's start with section, let me get to the right part, long page. By the way, you understand that the Talmud is not a scripture, right?
I understand it's a framework for the ideology that has perpetrated to today. That's what I understand.
No, that's exact. No, we should clarify.
Isn't it the oral
We should clarify.
Hey, let's not move the goalpost. Let's read it. It says the sages.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm just making sure you decide.
Let's read it. Let's read it. The sages taught three violated the directive and engaged in intercourse while in the ark, and all of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog, the raven, and Ham, the son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was punished in that it spits, and Ham was afflicted in that his skin turned black.
Okay. May I comment on the text that's on your reading?
Sure.
Okay. You're reading on Safaria, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you see that in some of the, if for those who are following along, do you see some of the words are bolded and some of the words are not?
Yep.
Okay. The reason that some of the words are bolded is that the bolded words are the literal translation without any of the helper words that you need to fill in the translation, because the Talmud is written in a very terse style. So if you were to read just the bolded words, that's what you would be getting if you were reading the Hebrew and the Aramaic. So it would read like this: Ham was afflicted in his skin. The Hebrew there does not indicate what happened to his skin. Now the question is, how did the translation over here know to include the unbolded part turned black? Where are they getting that? Okay?
No. Let's not do that, because
So that's where. So I'll tell you. No. I'll tell you where they get it from.
No, let Caleb go so we can hear exactly where they're getting it.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Okay. So first of all, let's get some time periods right. The Talmud finishes being produced in about the year 550 of the Common Era. Okay. And what it says there is it was afflicted in his skin. Rashi, okay, comes back in the 11th century in France. Okay, and he writes, what does it mean afflicted in his skin? Sheyasam mimenu kush. That his descendants of Ham are Cush. Where's Cush? Ethiopia. Okay? Now, what does that mean? He's identifying the offspring of Ham as those people. Later, the translator took Rashi to mean they must be in black, and then stuck it into this translation. This translation is translating according to Rashi's interpretation. But if I take Rashi's interpretation away, there's absolutely zero indication here that the affliction was some kind of color. It could have been boils, it could have been a rash, right? And even if it is black, according according to Rashi's interpretation. That's not to say that that's like, is it an affliction? Yes, because they did something wrong on the thing. But is black per se bad? No. We are not compelled to read black as per se bad just because it was the result of this affliction.
So what is,
What would you like to
it's
say?
not black, what is the affliction then? Because everybody's, you
We
say
don't know. We have to look at it. We don't know. Right? Rashi doesn't say.
Okay.
Rashi doesn't say. Almost nobody says. Nobody says what it is. It just says that they were afflicted. That the Ham, right, and was afflicted in his skin. Just him.
So what
Caleb, I have a question.
No.
Caleb, I have a question for you. I know, but you can, but I just want to ask one really quick question. Caleb, if somebody was afflicted, like let's for instance just assume they got boils, does that mean all their descendants are going to have boils automatically?
No.
Exactly. So like even if you just accepted the idea that his skin turned black, that would be like an affliction. Like I got sick and I like got jaundice, but it doesn't mean if I later on that all my children would have jaundice automatically. Right?
No,
it just means that I was
Let me respond to this. The issue is, here's the issue. The issue is that Jews don't want to admit that their rabbis and their theology has been racist. Because look, I will find here's another quote that says, this is another rabbi.
Wait, stay right here before you even go there. Stay right here. You don't even have to
Let's stay right there. Stay right there.
Stay exactly right here. Because you have someone said he was afflicted, and the other thing
It says his skin was afflicted. It says his skin was afflicted with no specificity to with
So
what.
what does Cush have to do with an affliction? And
I don't think it does.
And why in Israel today are black people called Cushi as an insult?
Because there's racism everywhere, and that's the racist term.
Okay, so this racism, admit that this racism started in that book.
at first.
I don't know if it's true that they turned black.
Are you telling me? You're telling me that all anti-black?
If it's true or not.
You're telling me for a second. I just want to understand what you're saying. That the root of all anti-black racism is the Babylonian Talmud, and that prior to the Babylonian Talmud. Let me say back what I'm hearing, and he can correct me. What I'm hearing is you're saying that the entire root, the full root of anti-black racism is the Jews' Babylonian Talmud, which would imply that nobody was racist to any black people before that. Is that what you're suggesting?
You have obfuscated the point. We're talking
Is that what
about
you're suggesting? Is that, wait, let the man answer himself. Let the man answer for himself. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. You missed what I said.
He didn't miss it. He's trying to get away from the verse.
What I think I heard was the Jews are racist.
I know, but Caleb, no one.
Quote from the first century. There's actually a quote from the first century that people believed at the time that the Yahudim were from Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is not confused with white people, right? So the issue is that there were writers that were writers. I will find it for you. There were writers that began to implement racism into text, and this was a catalyst. I'm saying one of the biggest catalysts was Jews to perpetrate racism. Yes, I would say
Okay, great. Get the source.
Jews
Go on mute.
I'd like to see that
the
first century.
rabbi.
Get the
You can say the rabbi.
You can get the source.
The rabbi who interpreted as black, which was not in the original writings, and then the other rabbi who added that it was Cush so that they could see that the black means the skin, is the one who initiated the anti-blackness. Does that mean that every Jew, or did racism start with the Jew? No. It's just that simple. Like, we don't have to make it into a broad brush statement. And that's what black people don't need to do. And that's what Caleb and Jewish people don't need to do. But the statement is racist, and just say it is what it is. Like, we can read it for what it is.
But it isn't racist. Right? That's the whole thing.
Affliction.
To be afflicted in your skin. Hold on a second. What about Shorahi Vanava? What about the black is beautiful? What about the black and beautiful line from Song of Songs? What about that?
But that is in the actual. This is the Talmud.
What about that?
Two separate.
Oh, but I thought the Bible. I thought it has to be in the Bible. The Bible.
Why are you getting emotional?
Oh, great. understand, because what you don't know is how the Talmud operates. No, you don't really understand you don't know how this book works.
Why, you don't have to over talk to someone so that they can't hear me. Everybody knows what you're doing. Like, stop doing it. We're having a conversation. This is not a monologue. It's a dialogue between you and I.
It's a
What we're saying,
total,
just take a break.
misunderstanding and abuse of a book that this man knows nothing about.
Have some patience. You're going to teach
This
us.
man knows nothing
So as
about
a
the book
student,
he's quoting.
Caleb, it doesn't matter. You're reading a verse.
It's
and
just
now we're-
anti-Jewishness.
Caleb,
That's all it is. Let's just call it what it is. It's just anti-Jewishness.
If you can't defend what the Bible or what the Talmud says, that's on you. It doesn't
I
have
just read the whole passage for you. I just
And so
explained the
I'm
whole
asking
passage.
you questions. I'm asking you questions. So
Why
if
is
you
it true you do this? It just goes on forever. I just
we
explained the
don't
whole
do this. This is
passage.
the first time me and Caleb have ever had a conversation. So
That's
my
not true.
question.
How long have you been bickering back and forth like this for? It seems like it's been
So
like
do you want to talk about Doom?
only about an hour.
Yeah, I left and came back. They were doing the same thing, but
No.
Look, you can continue. You can continue. What Yoel Fasad is going to say, Yoel Fasad is going to say something like this, right? The Jews were the responsible, through the filter of the Jewish lens and the curse of Ham, right? And because the Christians learned what the Jews learned in the Babylonian Talmud, that's the responsibility for the trans-African slave trade, and blame it on the Jews, especially, except that, the Ashkenazi Jews, those are the fake ones, right? So is it the fake ones that did it, or the real ones that did it?
No, you don't want to be authentic. You don't want to be authentic. You don't want to be authentic and true, because I was gonna name another rabbi. Another rabbi said that Ham, his lips were thick and gross like that of a Negro. So the kinky hair. The kinky hair. No, hold on. This is
Show me the source.
His name is he was from the 8th century Spain. M.E. A.M. and last name Loez, right?
Leon Loez, okay.
He said he received 5 punishments, and the first was eyes was red. They were always
So that kind of sounds like a racist. That rabbi sounds like a racist.
No. But what I'm saying is, don't let's be authentic and true, right? Let's be authentic and true. You won't say. Did you say Rashi was a racist?
I assume most people in antiquity were racist, Jews or not.
Okay, so what you have to admit, this is what my thesis is, if you want to say a thesis. My thesis is that if you take the leadership, I'm talking about the rabbis, because why I say the leadership, because if someone says something out of pocket and somebody doesn't come and correct that statement, if you're all acting as in unison, then that means that statement stands, and the populace believes that statement. So if nobody comes and says, hey, we condemn that, right? But now if what Rashi says, and he's held as one of the greatest rabbis, and then Rambam says something similar about monkeys, right? And so you have all these celebrated rabbis who no one in Judaism that is a rabbi comes and denounces them and say, no, we don't stand by them. And yes, if you are a racist, how are you a chosen of Elohim? How are you have hate in your heart and you saying you follow Torah? Like, it doesn't make sense. So if you say this, then denounce your people, denounce your leadership, and say, well, why is it that the question now becomes, well, why is it that they were racist? Why did they hate these melanated?
Everyone was racist.
Now we have another question which there is an answer to. Because Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, right? The lineage of Yafet becomes non-melanated, right? And Noah said off that ship, he said, blessed be Yahuwah, the Elohim of Shem. He didn't say the Elohim of Yafet. So Yafet knows that the Elohim of the universe is Shem's Elohim, and anybody that would want to get to him has to cling to Shem. So there is a hatred that is down to the skin color because Shem is connected to Yahuwah. So that's where the hatred comes from. The hatred comes of the skin, comes down because Yafet is non-melanated, and that was actually a judgment on him. So it's actually some type of reverse psychology that they're saying that, oh, you have part of racism. Oh, you're cursed because you have black skin, right?
Can I ask you a question about this?
Actually, there's another professor there's another professor that did a study on ancient African religions, and this is going back to the time of Talmud. And they said, and what they said, this is African culture. You can look it up. I can see an article. They said that when people and these explorers were coming, right, and they were white, that they never seen white people. They related the story to Cain, right? They said that Cain, like if Adam was melanated, right? If Adam and Eve were melanated, and then therefore they had melanated people, then where we have to ask the question, then where, if we don't want to ask this hard question, then where do non-melanated white people come from?
Can I just ask a quick question? Do you guys who's arguing with Caleb, do you actually believe that because of Ham created like a generation, like a
No.
race of black people?
No.
Do you think that's not true?
No.
Okay, but you do think that they were black anyway, right? Do you think they were already black?
Yeah,
I think everybody was initially black, and then
Okay, in ancient Judea at the time of Christ, do you think everyone was black there?
I mean, when we say black, we're talking about
I'm
melanated.
talking about, right, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about of African descent, of what we typically consider African descent. I'm not talking about Arabs or.
Well, we know in
whatever
Egypt. We know in Egypt around the turn of the century that the Greeks were in power, so that was different. But yes,
So Jesus was black.
Yeah.
Yahushua, yes, he was black. Yes.
Okay. So, and you think he descended from Africa, or do you think everyone at that time was black?
When you say black, you guys.
Be African. I mean, look, it's difficult to use.
You know the Middle East, that classification was a new term, and that part of the world is considered like.
Let me put it this way: I've got a time machine, right? I'm going to go back in time, and I'm going to see Jesus preaching on the wherever he preached to the 5,000, right? The Sermon on the Mount. What color is everyone, including Jesus, at that moment? Do they look like they come from Africa? Do they look like they're
Same
Arabs?
color. You're gonna have different versions of brown, and you're gonna have whites as well.
Where are the whites coming from?
You're fat.
From Alexander the Great.
Okay.
Romans.
Greeks are white.
But they were. Would it look like if I jumped into, I don't know, the Congo? Would it look like that?
Well, this is the thing. Is what you got to first understand. Noah had three
Do you
sons.
know that?
Shem,
Wait,
Ham,
I'm asking about the Sermon on
What
the
are we
Mount.
doing? Africans don't look the same. What are we doing?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Shem, Ham, and Yafet. Look,
Let me tell you
Shem,
what I
Ham.
think they'd look like. I think they would look more like Middle Easterners look today.
No,
I think they look like. Am I wrong?
no,
Hey,
they wouldn't.
Shem had three sons. Noah had three sons. Shem,
You'd
Ham,
be better
and
off
Yafet.
saying they
Right.
look more like the maybe Indians.
No, I think they look like. I think they look like Iraqis or.
There is a source. There is a source that said. There is a source that said that Yafet married somebody. He married somebody that was, if you just say in plain terms, like European looking, right? So that this is where you
I'm sorry, who married the European?
No, I'm saying Noah had three sons. We all descend.
And one of them married a European? Is that what you say?
I'm not saying a European. Listen
You
what I'm
can't-
saying.
you-
I'm saying
look
white
like-
person.
You can't say that with French. French is gonna hold you to
A
it.
white,
Sure.
white person. So
The
if you have a black person, if you have a black
married a white
person,
person with like
Yafet-
blonde hair and blue eyes, something like that. Is that it?
Yafet was a melanated brown skinned person. If you marry somebody that is white, you're going to begin to get lighter and lighter until you get just pretty much white. Right? So,
Just have one follow-up question.
when you look at-
Didn't the flood kill everybody except the family of Noah?
yeah,
Well, then how the hell is he marrying a white person?
because you know they had wives, right? You know they had wives.
Okay, so is this before the flood?
Oh, I don't think you may have read the book, but it's
You gotta
Noah
read
had
the book, Frenchie. You gotta read the Harry Potter, sweetie.
No, I think I made a mistake. So you're saying that
Shem.
Richard land.
Caleb, help her.
Everybody distinct from three people.
No, I think I get it now. In the land where Noah lived, before the flood, one of his sons married a white woman. That's what you said.
This is
Is that right?
crazy.
There were 8 people
that
on
right?
the ship. Yes.
Okay.
From the land of,
Okay.
yeah.
We know that because it says that in the Bible.
No, we know that from historical records.
Yeah, the
And
Bible
also,
Historical.
and also
There's
the table of
historical
nations.
records of who knows the sun stories.
The
Let's
table,
not
the
talk
table,
You know their names.
Walk you down,
The-
Frenchie. What's
the
your
table-
what's your conclusion? What's your end goal?
Their names. The sons of the wives of Noah's sons. What are the names?
Frenchie,
Did it-
what
does
is
it
your
say-
end goal, and how does this connect to the verse in the Talmud that the Ethiopians they were afflicted, and then black, and then Ethiopians? How
It
does
sounds
this
like
connect?
we all agree that didn't happen, right?
Okay, so
no,
Right.
but you
But I'm asking you, what do you think everybody in ancient Judea
I did. So our
looked
issue,
African? That's what I'm
our
asking
issue
you.
is not whether or not it happened. Our issue is why in the Talmud would affliction be connected to blackness, to being
Well, it
black?
sounds like
So that's a Caleb.
it sounds like the Torah scholar is saying that's not true. So why am I arguing it?
No.
He says it's not true, and you believe him. So then, okay.
Yes,
But
because
we're
I believe
asking
he's
Caleb,
more learned in
how-
it than you are.
That's
Sure.
fine, Frenchie. You got it. You got it. But according to Caleb, he has to explain why in a verse that in Hebraic writings it has nothing to do with color and it has nothing to do
He
with
didn't
another
explain that.
nation.
You said it could have been boils.
Frenchie, if you just hold on for a second and you can get it. I always respect you and let you talk.
Thank you.
Caleb has not clearly explained how did Rashi come up with the term black.
Okay.
Says black, what is he intending black to mean? And how the affliction, what was the affliction? And if there was an affliction, why are they connecting it to being black? That
So
has
your
not been
question is,
explained.
why did Rashi think it meant black people? Is that your question? Well, maybe Rashi was mistaken.
Also,
What-
Rashi
Frenchie,
lived.
do you know how important Rashi
in between
is
France
to
and Germany, so he
to
would-
Judaism? You know how
No,
important
it's not
Rashi is
black
to
people.
Judaism?
I mean, all I know is the text doesn't mention skin color, doesn't mention
But,
any
okay,
physical
so
change.
Frenchie,
It
do
does
you
not
know-
connect this story to
Do you
black
know
people
how
or any
important
race.
Rashi is to Judaism?
Yes, if Rashi's wrong, why do I care?
Okay, so if you don't care, then this conversation is more so for Caleb.
Well, what
I just
Caleb
want to know why
said
you
was
think Jesus was
Rashi,
black.
what Caleb says is Rashi said they were Ethiopian, and then a later translator came through and interpreted the Ethiopian as being black.
It sounds like even if
Correct
Rashi
me
thought
if
that,
I'm wrong.
Okay.
And that would probably be
He said that
Ethiopian
Rashi thought
from
that, right?
a
Let's say
French
Rashi
He said that
understanding
Rashi
of the
said black.
11th century.
Inflicted
Let's
with
say he thought that. So what?
Rashi,
Current Jews don't
Frenchie,
think that.
can we just have Caleb respond? Because I
No, I
don't
want
think
to know why this is so important to you. Because obviously, current Judaic thought is not that they were black.
this
So
up.
what
We're
does it
just having
matter?
the conversation for conversation's sake.
You're trying to say Jews are racist? Isn't that your whole point?
I didn't even bring this up.
That's clearing up your
Someone brought it up.
You are
Isn't the whole point of talking about what Rashi thought this was
You're
meant to say that
You're
Judaism is...
distracting from the conversation.
No,
Like, I
I'm
don't think you
trying
can
to-
add to this part.
Well, I want to know why you think Jews are racist if they currently do not think that Rashi was right
No,
about this.
I have not said
The people
that
have,
Jews were racist.
Isn't this the whole point of bringing
Why
this
you're
up?
asking me that question?
And why was it brought up?
Bring it up. But the subject is on the table and we're talking
I
about
want
it.
it
But
up,
you're
then.
stopping us from having a conversation.
No, I'm saying somebody brought it up, and they're trying to say Judaism is inherently racist, right? Isn't that
Look, here's a rabbi from 1916 that actually confirms what I'm saying. This is his name is D. Rabbi, and his last name is Eliezer. He said Noah brought his sons and grandsons and blessed them in their several settlements and gave them inheritance of all the earth. He especially blessed Shem and his sons, making them dark but comely. He gave them an inhabitable earth. He blessed Ham and his sons, making them dark, like a raven, and gave them an inheritance of the coast of the sea. He blessed Japheth and his sons, making them entirely white, and gave them for an inheritance the desert and the fields, and these are the inheritance which are endowed to them.
Okay.
All right,
Is that
so
true?
3 blessings, right?
Proves that
So
that
white
rabbi
is
in 1916 got it wrong. Well, with blackness.
What I'm saying is that if the argument was, because in order for Rashi to be correct, that means that person had to be white to be turned black. I mean, it's just It's just an easy equation.
And the folks had to be black.
Maybe they were purple.
Theology has been.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Maybe they were Arabs.
But
There has been theology that has been baked into the entire
but
world.
Saad,
Said that blackness is evil.
You brought
Listen,
that all three were blessings from God.
You can't argue with him if he's in mid sentence. Like, let him land.
There is theology that was baked into Judaism by the rabbis, pushed by the rabbis, that has this narrative that black is evil, black is this, black is that. And that narrative is incorrect, because when you look at the heritage of people, when black people are coming and saying, hey, we're Shem, we're melanated, and we're I believe our heritage of Shem. And then you have this whole anti-Semitism argument to say, no, you're just hating black Jewish people, you're hating this, when it's actually a reverse psychology thing that is happening, and they don't want to admit that their own people, their own rabbis, they celebrate. You'll argue me down, but you won't be authentic to say that, hey, Rashi was Rambam, this guy, they were wrong, and we don't know. We have to question what they said because they had hatred in their heart against these people, and not even that they did something to them. They said that. They said that. So why is it that they can't admit that, but you have intent on telling other people who they're not? Go sit in the corner. We don't want to hear from you. And then when we say something, it's anti-Semitic. You just hate Jewish people. No, let's have a real conversation.
Okay, so
man up, woman up.
So what you're saying is
rabbis that said these things.
Jews today don't have the right to complain about anti-Semitism from Hebrew Israelites, because back in the day, Jews were also racist. Is that it? Did I steal that?
That's not what he said.
You just missed the whole thing. And that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that the mechanism of white supremacy, it inhibits you from listening. The mechanism of white supremacy inhibits you from actually to put your guard down and actually listen and hear what I'm saying, to listen, because you are defensive.
What did she get wrong about
you
your position?
You talked about a rabbi in 1916. Did you not? That's what I meant when I said
we started the argument with a fourth century.
Are you a follower of Rashi?
Rashi
does not believe in none of this. So you're arguing with someone who does not even care.
I also say
so you need to have a conversation.
The Christians.
You need to have a conversation with me,
hold on.
or you can have a conversation with Caleb, because they are the ones
why are we listening at Rashi
who hold Rashi to authority. It's no point. Frenchie does not believe in the Talmud. She don't believe in the Bible. She don't believe in the Quran. She don't believe in none of this. So why
she wanted her mouth so much?
Because what I want to say is just one more thing. Christians also believe this, and Christians use the curse of Ham to justify slavery. So why are you singling out the Jews?
Yeah.
We'll get on them next.
Yeah.
We'll get on them next. Okay, we'll get on them next. Caleb, Miguel, can you guys answer the question regarding Rashi? If he is incorrect in what was written and what was being interpreted, and so were these other rabbis who interpreted in a similar way, why are you guys holding them up to such a regard? That's the question.
Your question is why we value the insights of Rashi, who wrote a commentary all of
for
the Old
this
Testament.
Particular, do you agree with this particular scripture or Talmudic interpretation?
Well, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so I'm pretty sure Rashi on this one is citing a midrash. I think there's an even older story that Rashi's actually citing with the curse of Ham interpretation. Like, there's a midrash which I think obviously earlier than Rashi, a few hundred years back. But I'd say like what he's doing there is scholarship to say this is how this has been interpreted at different times. But, you know, if you wanted to meta-analyze Rashi as a person, you know, he was a Jew of 11th century Europe in between France and Germany. He wrote very often about what the meaning of a Hebrew word was in the French of his time. So much so that, interestingly, to develop the modern understanding of French, people sometimes look at his commentary to know how French was spoken at that time. He tracked a lot of Old Hebrew words and translated them to what was then modern French. But so I'm saying he is a product of his time. He probably didn't interact with many Africans or Ethiopians or South Africans or Somalis or Moroccans. I don't know what exposure he had to much of Africa or Egypt from deep within the Rhine Valley of like mainland Germany and France.
So here's my other
He was a
question.
scholar.
In regards to the Hebraic writing not having those words there, where does this, extra biblical information comes from? Like, I know you said something about the...
I'm saying, yeah, there's an earlier midrash. I don't have it offhand, but if you research it, you'll see he's citing an earlier interpretation that rabbis had done. Because, your question is, why would I regard Rashi as valuable? It's because he's an excellent scholar.
Not necessarily that. It's more so where...
I'm unpacking it.
Okay, go ahead.
And in terms of my respect for him as a scholar, in this particular interpretation or commentary, which seems like racist, I'm saying, yeah, it does seem pretty racially charged. I wouldn't write that. But he's even citing something earlier. So this is a demonstration of his good scholarship, that he's finding a midrash that I wouldn't otherwise find, and linking it to the very specific biblical passage. That's the work of Rashi.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's still good.
Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to say. Hold on, let me just say this, and then I'm gonna go on mute. Y'all can have a conversation. When I read something in the, I'm gonna just say Bible for Christian purposes, in something in the Bible that is in the New Testament or the Old, and it says something, and I go back and I see that the translators added words to what is being said, it makes me question the translators, which means that every time I read something that's in the New Testament, and if those words aren't written according to what the Greek says, or if I read something in the Torah and those words aren't written according to what the Hebrew says, I question the translators, so I don't really trust what they're saying unless it said it's from the manuscripts. So my question is, you guys don't do that? You guys just go by what the commentary says? Is that what it is?
I'm not sure what you're suggesting we do. The commentator is separate from the verses themselves. The verses are preserved and kept separate, and people debate over what they mean, and they give their different explanations, usually in the Hebrew language, to keep it as a singular language of commentary and analysis, rather than like multiple languages in English, Portuguese, French, German, Spanish. They don't want multiple languages. There's one scholarly language discussing the commentary of the verses, but I'm not sure exactly what your question was about evaluating the commentators.
Let me hop in there real quick. So if Rashi is quoting somebody from other than midrash, this makes the argument even worse.
Correct.
Because now that means that if people are just, because the early argument was that it just shows up in the 11th century. But what I'm saying is that the professor and the other scholars have said that, hey, no, this verse is charged towards the color of skin, because if you take Tacitus, you can throw Tacitus out the window, but Tacitus said this is first century, or I think that's called first century, is he's saying that let me get the quote for it. He said that many say that he was talking about the Yahudim, right? Because Jews is not a real word in Hebrew, but Yahudim, he said that many people that thought that the Yahudim were the race of Ethiopia. So now this is first century. So this is not fourth century. So if this is what is being said in the first century, that people believe that the Yahudim are the race of Ethiopia, that's what kind of the world consensus is at that time. He's reporting that. Then how is it now that this commentary from this fourth century is saying, well, it's linking Ethiopia with this false curse thing, and then rabbis come later and double down on it, right? That's why we're saying they didn't just interpret that; they doubled down on that, and now this thing is in the air now. And then when we say something about it, we don't actually have a constructive conversation about it. It's no, you're trying to be anti-Semitic. So I think that's disingenuous to always have a crutch or always have this violin to play when you actually don't want to have a conversation. I think that's very disingenuous, and that shows that it's not that is something is being hidden to not be able to sit there and say like, well, let's hear it out and let's go through it. And what I'm saying, my thesis is that just like what the rabbi said in 1916, is that's what similar to what I'm saying is that Yefet cannot come now, like what Paul said or Shaul said, and now just like the Romans, but Noah prophesied about it. He said that Yefet would dwell in the tents of Shem. That prophecy stands to today because everywhere Shem is, somebody dwelling in your tent, meaning that you have your own dwelling place. But guess what? Shem is coming now to dwell in this tent. And that's part of the manifest destiny doctrine that says because you were white and you were given this blessing, now you get to steal and you get to inhabit all these different places. And that's what we're saying that the Jews do, and that's what colonization does, is that you feel like you have the right to go bomb these people's stuff, go take their stuff, go kill people, go murder children in the name of, oh, we're chosen. But if you're chosen, you would also know the Torah, and you would also know that Elohim is not going to bless you for hating your neighbor, right? So these things, and thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill. So it's very disingenuous to go back to the argument and say, no, we're just God's people and we get to do this. Like, no, you have to have a constructive conversation to be able to talk about issues.
Okay, you ready for a constructive conversation? Give me 1 minute. It's very interesting to me that you're using the argument of racism to say nobody can argue with you, and then you turned it into manifest destiny and claiming bombing people because they're chosen, which no one ever made an argument. But if I tell you that, then obviously I'm just a racist and a colonialist and all the other things that you used. So that just listen to the actual words that you're saying.
Yeah, if I could just briefly interject. I don't know why we listening at Rashi, whether he's quoting earlier Midrash or not, commenting on the book of Genesis chapter 9 and saying, well, this is the blacks and this is the whites. Like, oh, that's ridiculous. The Bible doesn't deal in terms of race. That's a socioeconomic construct that came centuries later. The Bible actually deals with nationality, not raciality. And raciality is a word that I just made up, but I hope that you understand the pun I was going for on nationality and raciality. That's my made-up word, but the Bible doesn't deal in raciality or issues of race. The Bible does define people according to their skin color and differentiate. The Bible does so according to nations, which is why Midrash is problematic. We have to critique it and analyze it carefully because the Midrash is talking about curse of Ham, but the Bible doesn't say anything about a curse of Ham. There's nowhere in there. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 25, Noah says, cursed be Canaan. So it doesn't say, cursed be Ham. See, you see how they completely fabricated that? It says, cursed be Canaan. And it talks about Canaan being subjugated because this is later used in the narrative of the Israelites taking the promised land from the Canaanites. You see that?
That is correct.
How that happens? Yeah, so like when the Midrash is talking about curse of Ham, that's not a thing. When the rabbi is talking about this is
Canaan was the one that gets cursed.
It talks about the curse of Canaan. That's made up by
the curse of Canaan. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. Curse of be Canaan, as I quoted Genesis chapter 9, verse 25. And so
meaning the Jews are justifying their occupation of the land of Canaan.
Well, of course, that's why it's in there, right? That's why it's in there. God gave us this land, right? That's the whole argument. Is that Canaan is cursed to be subjugated, and the Israelites come later on and subjugate Canaan to take the promised land. It's a conquering. So that's just what the biblical narrative said. I mean, we don't have to get cute about it. That's just what the text said. Believe it or not.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with the whole thing, as far as Christians using it, all that stuff. But what we were specifically talking about is how even the writer to not be specific to say Canaan, right, already shows you the bias, because even that 4th century, it doesn't say Canaan, it says Ham. So that already shows you that the writer is biased to lean to what we're saying. That this writer had an inherent bias against melanated people. Naturally, we can talk about
Where are you getting any words from? You made it all up.
but we can use any word you want to use in exchange of nationality, race, color, whatever, right? But what we're saying is that this writer had the inherent, and if this is an authority in this culture, in Judaism, then we now have to question, okay, if that's like saying, okay, if we find one of the leaders that is on this tip of hatred towards another people, then, and if they co-sign it, and if they're not coming against it, and there's no writings of denouncing this person, then that means that the populace agree with them. Now, people can secretly agree, but what we're saying is if this narrative has been used and has not been corrected, and then when somebody says, hey, you know, it was another one of your rabbis that said that Shem was dark, right? But when somebody says that now, that the rabbis say, okay, well, no, you have no inheritance with Shem. You go over there. As a matter of fact, you're being anti-Semitic. So that's what I'm saying to the gentleman that said earlier that yes, we do need to talk about colonialism and all these things because you cannot separate. I think sometimes it's just because this is the Bible. This has nothing to do with the politics of racism or nationalism. Because there was definitely some nationalism when it comes to who we deal with, who we don't deal with. They do that. They impose this. There was some definite ideology of that. Now, of course, in the century we live in, terms have changed, but that world is not too much different from this world, meaning that their people have their biases, they have their hatred, and that's what we're talking about.
You're just outing yourself. You just came with a whole vile hatred. You brought nothing to the table. You just claimed that there's an idea and you threw in manifest destiny. And then you're saying, which no one ever made an argument today, if you tell me I'm wrong, then you're just using anti-Semitism as a weapon and you're a racist. So
yeah, but
you're using racism as a
Rashi? Will you denounce Rashi?
Why would I denounce Rashi?
Okay, exactly. So then my argument is finished.
No, your argument was stupid from the very beginning.
No, because people that say they have love and they have Torah, the Torah says to love your neighbor as yourself. That's what it says in Leviticus. But these same people that say they believe that will co-sign people who are blatantly racist and then say because he's a scholar, because he's
blatantly racist,
and you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite, and I don't believe anything you can say after that argument because you won't be genuine to say, hey, you know what, that person we have him over there because they don't actually have the fundamental. They don't have the fundamentals of what the Torah actually speaks of. The Torah actually speaks of love, and they don't actually have those fundamental things, so we can't listen to them. You got to do that. So it's nothing you can say.
Remember that time?
Can we agree that certain, they may have maybe not a great interpretation on this thing, but this thing over here might be good, and you can pick and choose what you want to follow when it comes to an interpreter of the Bible. They don't have 100% right, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all wrong. But if we see something that's wrong, we call it out for being wrong. Can we just agree to that?
Is he not denouncing it because he doesn't think it's racist?
I can't agree with that because we're talking about spiritual matters. And if somebody, let's say somebody in the society, in this community, is you hear a racist statement, right? And then you are saying, well, he says a lot of other things correctly. Let me go bring some people to him. Let me talk about this guy, right? He doesn't even have the values and the morals of what he's even talking about. How could I listen to this guy? How could I even, it is no statement he could say that is even maybe correct on this end that I would co-sign. Because the fundamental thing that the whole scriptures is about love, he doesn't have. So why would I negate that? To me, it shows a lot about somebody's character. Now, there might be some other things where we say, okay, well, he said that thing correct.
But aren't you a Hebrew Israelite? Don't you think that God is going to privilege people with dark skin over white skin?
No, that's not the Hebrew. That's not even a Hebrew.
No, you just made an assumption. You just made an
assumption.
That's
why I asked you. I asked you that question.
No,
you just made a huge assumption.
I know. I'm asking you. I'm not making an assumption. I'm saying, don't you? Isn't that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
No, that's not correct.
It's not about
correct. That's not correct. So don't come back with
miscorrect. God won't privilege people with the dark skin over white skin later on when it comes to heaven.
It has nothing
That's incorrect.
to do with skin
We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the
truth. The initial argument that we were having was you are who your father is. That's what that goes to when it talks about his.
Yeah, we're talking.
It has nothing to do with skin.
Yeah, if you don't get confused. We're talking about the matter of what it was. When people, this is a classic argument of people that fall under the white supremacy construct. Is when you bring up an argument to say, hey, this is what it. No, hey, look, this is what it is. They also go and say, well, you're talking about race. Me just stating the facts of what it is, get into race. Where I'm talking about what it is. If the facts of the matter is that the Messiah was melanated, now all of a sudden, oh, it's not about race. I'm just stating a fact. Why are you offended? If you're offended, that means that you have some no. Hey, if you're offended, about the facts.
Okay. But it's not your view that God is going to privilege people with different colored skins over.
I'm not going
to your view. Is that? Are you going to deny that?
Not my view. It is not my view. You came with.
Okay, great. Okay, good. That's all I wanted to hear. That's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is quite. This is a funnier conversation a little bit. We got the. I'm not even gonna do that. I was gonna troll a little bit. You know, I was gonna say we got the fake Jew and the real Jew. I was gonna troll.
Right now, the argument is not about fake Jew and real Jew. The argument is about a verse in the Talmud or a scripture in the Talmud. I don't know what you guys call it.
There's no verse
that is being. Yeah, some nameless author.
Tractates. It's all right. Continue.
She's not talking about a tractate. She's talking about something stated. That's all it is.
Oh, okay.
How about you say what's stated that it's offended you? That's offended.
And we're also talking about why just like.
Hold on. The woman is explaining to me what's going on. Please hold on.
So this is not a Jew verse. It's not a who's the Jew. This is about.
That's what it was sounding like.
I know, but
okay, let her talk. My God.
It was something written in the Talmud that indicated a racial aspect that we were trying to get understanding as to first, why was it written, since it wasn't written in Hebrew, and second, was it interpreted in that manner. That's all it was.
Wait, so state
what is it? What?
Y'all want to go back to that?
It was we could go back to it, but the issue was is that Jews or people that sympathize with Jews, just like with the guy just came on here earlier. I don't know his name. I think it was somebody else, but it was just didn't want to like you hold this.
Bro, can you tell me the statement, please? I'm trying to hear the statement.
Sanhedrin 108.
All right, can you read it to me? Can you read it to me, please? Thank you.
No, I think you can go look it up because I'm
at work right now. I can't. Yeah. I'm saying that's why I wanted to hear you read it, if you don't mind. I thought that's what the sister was gonna do.
I am driving, so I'm not gonna be able to read it. And Brandon, why do you sound like a guy named Andrew or somebody else?
There's a brother called Andrew on here, but that's not me. That's another guy.
There's somebody else. This is not you right here. This is somebody else.
Who?
But
what do you mean?
I don't know. I know it's been a while since I've been on it. But anyways, it had. Are you familiar with the writing in the Talmud about? It says something along the lines of Ham was inflicted with blackness. That's what we're talking about. Are you familiar with that?
Nah, I'm not familiar with it. That's why I want him to read it.
You didn't ask, vaguely. Not well enough.
The Curse of Ham? You guys don't know the Curse of Ham?
Well, I've heard that from Christians. I don't know.
Do you feel just like superiority right now? Because this is like I've been listening for like 2 days, and I think it's like the 20th topic that most of the people in these rooms don't know what you're talking about, but they're like, how do you not know the Curse of Ham type shit, you know?
You know, I just think that...
Because she's not asking about the Curse of Ham. That's a colloquial thing.
Maybe that's how I was just...
I just think that there's some things in our writings that we hold to be true that and when I say we, I'm just saying in general that, you know, even in the world of Christianity, like we don't really want to talk about the Amalekite babies that are being slammed with their heads on the rock. But we have to stand on what our verses say. I mean, and even if you are a Jew or Jewish, you have to stand on that. Malachi babies got slammed with the rocks. That's what it was saying.
I'm gonna stand on that.
With all that being said, we got to hold those who, who commit to the Talmud, we have to hold you to your writing and ask questions about it, right?
Not everything in the Talmud is authoritative. Like that's a wrong conception to have.
I wanted to correct something earlier too because it's Sanhedrin 108. It's Sanhedrin 108 and 15, and also why they coined it. This is in the 4th century. Why they coined it the curse of Ham is because first place he didn't say Cain. He said the raven was punished that it spits and Ham was afflicted that his skin turned. He didn't say Canaan. So the issue is that the writer already has a racial bias, a nationality bias, or whatever.
Can you read it to me, please? Do you mind if you actually read? You quoted it. Can you read the full thing to me? If you don't mind.
Yes.
Please, please. I'm generally asking.
The sages taught 3 violated the directive and engaged in intercourse while in the ark. All 3 of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog, the raven, and Ham, the son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was punished that it spits, and Ham was afflicted that his skin turned black.
Okay, thank you. Where's the problem with that? Like, you generally got a problem with that? I don't see a problem with that.
Well, it may not be a problem for you.
No, explain to me what the problem is. Hold on.
Before we get to the problem.
He has to explain what the problem is. God made a person black. Hold on, please, bro. God made a person black. Is that a problem?
No, the problem is affliction, meaning something like a disease, is blackness. That's what we got.
And now
hold on, wait, real quick. The same thing.
Yeah.
I'm very much not familiar, but now that you brought it out, hold on. I've listened. Please, I just listened to what you just said. I just listened to what you just said. The consequence of Adam was death, right? So are you now gonna say death is a bad thing?
Are you calling black death? What are you talking about?
I'm not making them analogous. I'm not making those 2 things analogous. Get my point. What you said was that a bad thing for God to give that consequence, correct? That was your point.
Are you?
Brandon, please stop. First of all, let's get back to what.
Why am I stopping?
Brandon,
interrupting.
We don't understand where you're coming from.
You just said I'm not. See, this is not about me right now. You just told me.
Let him ask a question and answer.
Like, damn, you lot are just going so crazy. I'm asking you a question. You just told me that when you read that verse, it seems to you. Well, it's not even a verse, but you get what I'm saying. It seems to you like blackness is a punishment. It's a consequence of someone's actions. So I asked you, do you see the same thing with Adam and Eve when Adam was told that he was going to die?
The problem is,
and where, like...
No, is that in Hebrew, it doesn't say that at all. No, it's not like
the Hebrew. It doesn't say you turn black. It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say...
So if that's the only problem you have, then cool. I mean, it's not really a problem.
Okay, Brandon, let's read what it actually says. I'm
gonna stop now. I'm gonna stop. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Let's see what it actually says. It says the rabbis thought there were 3 that had intercourse on the ark, and they were all punished: the dog, the raven, and Ham. The dog was tied. You know exactly what that means. The raven got his punishment, and then Ham was inflicted in its skin. That's all it says. Inflicted in the skin. We don't know what that means. Rashi explains that to mean that he had Cush come from him, which is the grandson of Ham, who gets punished. Why is Cush punished? He doesn't explain why. We have to go further and see why. But it says the punishment of his skin was he had a descendant that was problematic.
Hey, see, and that I should have asked him to finish it off. I hear what you're saying now. That's why you kept on telling me to.
Do you agree, Mayor? Also, that the translation says the translator is translating according to Rashi? One second. Mayor, do you agree that many translations translate according to Rashi, and that's where that Davidson translation gets and became black?
But their complaint it says Cush. Cush is a country. Right. That's all he says. Now, Canaan, who gets punished again for what he does to his grandfather, is the land of Canaan, and he gets cursed. They want to take that to say all of blackness is cursed. Like that's just not.
Well, Cush is not a country; it's a people. One of the sons of Ham.
I meant the nation. I stand corrected. I meant the nation.
I mean, it's both. Like,
No, Brandon. No, he's talking about
Genesis 11.
No, I meant the nation.
He's talking about the nation before they had. Yeah, before they were a country.
They don't necessarily have borders and land.
Yeah,
Just it's the way we know it.
It's the lineage of Cush that was,
And I don't know who they are.
You don't know who Cush is? That's the Ethiopians, man.
You decided that based on a Greek translation. That's possible, very possible. Totally wrong.
I hear it. It's quite interesting, though. I mean, even if it did say that they were punished with black skin, I don't see the problem with that. I really don't.
Well, it does make it sound like blackness is a negative, does it not?
No, not really.
No? Okay, you're going to be punished with having long hair. Does that mean I like long hair, or long hair is a punishment?
You might not like long hair. Someone else might like it.
Okay.
I'm saying that what I think happened is Ham didn't like blackness. So Ham was the first racist. So when you tell him black, he was annoyed. And then, all these black people, they're annoyed at the Ham thing. Maybe that's what it is. Self-inflicted pain. I hate being black. From the ancient forefather.
Well, even then, it doesn't actually say that, right? To me, it looks like a progression.
And they didn't quote the whole thing because they're trying to summarize.
Well, no, to me, it just looks like a cultural progression.
There's no confusion about what Rashi is saying. There's no confusion about Rashi saying that black is less. There's no confusion about it.
To me, it just looks like a cultural progression. Like the first is just afflicted.
It's not a cultural
progression. That sounds like. Can you let me speak? I have barely spoken. For fuck's sake. So to me, it sounds like a cultural progression. It says afflicted in the skin. That could be a rash. That could be a sunburn. That could be a whatever. And then it goes on to, it's Cush. Well, that just means separated out, right? You're a different people than us now, right? You're just over there. And then some guy comes along in the 5th century and whatever, and he's like, oh, Cush, that means Ethiopian, so they must be back. Like it's just a freaking cultural.
No. The correct thing is Canaan was cursed, right? So the person that's writing, if you're this scholar rabbi,
I'm talking about this one specific text.
Exactly, and I'm talking about the 4th century passage. Exactly what I'm talking about. It says that Ham skin was turned black. The curse, the Noah pronounced the thing on. It was about Canaan. So for the writer to not understand that, when he has the text in front, when the writer has the text in front, when the writer is writing, when the writer of this commentary is writing, he has the text in front of him. He knows that if anything, Noah said the thing against Canaan. For this writer to say Ham is an inherent bias to start something. As an inherent bias.
Why was Canaan cursed?
Huh?
Why did Noah curse Canaan?
No, we're talking about what I'm just talking about.
I am talking about what you're talking about.
Is the writer don't deal with the fact that
why did Noah curse Canaan?
We all know because Ham had he saw his father's nakedness. We know
Who
that.
saw his father's nakedness?
I just said Ham.
Right. So then that's not fine. And
no. But what I'm saying is Noah said.
Bro, you gotta listen to him.
In Sanhedrin, they are the raven, the dog, and Ham cursed.
Because they had sex on the ship, so there's a
discrepancy. Totally different thing. That's his point.
Yeah. So you're barking up the wrong tree. Different curse.
No. I'm barking up the right tree because I'm saying that the writer was racist. The writer was a hate monger. He was a bigot. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
We know
Okay, well,
There were a bunch of racists in the 4th century. Who cares? That's not how they're
we know that's what you think, bro. Let's just chill out a little bit. Cause it's not.
Okay.
You said who cares, and that's exactly my point.
Is,
You're proving my point.
I mean, that's the beauty of Judaism is that they adjust with the fucking times. And they recognize racism. They say, that was back then. It doesn't serve us any purpose. Why would we interpret it that way? No. That's why they have all the commentaries.
And that's why some of the biggest rabbis are still celebrated today. Yeah, okay, get it. We get it. You know what I'm saying?
Things are talking like looking at little bones, but that doesn't mean I don't like his physics.
It's invalid. The argument is invalid. Somebody just on here said that they still would hold to Rashi, even though he said that.
Noam Chomsky kissed up to Jeffrey Epstein, but that doesn't invalidate the universal grammar hypothesis.
Okay, but you want to be authority on the book talking about love, and you're going to tell me that you hate somebody, and we supposed to believe you. Get out of here. Get out of here.
No one ever said that. No one ever said that they hated it. He just added that. He just added that.
Are not an authority.
To me, it sounds like you're reading it through a lens of internalized racism.
That's what I'm saying to you, and that's why Ham was so upset. Ham was so upset because when God said you're going to be with black, he internalized it. This is an internal.
God did not say that.
You can see it in Ham's. You can see it in Ham's descendancy right now.
Gave him a fucking STI. Like, come on.
You must be trolling. That's what it is.
Listen, I have to be trolling at this point. I actually can't understand that a black man is so annoyed that, according to someone's history, that they were cursed with black skin. Why are you getting so mad, bro?
It's all made up. Will you guys stop taking this shit so seriously?
Yeah, jeez.
No, I believe it. I'm not even gonna lie. I believe in that.
Okay, I'm not running around being incensed that
so we're not gonna get
Hera fucking, beat up a bunch of Greek women because of her philanderous fucking husband. Like, this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, man. I like being pushy.
Brandon comes in. He don't know he's dipping and dabbing, don't know what's happening. He's just out here, like, saying words.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening.
You was not listening, honey.
No, I was listening. That's why I asked the questions I did, based off of my faulty knowledge.
Nah, you came in, guns are blazing, trying to slap people, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
I ain't trying to slap no one.
Have we moved on?
I think we have. Thank God. Look, you cursed and that's it. Let's move on.
He left.
Oh, man. Oh, he left. Damn.
Nameless, you like how I was putting a smack down on those Christians yesterday?
Which Christians? I don't particularly like smacking down Christians. Which ones are you talking about? No, I think in America, Christians need to be supported.
Nah, man, chins are a bit crazy in the head. Gotta be careful.
Brandon, are you an atheist?
I got a question. No. If somebody of your status, if somebody, a Jewish rabbi, says something racist towards us, and the Jewish nation has not yet closed the gap, should we respect y'all as a people?
I don't think what she said is racist.
I'm
asking the question. You said that's your question, but answer the question.
Just like some Hebrew Israelites say all sorts of shitty racist shit. I don't.
I don't turn it on us. I ask you a direct question.
Individuals,
we can deal with Hebrew Israelites. We can deal with Hebrew Israelites when I ask that question. I ask you a question. Don't misdirect. I said if a number of your prominent rabbis have hold to racist statements and have not closed the gap to denounce these people, should we respect y'all as a people?
Do whatever you want. You're gonna anyway. You can't with white supremacy and think you're just a bigoted racist who hate white people. So go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, man.
So you won't answer the question.
To be fair, look, I'm gonna answer the question.
Brandon, are you white?
No, I'm not white. No.
Okay, no, I'm not talking to you then. I'm not talking to you. The question is not for you. The question is the question is not for you, so you can't answer. It's for a Jew that wants him.
I'm a Jew. Hold on, stop. I'm a Jew. Hold on, stop.
Why are you guys so
There you go. Look, I fulfill the category.
The question is for a Jew that says that
that's white. A white Jew.
Listen, is that black people hate him and all this other stuff. But my question is what I just asked: should we respect them if they're leaders and the people that they still hold in high regard and they have not denounced, just like how people were denouncing these Confederate soldiers and all these other people? Should we respect y'all as a people? Should we sing Kumbaya and hold hands with you?
I mean, I don't fucking think all Portuguese are racist just because most of them were slave traders back in the day.
This is the thing. Notice this. Is that I don't issue.
I will answer.
Only can answer if you're Jewish, right?
I am Jewish. Hold on. I am Jewish though. That's what I'm saying to you.
No.
I'm saying I'm black though.
No. I'll answer. I think if you look over history, right? Especially in modern history in the West and in America, for sure, many prominent Jewish thinkers, writers, theologians have pointed out and said, yes, we have some of this stuff in our traditions, and we keep it in there to learn how we'd like to progress, right? I think Horace said it right. We are progressive. We are a very progressive culture, and just because we continue to learn Rashi, we're going to continue learning Rashi, right? But we could say, yeah, that comment of Rashi doesn't sound that great. Kind of sounds kind of racist. It's okay to admit that, right? But we don't have to stand on the street corner. And say we repudiate the Rambam. Like, if that's your expectation, that's not going to happen.
No, what I'm saying.
No, wait. I want to say that when we started this conversation, Caleb was not on board that we come to this place. He said that part, other people have rebuked it, and we don't have to agree with it. So we have come to some sort of middle ground.
No, I agree with that statement.
To say something. Good job. Jesus.
Yeah, I do.
I agree with that statement.
Now that I have, in all fairness, I have seen those rabbis that have said something. Here's my issue again, what you just said at the end of your statement. If this person has a church, let's say they have a church, and they say they're authority on the scriptures, but they have said a racial statement towards a people, but they're saying, unless you just say that black people are not included and we're not in the conversation, then that's cool. But if you're saying that, hey, everybody's included, this and that, what I'm saying is you still won't renounce the people. This book, the Torah about love, does the two greatest commandments hinge upon love Yahuwah with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, but love your neighbor as yourself. Do you agree with that?
Depends who your neighbor is. Depends who your neighbor is.
Listen, I don't.
No, I was asking. I think it was Caleb. I was asking him, does he believe that?
How do you pronounce your name? How do you pronounce your name?
Yahu Chesed.
I'm gonna just say Yah. Here's the thing.
Hey, that was a good attempt at Hebrew though, bro. That was a good attempt.
Brandon, come on now.
Yo.
Here's the thing. Do you denounce Nat Turner? And he preached and he did what he did. Do you denounce him?
Do I denounce him?
No.
Right? Did he kill the people to get out of slavery?
Yeah, he did.
Do you denounce him because he
was
read the Bible? No, he wasn't racist.
He was. Look what he done to the white people.
He was not racist.
Man, look what he done to the white people. He was racist, man.
No, I only denounce people that did not hold to what I hold to, which is love Yahuwah with all your mind, soul, and strength. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Do you denounce Nat Turner? Because he wasn't loving people when he was out there taking them out. I don't denounce.
I disagree. So he loved his people. So if you look at the Bible and say, well, David didn't love his people because he killed these people over here, you saying that too?
What you're saying is that you expect the the Jewish people to denounce one of their like favorite guys because he said something racist.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If they say they are authority on the scriptures, if they say they are authority on the scriptures, right, and they're talking about the Torah which says in Leviticus to love your neighbor and all this other stuff, then if they're going to come and tell me this, and the very person that they still will co-sign, I'm not talking about doing another whole bunch of stuff. I'm talking about racism is not just racism, it's hatred. So if a person has hatred towards me, how are we supposed to even have a conversation? How are we supposed to even?
It's kind of like if you're a Christian Republican and you don't denounce Trump after he posted that video with the monkeys, and you say, "Oh, well, you know, it wasn't it wasn't this, it wasn't that." It's just constant like apologizing and just not holding your leaders accountable. I think he's just making a simple point. I'm really not sure why to push back.
Because he's
Exactly. If you're not going to help,
Because it's crazy to think that they're not gonna denounce Russia. Just
because he's full of hate. He came in with John and he's saying it's supposed to be the pucka.
You know, you guys have been doing this for like 2 hours now.
Sully, okay, you still haven't told us about these Dungeons and Dragons, so you gotta
You should have announced Malcolm X and Martin Luther.
Just like, it doesn't have to be we're talking about race or nothing. You understand there are like
Sully,
more
we
interesting
sit here
things to
talking
think about and talk about.
and it's boring. Y'all have the same conversation every
You know, well, I know, but you've been like since you came back, you've been like trying to fucking run these rooms yourself, like for like the past like 2-3 days.
You can help. You can definitely help when they're over talking. You can definitely step in and say, "Hey, you guys, let the other person finish," because that's all I've been doing.
No, you've been like guiding the conversation towards things you want to talk about, like the Jews and black people all day.
Sully,
Okay.
would you rather us talk about white people all day? Let's do that.
No, I would rather have a non-racial conversation about something interesting.
Okay, so
you know?
put something on the table, Sully. Go for it. I'm listening.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this is really not that hard. So I don't know why you're like putting this challenge.
Sully,
difficult. Okay, how about we talk about literally anything? We could talk about Newcomb's problem. We could talk about Zeno's paradoxes. We could talk about the fish paradox. We could talk about fucking internalism versus externalism. We could talk about philosophy of mind. I can literally list basically any other subject would be more insane.
Start the conversation. Start the conversation.
It would be easy if you would stop doing that shit you're doing right now.
You came in.
You know what? Sully, are you still on the everything's a voting, Sully?
I've never said.
Oh my God, Sully's stuck. I won't even start with him.
No, Sully wants to talk. We're all ears.
Maybe we have a problem with that. I mean,
Like you stop the conversation.
it's recognizable that Trump is hearing what people are saying. I didn't say I want to talk. I just brought up like fucking 8
There's all
subjects.
these other people on the stage that can change the conversation. Nobody's stopping them.
What you could do is stop talking, right? And then the conversation will naturally shift into something else.
What do you think about Jack Harlow's new thing that he named it Monica, which is just like my nigga? Is that racist? Oh wait, oops, we can't talk about race.
We can't talk about race.
But Monica is that. Monica, I mean.
Okay, you know what? Have fun with this stuff.
Yeah, look at him, he's leaving. Look, he's gonna run out.
No, he just should change the conversation. Like he has.
Let him leave, man. Let him leave.
He doesn't have to leave. He could just change it.
He said he's out. He said he's out. He said he's gonna leave.
Anybody on the stage can change the conversation. We are not stuck on one topic. So I'm just waiting. We'll give it a few. Let's give it a few minutes and let's see what they want to talk about. Because it's for the people.
I'm not the people. I thought I was one of the people.
You are one of the people, so you're free to change the conversation, but it can't be about black stuff.
So is there sin in heaven, or did?
Hey, I can't lie. That sounds bad. That sounds crazy. We really can't be about black stuff.
Okay, ain't nobody got time for this black shit. Let's talk about something else.
That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy that they say that it's Shabbat. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Wait.
So was there sin in heaven, or did sin start in the garden?
I think sin started in the
Sully
garden.
doesn't want to talk about the Bible, God. So let's not talk about the Bible.
That's where it
different
started.
Conversation.
No, I think he just said not racism. So the
No,
Bible.
Yeah, he said.
But I also don't really care.
In the chat, he said he don't want to talk about the Bible. He's
Well,
not right.
Could you exegete Genesis 8:21?
Sully, are you okay with that? Because I know you're tired of my voice.
Man, why are we even listening to his authority, man? What do you mean
I'm
tired
trying
of
to.
your voice?
I am trying to. He says I'm running. I'm just trying to allow everybody to speak. Usually it's Bob who in, but Bob hasn't said anything.
This is their sleeping hours.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry you stuck with me. I'm just trying to keep the room cool. Nameless, what verse are you referring to?
I have to leave in 2 minutes. I want to hear your take on Genesis 8:21.
Can you read it out loud? Because I'm driving.
Oh yeah, but that's not going to be a good thing. Maybe I can't read it out loud. What's going on here?
Oh, man.
And God smelled a pleasant odor. This is when Noah gets out of the ark. God smelled a pleasant odor, and God resolved, never again will he doom the earth because of mankind, since the testing of the human's mind and evil from youth, nor will he ever again destroy every living being as I have done. So the part that I wanted to hear your take on is the human mind are evil from birth.
Okay. Evil from birth. I would need to read that.
Damn, man.
I don't know how long you're going to be here. If you're here by the time I'm finished driving, I can definitely
Well, I'm going to take
read it.
I have like a 15-20 minute meeting, and then I have to finish the spreadsheet, so I'll probably waste some more time with your plans.
Well, we appreciate it because we appreciate it. Anybody else?
I think that's a good verse, man. I think that's talking about how when you're young, you're evil. You know, you got evilness in your heart and your mind and your brain. You know what I'm saying? And they act upon that evil, you know what I'm saying? And they grow up doing that evil, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's why God had to flood the earth in the first place, because he said that they were evil. They was filling the earth with violence. That's what it says, violence.
Well, it's because he made a mistake.
Let me welcome Necro to the stage. Necro, you are welcome to talk about anything. It just can't be no shit. Okay?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no black stuff. If you're black, get out the room.
Well, everything goes about it. Everything's black.
No.
I've got black traders
We
and we
can't
can't talk about it.
We don't want Sully to be offended. I'm not going to allow for it.
I think Sully is secretly black and he just hates himself. I think that's
I'm telling you, that's the curse of Ham, man.
Sully's not black.
That's the curse of Ham, man.
No, he's not. He's not black. What's his credit score? He has red hair. He's
Exactly.
Black people. Who said what's his credit score? Whoever said what's his credit score is a damn.
For the record, black people do have red hair, but I don't want us to talk about no black shit, so we gotta talk about
Okay, let me go back to that verse.
He's white.
Let me go back to that verse.
I always thought he was, but
Well, also God.
what
Wait,
did you
God is
want to bring
black,
to
so
the
we can't talk about God.
right? That's what he said. We're not
Oh my days! Did you hear this guy? Somebody come look at this.
Ta-da, you're a Christian, right?
I would say so. Yeah. Why not?
Oh, she not Christian, man. She. Why not?
One thing I would never do is deny Jesus Christ and Him crucified. So, but when you say Christian, that comes with a lot of colonization and
here it goes.
That stuff. So but I will not deny Jesus Christ and Him crucified. But we can't talk about the Bible. So, Necro, what would you like to add?
I'd just like to add that Jesus is coming up as being his almost 2,000 years at number one hide and seek champion. oh, my days.
Well, a grace period is a grace period. He's trying to allow for everyone to have the ability to get it together.
Hey, man.
What?
I need that. I need that
Seems like
eternal life right
diminishing
now.
returns because they've gone from having about 500 million people on the planet to 8 billion, and then seems like you're losing more than you're gaining with that.
He went from 12 disciples to 7 billion. 2 billion Christians. You know what I'm saying?
Few are called, Cora, and many are called, and few are chosen. It's not going to be a lot.
Then you're called few will answer.
You would answer.
Yeah, few will answer. Hey.
But to our Heavenly Father, a day is worth 1,000 years. So technically, It's only been 2 days, right?
God, nice, nice.
You like how I did that?
Hey, that's a nice quote, man.
It takes longer to do things.
He's not always there when you call, but he's always on time.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, he's always there when I call. I don't know about you. He there. Yeah, I don't know about that. He don't see, if you call him, he can't miss a call. Because if he misses a call,
you guys
hey, if God's not answering your prayers, you need to brush your teeth. Oh, good, so we can talk about
yeah, you brush
You can talk about black shit. Sully's gone.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you guys hear me? I want to talk about Snoop Dogg.
Okay, what about you? Like Snoop Dogg?
No, Snoop Dogg likes
the next episode.
Flag. We can't talk about it.
I was like,
No, Sully is gone. We can talk about black shit now.
yeah, I like Young, Wild, and Free. I also like.
Can you give us your favorite verse? Go.
So what, we get drunk, so we smoke weed. We're just having fun. We don't.
Yep, that's the core.
that's right.
Negro, you like to do hood rat things with your friends, don't you?
That's right.
What?
I say you like to do hood rat things with your friends, don't you?
It depends.
That's why they call him the Caucasian Cushy. That's why they do that, man.
Christian, you had you were given high praise after you left. To let you know.
I did not hear the high praise, but I'm so glad people were able to get
Tell
me.
me about high
Yeah,
praise. Your voice is deeper than mine.
What'd you say, Necro?
I just said that Christian's voice is deeper than mine.
Oh, it's like me, then Necro, then Christian.
What happened?
But Converse said that you have so much information to share and that you're very well versed in Hebrew.
Converse was the one who was shitting on the Muslim.
No.
Yeah, we don't like the Muslim.
Yes. That's great. Well, I'm glad Converse thought so. To let him know I said thank you. I don't know if he's here or not, but
No, he's not here.
nah, that's fantastic.
We learned today that the Muslims don't believe that they in the same God as the Jews. That's why.
Yeah, you didn't know that? I mean,
it's literally based on the same God, though.
But
no. See, this is the problem.
Yeah, it is.
Right? You think about everything, don't you?
They go. Listen, I know my stuff. Look.
Brandon, have you ever read the story of Isaac and Ishmael?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're aware that Muslims believe in that as well.
Well, they believe in the opposite way. They think that Ishmael was the chosen son.
They don't know that.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Man, you ain't had a conversation with a Muslim before.
I have.
If you look in my feed, all you're gonna see is Amir, right?
The name of the kid.
If you ask Amir,
no.
if you gonna ask Amir, he gonna tell you the Hadith say that it was Ishmael who got the promise. I swear to you, go ask the Muslims.
Unnamed, but yeah, there is scholarship that says it's Ishmael, but it is unnamed ultimately.
Well, Necro, the difference that I think he's explaining is that, and this is the difference of the story from like Judaism or Christianity, is that both the sons are honored, right? But Ishmael is important because he's considered the answer, right, of the Arab, and then he's part of the lineage leading to the Muhammad, right? In Christianity, in Judaism, it's a little bit different on how Isaac and Ishmael are viewed, right? In terms of how they play that role. Now that doesn't mean though that there is not a big similarity and a big point to a large sharing of story, right? It just means that it's viewed differently in terms of how their roles played. On top of that, there's also the sacrifice story, but I don't know if you want to get into a whole.
Well, I understand. The thing is, the narrative does change because of, I guess, Arab-Jew rivalry, but specifically, the fact is they believe in, the prophets that the Jews believe in. So, they believe, yeah, they do. They believe in Moses.
They don't believe in Jeremiah.
No,
they don't.
Yes, they do.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, people don't believe in Jeremiah, bro.
Brandon, have you talked to any Muslim?
Bro, if you go onto my profile page, right, and you look at my conversation I had, all you see is them with Muslims, bro. I talk to Muslims frequently.
Yeah. I've never met a single Muslim who said they don't believe in Jeremiah.
Bro, I was in the room yesterday.
Brandon, can I ask you a slightly different?
So most likely both things are true, not the one person who just says, "Well, I've never heard of this." So both, you know.
No, I hear
If
it.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Do you recognize Jeremiah?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So you recognize Jeremiah. You just don't believe in Jeremiah. And
I'm not Muslim. Hold on, I'm not Muslim. I'm not.
No. I know. I'm just.
Well, Christian, why are you asking the question?
Well, the point of the question is that he's saying that he doesn't. I mean, you were trying to make the point that he believed in Jeremiah. It sounded like
No,
I'm saying that Muslims believe in Jeremiah.
Repeat that, Mecca.
Yeah, kind of important fact of the conversation.
Does anybody know, is there any documents that talk about Ishmael, between Ishmael's lifeline until Muhammad gets here? Is there like a
There's some historical books, yeah, that you can, but when you deal with that history, it's more like trading, paganism, the Kaaba, and how they believed in multiple different gods.
Ishmael fell into paganism? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, facts. Even in the Bible, the prophet Jeremiah speaks about their paganism. Yeah. He tells the children of Israel to use them as an example. Go to Kedar, which is one of the settlements of the sons of Ishmael, and see did they ever change their God.
Is there a separate book that documents the life of Ishmael?
Not a separate book, no.
Or do they get their information from the Torah and the...
Well, they have hadiths and stuff like that.
I'm talking about not the hadiths, because the hadiths explain supposedly the Quran. I'm talking about, so you know how we have the New Testament and we refer to the Torah. Does the Quran have enough outside of the Torah that it refers to? Because it doesn't really speak about what happens to Ishmael.
No, it doesn't. It only refers. No, it doesn't.
The Quran doesn't, but there are historic genealogies that were written.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. But
that's
way
independent of Islam.
Wait, hold on, Brandon.
I was asking for, I thought.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
Just to clarify.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Were there, that kind of, that's what.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm listening.
No, there was another guy he wanted to speak. Oh yeah, I was just gonna comment on that. Right, is that in the Hadith, right? It's the sayings of Muhammad, right? It adds more detail about his life in Mecca, but it doesn't he doesn't independently speak of himself, or he's not independently talked about. And in the Quran, it kind of just mentions him more as a prophet, so it doesn't really get into him as much. And the genealogies that they write about him,
you're gonna have to just come through. You're just gonna have to come through.
Brandon, go on mute. You're hot mic.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
And the genealogies that they connected Ishmael to through Muhammad, right, was done through oral tradition, right? And there was historians that record these lineages like bin Hisham and then bin Hisham, right? And my Muslim's terrible, or my language is terrible, but please forgive, right? And they trace, right, Muhammad's ancestry through the tribe of Quraysh back to Ishmael, right? That's how they get the genealogy, right? But even in the scholarship, right, this lineage is just well known up to the figure of Anan, right, which is the ancestor of Muhammad, and it's not really certain between Anan and Ishmael, which is why when we see the genealogies being wrote of him, and then how he is talked about within the Hadith and then the Quran separately, it becomes something that's kind of like a gray area in terms of the viewpoint.
I find that funny though, because do you think that lineage is authentic?
That's the most commonly recognized genealogy, and then the actual lineage that's recognized with it. That's usually the most.
Because Ibn Ishaq is one that Muslims generally don't consider to be as trusted. Like when they quote to sources about Muhammad's life, they're usually referring to Al-Bukhari or to Sahih Muslim.
Yeah, al-Bukhari's and Sahih Muslim is the two prominent ones. They like to deny the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even have what Ibn Ishaq actually wrote. We have an abridged version that his students, so.
Yeah. Hey man, but according to the Muslims, you should trust the student because they're very good at oral tradition and remembering stuff.
Well, actually, no. I mean, like I said, Ibn Ishaq is one that they don't trust.
Oh, they don't. Oh, yeah, they don't. For real, you're telling the truth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows though, man? I mean, who cares? It's just another guy in the desert.
Yep. Who very likely suffered from seizures.
Listen, look. If a guy in the desert came up to me and told me he went into a cave and he saw a being and the being told him to squeeze, pardon me, the being the being said to him, read, and then he squeezed him when he didn't read. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think I would listen to that guy. I'll be real.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like he suffered from epileptic seizures.
Not only that, you know what I'm saying? He was by himself. If he was with other people, I maybe believe him. But I still have to cross-examine him. The three people, let's say, four people.
Yeah. No,
I wonder what Wadaka thought, because Wadaka is the one who told him it was Gabriel. Wadaka, the Khadijah's uncle. That's where Muhammad went. He ran to Wadaka, and he said,
no, that was, what's his name? That was Muhammad's cousin.
Yeah. Khadijah's uncle, Muhammad's cousin. They've got two stories. But anyway, I don't really care. You get my point. Whoever that person was, I wonder what he was thinking. I don't know how he told him that was Angel Gabriel, and you never seen the angel. Hey, that's like someone coming to me right now telling me that Tom just spoke to me. Pardon me. That's like me. That's like me going to That's like me going to someone on the stage right now. I can't see my phone and saying, "Yo, hey, Alex just spoke to you. That person you was just speaking. Yeah, his name's Alex." You know what I'm saying? And then he's like, "Yeah, that guy was Alex, man, and he was a smart guy." I don't know, man.
Yeah.
If there ain't 3 million people there to witness it, I don't believe it, man. I'm just being honest.
Well, Brandon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's going on?
So, we know that, up to Anan, right, with the lineage from Muhammad back to Anan is, well preserved, and it's pretty well, widely agreed upon of that lineage. But it's uncertain between Anan and then Ishmael, right, because there's versions, and the scholars, say that the section is not always reliable, things of that nature. So, what certainty or what belief do you have of the genealogy between Anan and Ishmael, in your opinion or in your viewpoint?
Hey man, I'll just be honest. I don't have an opinion. And the reason why is because there is at least some piece of evidence to prove that he may be of the genealogy, even if some of them contradict in manuscripts, or even if some of them say that this part of it is inauthentic. So who knows? But if you really want to know, personally, what my belief is, without the evidence, that guy wasn't an Ishmaelite. He went from Ishmael. I don't believe that.
Well, there's different people who offer different ones, right? There's, Banashak, right? And it basically it's the genealogy linking Muhammad and Anan and Ishmael, right? And then there's Ben Assam, right? Which is kind of editing his earlier work, so removed some of the genealogy details. And then there's Al-Tabari, right? Which wrote the history, including the genealogies, and then he included multiple versions of the lineage, so not one. So when he included multiple of those, right, the versions kind of contradicted each other in a way.
Oh man, see,
because he offered multiple, but then here's where we also fall into another one, is that A lot of it is passed through oral tradition, right? Because the pre-Islamic and then the early Islamic Arabs, right, preserved the lineage through poetry, and then the tribes, and these were later written down. So when we like try to look at this genealogy and lineage and say, okay, well, where does this uncertainty come from? What's the explanation for this uncertainty? Where can this gap be filled? Well, the problem is that there isn't. So it's kind of up to who do you think wrote it the best? Who do you think, preserved it the best? And where can we fill that gap in? And it seems like, in your opinion, that we don't really have evidence.
Yeah, we can't. You see, if there was, it's not like the Bible, right? If it was like the Bible, then we can do textual criticism and reconstruct the original manuscript. That's what textual criticists do to this day when it comes to the Bible. You can't do that with the Quran, respectfully. You can't do any of that type of information. It's too small. It's not enough of it.
But what I see, Brandon, is that this is what a lot of scholars say, at least Muslim scholars, is that, like I said earlier, the lineage is accurate up to a non, right? And beyond that, they have to base it on the traditions from the Torah or other earlier sources. So that's my question to you, is that should we base that gap or that uncertain part of that lineage of the Torah to be able to say, no, you don't think no?
Oh no,
you don't think so?
Nah, man.
Well, I mean, that's what a lot of Muslim scholars say is most logical, because as we know,
that is dumb as hell.
The people.
Yeah.
This is the question that I would have. What is the last name that they have in their records that is authentic, right? And if we can find that name in the Bible, then maybe we can do that. But if we can't do nothing with that stuff, man. Because you can find a lineage from Muhammad in the Bible, but if you can't authentically connect it to the lineage that you already have, then who is this? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
They'll say Deuteronomy chapter 18, or they'll point to
that's not lineage.
Yeah. They'll say that they'll rise from among you a prophet. They'll think that that's talking about Muhammad. The people who Moses spoke to at the Kaaba was Muhammad's ancestors, apparently.
Moses spoke to Muhammad's ancestors?
That's what they would have us believe.
That's what they said?
In Deuteronomy chapter 18, they say it predicts Muhammad, when it says the verse where it says, I shall bring from arise you, a prophet shall rise from among you. So the people that Moses is speaking to at Mount Horeb, that those are Muhammad's ancestors, is what they would expect us to.
That is crazy.
And Brandon, in terms of Ishmael's lineage in the Bible, it usually includes his 12 sons. Yeah. And that's usually what it includes in terms of the lineage, is his 12 sons. And then it will go along, to other ones, but it doesn't really have that. But that's based on the scripture, right? It's usually him and his 12 sons, like Dar and Nebiah, right? But what's not in the Bible is any line after that leads to Muhammad. That's not in the Bible.
Exactly.
And that's where there's the disconnect.
You know what I was thinking as well? I was thinking for a second, how can Ishmael be the Arabs? That's another thing. Because when you look at the story of Genesis, Ishmael was living in Beersheba. You weren't living in the Arabian Peninsula, bro. You know what I'm saying? So that was another little red flag for me. I was thinking, how does that connect? Unless they went down there and conquered all those people and took the land from them.
Yeah, I mean, just in general though, it's when I read about all the prophecies that they say that were of Muhammad, when they talk about John 14, where they insist that the Comforter that's promised was Muhammad, they say.
Hey, Premise. What's going on, Premise?
But wasn't Muhammad sent by Allah?
I don't know you's hiding here. You hiding with the folks today, yeah?
You left.
Oh no, never mind. He's here. He's here. Still there.
Yeah.
Long time no see, though, bro. What you been studying recently?
Long time no see, huh?
Yeah, I haven't seen it all from this one.
What you been studying? Hey, Promise, what you been studying, bro? Damn. Free it up, man. Hey, give me everything in your pocket. Tell me everything you learned, man.
Some of that Mishnah.
You ain't reading that Mishnah, bro. You ain't even got one.
Okay.
Plus, look, Premise, you can read that all you want, you know, but that's written. The sages, the Tanaim, they wrote it in such a way that you won't be able to understand it because you're a Gentile.
So they would say.
You didn't know that?
Gentiles can't read Mishnah, don't understand the Mishnah?
Yeah, man, they don't understand that.
You think the Tanaim wrote it in some kind of code to keep the Gentile away?
Yeah, they put that in the code, bro.
Interpretation, Caleb.
No, I'm playing Caleb. He knows I'm showing it as well. Oh. You know what I'm saying? They read that stuff in code, so when the goyim, when they read that stuff, right, they get confused. What they talking about? Oh, you know what I don't even want to be rude, yeah. I don't know if you know them people, but Premise, but there's that guy called Bands. He be on that other app, Clubhouse. Clubhouse. I'm going crazy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, man. There's that Muslim guy called Bands that's on that other app. Yeah. And he says that to me all the time. He's like, oh man, I can't do it. I really can't do it.
I've been reading
the same thing I said.
The going.
Yeah, the whole the guy's just a flipping joke, man.
Yeah, that's so funny.
But that's like my go-to. If someone asks me something about the Talmud and I ask them, have you read the whole thing before? And they say no, I say that's good. Because it's punishable by a death penalty to read the Talmud, man. And when they ask me, where do you read, where do you get this understanding from? I said, look, the Talmud is written in a way you can't understand. Oh, I started dying. Oh. And then after I say that, that's normally when the Goya, he starts saying, you know what, I'm just going to leave it alone. I believe what you're saying. I can't read that stuff, man. Oh, man.
Jacob's coming for you.
Jacob, dude. Oh, no. Jacob wrestled with the angel, man.
Nah, Jacob.
No, I think you should come up on stage.
Oh,
I was just about to say, man, y'all ain't gonna acknowledge my hand.
We in trouble. We in trouble.
Man, who this guy?
This you don't know who this is? This is Superman himself.
Is you asking about Jacob?
Yeah, man, look, Jacob wrestled with an angel. You know what I'm saying? And
that's not
okay, so what's that supposed to mean to me?
On the interpretation of Hosea as the tradition we stand by, he doesn't say that angel is Adonai. So.
Oh, it's not God?
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. It is.
No, you're going crazy.
You say that's not?
Brandon ain't even in the Bible.
Hosea.
Anyway, who's
that's
this guy?
That's nobody named Brandon in the Bible.
His interpretation.
There was no apostle named Brandon.
No, that's facts. Do you know why? Because my name is a Norse, Irish name. Yeah.
Right.
It means
because we already know that's not an Israelite name.
Yeah, I just told you it's Norse, Irish Norse.
You didn't have to tell me.
Yeah, man. And do you know what it means? It means
So why did you have to? Why did you tell me that Jacob?
It means chieftain. That's what it means.
The Bible. So why did you tell me that Jacob wrestled?
In trouble.
Because he did. I was just saying he wrestled with the angel.
Okay, so what does that mean? Why would he wrestle with an angel?
It means that he's a prince with power.
What in the
Power with God or with man? And it has prevailed. Amen.
That's right. See, look, he finished it off. See that?
See, that's what the whole deal.
Yeah, see, look, he don't want to attack. You see that?
He definitely has a different interpretation.
You're only in trouble when you don't know what you're talking about by Jacob. That's what
exactly. And see, I know what I'm talking about. You see that?
Nah, he definitely has a different.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a deeper question. Why did Jacob grab the heel of Esau?
Because God had already told Rebecca when they were wrestling in the womb, why they keep wrestling. He told her that the oldest is going to serve the younger. So I was just letting you know, hey, Esau, you may came out first, but you're going to serve me.
Yeah,
Hey, that's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Their rivalry began in their mother's womb. So
that's right.
They're fighting.
What were they doing?
Fighting over who got nutrients first from the umbilical.
Exactly. Hey, see, this is why. Hold on, Jacob. Hold on, Jacob. Let me say something to him. Hey, he got that exactly right.
Read that. No, he did.
And this is why. Nah, this is crazy.
I wanted y'all to read that to me that they was fighting over nutrients.
Premise, I know why you brought his ass up here.
Read that to me in scripture.
You know what I'm saying?
No, don't you run.
Here it goes.
Listen,
I don't know this crazy guy, bro.
I need you to read that to me.
This is the same. I haven't even looked at the screen yet. Hey, Travis, this is the same Jacob, ain't it? This is the same.
I need you. You talk to Jacob like Jacob here. You ain't got to talk to other people. Jacob here. All you got to do is ask Jacob. Are you?
Nah, I already told you a long time ago. I ain't talking to you, bro.
Do not try and run away from that filthy conversation that just came out your mouth and necromancy. That filthy conversation, that nasty, evil conversation that came out, it was a lie. That's why it's nasty.
Jacob,
okay? So again,
back out of this. Back out.
If you can show me a scripture that Esau and Jacob was fighting over nutrients, I'll close my mic again. Okay? So book chapter verse. Ready?
Get back out of this, bro.
I'll give both y'all an opportunity. Show me one place.
You're so great. I love that.
You're so amazing, right?
Jacob,
I love the entertainment, man. I actually do.
If you can't, then you should find the nearest link.
Well, we can't give you book, chapter, and verse.
Of course you can. Okay, so therefore
it was already.
You shouldn't say that out your mouth.
Hey man, Jacob, you gotta listen for a sec, man.
No, I'm just saying you shouldn't say that out your mouth.
Oh my days, man. You see, you're not gonna listen. You're not even gonna listen.
I'm gonna follow you when you say
let me finish my. Okay, no problem.
Alright,
yeah,
wait.
the reason why we can't give you book, chapter, and verse is because it's not in a book, chapter, and verse. It's actually a part of an oral tradition. So that's why we can't give you book, chapter, and verse. You understand?
What does that don't make sense to me? What does oral tradition have to do with you qualifying what you said that Esau and Jacob in the scriptures was fighting over nutrients?
Because there's something called midrash.
I'm not finished.
Please forgive me.
I'm not finished. We see that Jacob gave Esau food to eat in exchange that he sell his birthright. We can read that. Read to me where Esau and Jacob was fighting over nutrients.
I told you I can't read it to you because it's not in a book, chapter, and verse. I said that.
So therefore,
it's in an oral tradition. Can I finish my answer, please? It's in an oral tradition. You know, like if you look up midrash.
In the oral tradition.
If you look up midrash Agada. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to show you something.
I'm trying to understand. You said
if you look up
in the oral tradition, or it is an oral tradition.
Hey, it's both. It's in an oral tradition and it is an oral tradition.
So there's a book called Oral Tradition. You telling me?
No. There ain't a book called Oral Tradition. There ain't
that's what I'm trying to understand. Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. So you said it's an oral tradition for y'all to say stuff that you don't know what you're talking about and can't give book, chapter, and verse.
I mean, if that, I mean, oral is without book. Oral is without book.
Yeah,
hence why you
bro.
use the word. Hence why you use the word oral tradition. Or oral means, verbal. That's what that means. Speaking words, not writing them down. Totally different thing.
It's a guy down in the audience called Empty. That should be your name.
To be fair, look.
Come on. No, guys, no. Just don't instigate. Don't get into this. Don't.
I'm not even instigating, man. I ain't instigating.
You guys are no. You guys are.
For the record,
for
the record, BCB is the way to go. Jacob is actually correct in this situation. It's all about the
What's BCV? What's that?
No chapter verse. Come on.
Oh my days.
BCB. You can't just be
I'm not gonna lie. That sounded crazy.
BCB, buddy.
BCB.
That sounded like ATV. You know what I'm saying? Or some other stuff.
On this stage, the rule is BCB. Okay.
Or either SU. That's short for shut up.
Oh, short for short. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Jacob's one of a kind, man.
You need to leave that old tradition alone. Hey, Premise, you do too.
Hey, Tim. How you doing, Tim?
Yeah, you have to get up to Premise stuff.
Christian. Do you want to add to this conversation?
I just came in right now, so I have to get up to speed. What are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about nothing. Really.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts about the reason why Jacob and Esau were fighting in the mom's womb? Does it have anything to do with nutrients?
Oh, wow! I never really thought about that. Never thought about it. What's your?
Esau grabbed the umbilical cord. Esau grabbed the umbilical cord of Jacob, and Jacob said, "Hold on, bro. You can't be grabbing my umbilical cord. That's where I get my nutrients from. If you squeeze it too hard, I won't be able to eat." And Esau said, "I don't care."
Did y'all make this up for real?
Yeah, that's made up. You can't read
that part.
You can't read
that part there about the umbilical cord, I made that up. But the rest of the stuff is
I made it up. Well, read that. Read that then. If the rest of the stuff is accurate, then you should be able to read it. You should be able to bring it forth. We're waiting.
Oh my God, this guy is hilarious. I love this guy.
Anyways, Christian, I've also wondered why I say "God damn it," like my God, because I don't have a God. Like I've just been programmed religious epithets.
Nah, that's not programming. That's not programming.
I just hate when you do that. God damn it.
You know there's a God. See that? You know there's a God. You're testifying against yourself. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's what we call testimony against self. No, because when you look, imagine you're in front of a judge, right, and you committed a traffic violation. You're going to try your best to lie and tell the judge you didn't, you know what I'm saying? I didn't commit that red light. I didn't speed. You know what I'm saying?
Where's the correlation between what?
I didn't know. We just hear you got to hear the end of the analogy and then you get the correlation.
Keep going.
Keep going. I ain't do none of this stuff, right? Damn, you made me forget the analogy now. How you doing?
Were you gonna say I swear to God? Is that what you're gonna say?
Oh,
I didn't kill him. He just fell in that.
Yeah, hey, I swear to God, man.
Yeah.
Hey.
Fair enough, but Jesus himself wanted to not swear by anything.
Well, Jesus, he don't really mean anything anyway.
Oh, you're about to break all the Christian.
Hey, the book say in Genesis 25, it say, and the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elders shall serve the younger. So God didn't give no explanation to Rebecca when she asked him, why is these children fighting in the womb? He told her. At least it wasn't no explanation that they was fighting over nutrients and grabbing each other's umbilical cords and stuff like that. That's not here.
Oh my God! Hey, bro, you're taking it too serious. I'm not. That wasn't serious, bro.
I know, but I take it serious.
Oh man, no. You just ruined all
These two men are real men. This is not a cartoon book. This is not a fairy tale.
No,
Esau exists and Jacob exists.
Do you want to hear this though? The first Esau and Jacob was Cain and Abel. They were the first ones. And they struggled outside of the womb, right? And their struggle was Abel didn't really struggle, it was really Cain. But you get the point. Cain struggled, right? Why? Because he was not accepted. So he had a little bit of ego. That's what that was. You see, he was egotistical because he thought that God was going to accept his offering. Now, if you take that story and you flip it back into Jacob and Esau, you know what I'm saying? You can see that Esau made a sacrifice in the womb of his mother that was unpleasing to God. But Jacob, he made a sacrifice that was pleasing to God in the womb. So, ultimately, Jacob got the blessing and the birthright. See that? Just like Abel was accepted. See parable? You see the link? See?
That has nothing to do with it. There's no
determined to get the birthright prior to. It was prophesied for him to get it before they were even. Yeah. So it had nothing to do with what they were offering. That's just part of the storyline.
Esau threatened to kill his brother Jacob when Jacob got the blessing. He threatened him.
Yeah.
But see, Cain, he killed Abel. And Abel didn't do nothing but just be righteous before God. He didn't do nothing to him. Nothing. Hey, God didn't accept Cain's offering. He didn't have respect to him. You know what I'm saying? Because he just picked up off the ground and said, here, God, here you go. Lord said he don't really.
Look, wait, hold on. Where you get that from? Hold on, Jacob. Where you get that from? Hey, Jacob, that ain't in the verse.
That's not in the verse.
You said that he picked up the whatever off the ground and he gave it to God. That ain't in the verse.
It's not in the verse.
It don't say that he picked up anything. Yeah. See, look at you with your oral tradition. Look at you with your oral tradition. No, that's your orals.
No, I don't want that. That's not a tradition.
That's your oral.
Now the oral tradition here and where I am is that when you correct it, you accept correction and keep moving. So you corrected me. I stand corrected.
No, that was your oral tradition. No, that's your oral tradition.
Brandon.
Yo.
Conceded.
Nah, that's his oral tradition. He can't concede.
It's not his oral
He conceded.
And Negro, why is Elmo in hell? Like, what's going on with that?
Oh, because Elmo became a Nazi. I don't know if you heard about that.
Oh, yeah.
When PBS cut his funding, he became desperate to make more funding, so he became a grifter.
Did he actually?
Yeah, and basically, yeah. Like, this is what happens when you go too long without tickling the red guy.
Hey, you know? Yo?
But Brandon, I got a question, if I may.
No, quickly, I got sure right now. I need to go and... what's your question?
I see. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I know that in the Quran, it doesn't really explain that story as in depth as it does in the Bible, but I know that in other related texts, it kind of mentions the similar struggles. So, like, from your point of view of that story, like, what exactly happens? Because I heard a little bit, but I didn't really grasp the concept that you were putting.
Oh, no, I was trolling. I've been trolling.
Oh, you were trolling it? Oh, my God.
No, I've been trolling a lot on this stage. Please forgive me. But if you actually want to understand my position seriously, I'm converting to Orthodox Judaism. And I haven't learned a whole lot when it comes to that story yet. So
you're converting to Judaism?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Now I already know, so I don't even need to ask.
Oh, why you do? Okay, so you know.
Oh,
Wait, you're converting to what?
I'm converting to Judaism, Orthodox Judaism.
Are you gonna receive the moil?
So you're gonna circumcise your kid?
You gonna receive the moil?
Good question.
The moil? What's the moil? Explain that.
You're converting to Orthodox Judaism and you don't know what that is?
A moil. I've never heard of the word moil. No.
Look it up.
Another question.
Moil.
Was that?
Do you mean a mohel? Do you mean a
No,
mohel?
he means moil. It's just a Jewish person who cuts off the tips of kids' penises.
Right, so that was another question.
No, that's a mohel. Hold on. That's a mohel.
Circumcise your
It's
children.
not a moil. That's confused.
Are you gonna receive that, sir?
Yes, I will receive that. Yes, I will receive that.
So,
Are you gonna? So in return, are you gonna circumcise your children?
Yeah, I am gonna circumcise my children. Yeah.
Wait. Is the rabbi going to suck the out of it?
He could do. I don't know.
Be careful, you don't want to get gonorrhea.
Oh my.
Oh, what?
He trolling. He got me.
I'm not even. No, see for that one, I'm not even actually.
Oh my! Brandon.
No, listen to me. I don't know because he may ask me, do you want the Brit Mill? Oh, okay, cool, no problem.
Brandon.
Do you want me to bow hell? No problem. Okay, then he does it. But if
Seeds of a pin.
mud seeds, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So what takes place during your conversion? What happens?
I read. To be fair though, bro.
The conversion process. What happens within you? What are you doing? What happens?
Wait, Jacob. I want him to finish telling me about this experience.
Oh yeah. So basically, I don't need to. Like, it's not a necessity for that to happen.
Why you don't need to? This is orthodoxy.
Yeah, but that's not a binding law that you have to go and get your penis. You know what I'm saying?
What?
What?
That's literally a part of the covenant that God made.
Hold on, stop. So you think
cut out.
Hold on, man. Hey, bro. Man, you're not even listening. So you think that it's a binding, obligatory law to get your penis sucked after it's been cut? You don't really think that?
According to the Talmud.
No, it's not. Hold on, stop. Stop. No, it's not. Most Jews today, even Orthodox Jews, most Jews today do not do that practice anymore. This is ridiculous.
Those just the ones that's rebellious. So let me ask you a question.
Stop bullshit, bro. That's facts.
Abraham a Jew? Was Abraham a Jew?
Jews do it to their kids.
Was Abraham a Jew?
Bro, yes, we know that some Orthodox Jews still do it. Not every single Orthodox Jew.
Wait, what's the argument about? What's the argument about?
They're trying to say hold on, bro. I told them.
He said he's converted
He's trying to say that every Orthodox Jew.
He said he don't have to be circumcised, but he's going.
I never said that. You're not even fucking listening. Jacob, I didn't say that. Jacob, I didn't say that, bro. Stop lying.
Can you let Brandon speak, please? Can you let Brandon speak? I want to hear what Brandon said, then I'll get to you.
All I was saying,
after you finish
they
that,
asked me,
then I'll go.
Flipping out.
We just need control on the stage. I'm trying
All right, I'm gonna control this stage.
Thank
Someone
God.
will allow me to.
I mean, it's pretty
You
simple.
ain't Brandon, then close your mic.
Bro, then you shut your mouth, bro. What the hell's wrong with you?
Hey, I'm talking for you. I'm helping you out.
I don't need you to talk for me, bro. What's wrong with you, bro?
Talk for you. So next time something like your mouth that's wrong, I'm gonna break your leg.
Bro, you're some old man, bro.
Okay, Brandon, continue. Brandon, stop. Continue.
This guy talking about breaking legs.
Continue. Get out your emotions.
You guys, I can't even put nobody in the audience because I'm driving. So can we allow the conversation to happen? Brandon, go ahead.
What's it called? They asked. I said I was converting to Judaism, right? Then they asked me that when it's time to come, will you get circumcised? I said to them, yes. I mean, what kind of question is that? Then they asked me if I'll get my penis sucked. You know, that little ritual that they do to take the blood.
Everybody asked you.
And I said to them, That's literally her question, bro. Jacob, shut up.
I asked him if he's gonna have the royal experience. The
Bro, this guy.
Orthodox experience.
Did you
So
say
I said to them,
That's part of the Talmud.
Jesus Christ. I said to them that, first of all, most Jews today don't even do that practice anymore, and they proceeded to tell me that's a lie. That's all that we got to.
That ain't never been Israel. God ain't never told Israel to do that.
He's not, but he's following the Talmud. He's not following just Torah.
Well, then how's you converting over to Judaism then? Jew is Israel's fourth son. He did the same thing his other 11 brothers did. So what are you doing? What type of Judaism that you converted over to? Brandon?
This guy is just ridiculous, bro.
Explain this. You're ridiculous with what you're talking about.
So here's what I know. And I'll tell you, at least to my extent of what I know, Brandon, is that this tradition was done when this started becoming the command, right? So the circumcision and then the actual process of what's called metzasah, right? Which is basically sucking the blood from the wound, right? And the purpose of it, and this is in the text, is that it was supposed to prevent the infection and promote the healing from that wound, right? But as we know, there's better ways to do this now. That is not required. But wait, let me finish.
Go ahead, you can finish.
The circumcision itself is required. This is a course of
exactly.
law, though.
I agree.
So I don't know, and the majority of Jews do not participate in the actual after process, which was mentioned earlier. They don't practice that anymore. But what they do practice still is the circumcision. So there's definitely ones that still do, but that is not at all required, and the majority of them didn't really used to do. But it was practiced because of what they knew medically.
There you go. And so you've got another person who is not Brandon telling you the same thing. It's not.
You need to go all the way.
Hold on. It's not a majority practiced custom anymore. You're only required a circumcision.
But you
do not. Why are you telling me what I need to do?
You need to half it. Don't be a half stepper. You need to go all.
That's not half stepping. You're getting crazy.
Wait, TA, I don't know if you're trolling or not.
Yeah, she's trolling. She's trolling. She's trolling. She's trolling.
No, listen. If the Christians are able to half step about what they believe in, then the Jews should be able to half step in their tradition, I think.
Well, that's sad. The Christians shouldn't half step either. You don't want to be like the Christians.
Well, do you want to be? I'm not.
What you say?
I'm not even gonna get it.
Hey, listen, you better mind out, cause I might start moving like Jacob in the Shepherd. Listen, I'll take everybody's foreskin. You might want to, you know what I'm saying? Whoa.
Listen, I put Jacob out for a reason. Like, don't be like Jacob.
No, that's a real story. When Jacob went to Shechem.
No, I'm just playing about Jacob because I put him out.
Oh, yeah.
He don't know how to control, like, he sometimes he has really good information, but he don't know how to control, like, his temperament. It gets annoying.
Hey, Christian, this is my PTR.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna see the rabbi.
You know Revelation 3:16 says?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, Brandon. Get ready for it.
Nah, the rabbi that tells me he wants to bite my penis, I'm gonna tell him no.
No, you have to say yes. Do what your rabbi says.
No, see, look, you trying to make me do something I don't
Come on, Brandon.
No, Brandon.
That's force. That's force. You know what I'm saying? That's force. You can't force me to do stuff like that, man.
Well, you're not gonna be a real Jew then, sir.
That ain't true.
Cosplay. He's gonna be like one of the cosplay. He's gonna get.
And you know what? To be fair, look. Guess what? I'd rather be a Shabbat Goyim than anything else, man. How about that?
I'm back, Andrew. I'm back.
I didn't want to say this because I was trying to provide this information, but you can't half-ass it, man. You just gotta do it, bro. You just gotta go all the way.
Oh, look at him. He trying to get me. He trying to get me to get my. Yeah, I hear you. You trying to trick me. You trying to trick me.
No, this is what you signed up for.
You trying to trick me. Nah, you trying to trick. Nah, you trying to trick me.
No. This is what you signed up for. You can't. You want to be.
Yeah, look, both of you trying to trick me. Both of you trying to trick me.
The Talmud says to do this, you do it. That's orthodox.
Nah, okay, so then I should kill you then.
Whoa,
hey. No, because you should. Hold on, stop. You said that I should follow what the Talmud says. The Talmud says by Rabbi Yehochanan that if a Gentile studies the Torah, is punishable by death. You're a Gentile and you study the Torah, so I should kill you. Yeah. We need to follow that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, okay, well, what's considered studying the Torah?
Yeah, see?
I mean, is it following the Torah?
I'm gonna come to your state. I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Well, have fun, because she's only found either in New York or she's across, water. So it's either or. Cause I don't know.
You don't want
I'm just.
Hey, I'm gonna get you too.
You don't want that Harlem smoke.
Listen, I'm gonna get you too, bro. I'm gonna get you too.
Okay.
I'm gonna get your ass too.
Hey, go find me in a pride parade.
Hey, listen, that's the best place to catch you because they're gonna feed that gay guy.
Yo, what?
Brandon been trolling this whole time.
I know. This is.
Oh, is he one of those Jews that don't believe in the New Testament?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in that.
Oh, here we go.
No, we cool though. Like Jesus.
Another day, another dollar.
Jesus is cool. He in heaven right now, so he cool, man.
You don't believe in Jesus. If you don't believe in the New Testament, you don't know who Jesus is, man. Jesus don't exist in your timeline.
That's not true. One of my historians called Josephus said that Jesus was a righteous rabbi. That's what Josephus said.
I think that the Bible.
Was he the Messiah in your eyes?
No, he wasn't. No.
I think the Bible is written by a bunch of stuff.
What do you mean? You said why not?
Yeah.
I mean, do I really have to answer that?
Yes, please. Big man saying.
Well, the reason why is because he's a liar. He lied.
What did he lie about?
In Mark chapter 12.
Wait, hold on, wait. Before you say that, didn't you say he was a righteous man? He's in heaven?
Yeah, I think, you didn't know that we believe that?
Oh, so Jesus is a righteous man.
Yeah.
But he lied. He's a liar.
Well, I've got
How does that work?
like this. Yeah, maybe I should have informed you. So my position is that whoever the New Testament writers are writing about is a fake Jesus. Like they've got the real Jesus and they put in fake stories on him. That's my position. So that's why I say that. That's why I say that he's righteous, man. You know,
What's a lie though?
Mark chapter 2:26. Mark 2:26.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said that David. Well, I'm not going to read it. I'll paraphrase it. He says that David.
Okay, hold on. You said Mark 2:26.
Yeah, Mark 2:26. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna read it because you can't say paraphrase it because then that's your own interpretation.
No, that's not an interpretation.
26, it says, how he entered the house of God in the time of priest and ate the bread of the presence, which is not lawful for any but priests to eat, and also gave it to those who were with him. What about it?
Yeah, that never happened during the time of Abiathar the high priest. It happened in the time
How do you know?
Because you can go back to 1 Samuel chapter 20, and you can read where that actually happened in real history. And the priest, the high priest, was Abimelech, not Abiathar. So Jesus lied right there.
Are you sure about that, buddy?
Yeah, read 1 Samuel chapter 1 Samuel 21. I think it's 1 Samuel 21, not 20.
Wait, okay, I'll read it. You said 1 Samuel chapter
Yeah.
4, 21, right? I'll read it.
No, not
I
chapter
want to
4.
cook himself. I just want to
Not
cook.
chapter 4. Not chapter 4.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
Chapter 21, if I remember correctly. Hold on.
21 verse what? 21 verse what?
I'm a little cold on. Give me a sec. 1 Samuel 21. You can start from verses 1.
Through what? What do you want me to read through to?
You can read it. I mean, you can read the whole chapter if you want, but
How long? Well, I'm not going to read the whole chapter. I'll go 1 through 5. How about that? 1 through 5.
Do 1 through 6.
1 through 6. Okay. Is there a particular book you want me to read in, or a particular Bible? Sorry. Okay. Sure. I will read that out to you. 1 Samuel 21, 1 through 6. David went to Nob, to Ahimelech, the priest. Ahimelech trembled when he met David and asked, "Why
What's
are you?"
the name of the priest? Hold on, pause. What's the name of the priest? So we know that everyone's following. Ahimelech.
Yes.
Okay.
When he met David and asked, "Why are you alone? Why is no one with you?" David answered Ahimelech, the priest, "The king has ordered me on a mission and said to me, 'No one is to know about the mission I am sending you on.' So I've brought neither food nor weapon for the journey because the mission is secret." The priest answered, "I don't have any ordinary bread on hand. However, there is some consecrated bread, provided the men have kept themselves from women." David replied, "Indeed, women have kept from us as usual whenever I set out. The men's bodies are holy even on missions that are not holy." So the priest gave him the consecrated bread. Some time later, David said to Ahimelech, "Don't you have a spear or a sword here at hand?" "I brought neither my sword nor my weapons with me because the king's mission was urgent." The priest answered, "The sword of Goliath, the Philistine, whom you killed in the valley of Elah, is here. It is wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you want it, take it. It is yours."
I know that. So look, Abimelech is the person that was the priest at the time when David went to him. But the New Testament says it was Abiathar. This is a big problem.
Because if you go to 1 Samuel 22:20, what does it say?
22:20 speaks about.
I can read that if you want.
Yeah, you can read it. Go ahead.
Sure, I got you. Just that verse alone, correct?
Well, it's kind of the whole chapter, but that kind of just gives you the point.
Yeah, I'll read that verse alone. But one son of Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled to join David.
Big problem.
So
Who is he the son of? Who is he the son of?
Yep.
Not you, AP. I'm asking the reader. It says he was the son of. Who was Abiathar the son of?
Yeah. That's what I asked you.
No, you didn't.
I just said who was the son of who? That's what I just said. Did I not say that?
AP, can you relax, please? I'm asking the reader. I just said that already. Whoever was just reading.
Yes, Christian.
When you read it, who was the father of Abiathar?
It was.
Ahimelech. I don't know what his name is. That's who his son is.
No.
Or he's the father of Abiathar.
Ahimelech is the son of a Ahitub named Abiathar, right? That is what it stated within the verse.
Hold on.
So do you?
Am I getting that backwards? Want to say that backwards again? Yes, it says, "But one of the sons of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, named Abiathar, escaped and fled after David." By the way, if you read this whole chapter, Abiathar becomes the priest. Hold on, real quick. If you read the whole chapter, okay, then. So why isn't it this is the time that you talking about?
I've asked you a specific question. The reason why is because when you read Mark chapter 2:26, it's speaking about when David ate the shewbread. David didn't eat the shewbread in 1 Samuel chapter 22. He did not do that. He ate the showbread in 1 Samuel chapter 21. This is the biggest problem that you lot face. You always try to do this. Answer my question. Who is the father of who? Is Abimelech the father of Abiathar, or is Abiathar the father of Abimelech? Please just answer the question. It's ridiculous, man.
Okay, what does 4:6 say, right? It says the priest Abimelech gives David the consecrated bread, right? He eats it.
Abimelech.
Dang, it's like he interrupts me and just like doesn't give me a chance to
clarify what you
finish,
said.
right?
I want you to clarify what you just said. Did you just tell me that Abimelech is the person who gave David the shewbread?
Okay. It says in the days.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
Hold on, bro.
I need you to clarify. Did you just say to me that according to 1 Samuel chapter 21, that Abimelech is the person who gave David the shewbread? Do you agree?
Yes, but it doesn't say. Hold on. Can I speak? Can I speak, bro? Because you keep interrupting me, and this is why we're not going anywhere. It says in the days of Abiathar the high priest. So who's the one, according to Mark, who gives him the shewbread? Nobody does, right? Hold on a second. Does it say who gives him the bread? Hold on.
Read the rest of Mark. Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
This is so ridiculous.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who gives him the bread?
Read the rest of Mark.
Yes or no?
Read the rest of Mark.
Yes or no?
Read the rest of Mark.
Does it say who?
Read the rest of Mark. Read it in context. Read verse 25, read 26, and read 27. Please, because you're going to sit here and try to tell me that because it says in the days of Abiathar, that it's not implicitly saying what priest David went to. This is
I never said that. I never said
That's
that.
what you're trying to do.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I never said that.
I can answer this very simply.
That is exactly what you're trying to do.
I didn't say that, but he's not letting me talk. I'm simply asking, does it say that anybody gave him the shewbread?
I can make this very simple. I can make it very simple.
Go ahead, bro.
In Mark chapter 2, we go to 25 and 26. The bread is given to David and the men that are with him. Jesus refers back to 1 Samuel 21, where David is the one who receives the bread along with the people who are with him.
He receives it, I agree with you, but who gives it to him? Does it say?
In Mark is the one who gives or receives it and then gives it. If I have that correct.
Bro, that's
no. It just said. It just said yes. The priest.
Yeah, Jesus.
Now go to first.
Listen,
Okay, he's not listening. He's not listening.
I'm not listening. I'll be real. I'm not listening to you, AP. I'm really.
Which is why. How do you think anybody's going to listen to you if you're not listening to us?
The reason why I'm not listening to you.
Why? You're not even. You don't even know what I'm saying because you got my assumption. You assumed and got what I was saying.
No, AP. I didn't assume.
Yes, you did. You said I'm trying to assert who was the priest at that time, and I know I didn't. I didn't say that.
AP, you said that the name of the priest wasn't given. That's what you said.
It says right here how he entered the house of.
AP,
can you be quiet? Can you be quiet? Can you be quiet and let me read the verse? You don't want me to read God's word?
That's what you said.
Is that what you don't want me to read?
Clarify if that's what you said first.
Hold on. That's not what I said.
AP, can you?
I didn't say that.
Bro, AP, I'm going to restate your statement. Clarify if that's what you said or not.
I said no.
That the name of listen, I'm going to re-clarify my question and then you can answer. The question I asked you is, did you say that the name of the priest that David received the bread from wasn't given in Mark chapter 2:26?
According to that, no. It just says he ate the bread. He just ate the bread. It doesn't say anybody gave it to him. It just says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abiathar, the high priest. It doesn't say who gave him the bread. It just says he ate the bread. It doesn't say Abiathar gave him the bread, and then in 1 Samuel, Alamak or whatever his name is gave him the bread. It doesn't say who gave him the bread. It just says he ate the bread, right? And it doesn't give you a specific time period in the days of Abiathar in which he ate the bread. It doesn't give you a specific time. It just says in the days of him.
It says when he's high priest. It says
yeah,
in the days of Abiathar. Hold on, stop. In the days of Abiathar, the high priest.
He's not listening to me.
I just listened to you. I hate people like you that I just listen to you.
You're not letting me
speak. You can't take your time out to listen to me. Hold on, Christian, because I just listened to AP.
No, because he's not going to let you break it down. He doesn't want to listen to
AP, I just listened to you. Please listen to me, right? You said that when it says in the days of Abiathar that this does not designate what particular days of Abiathar's life it is. That's a complete lie, because the statement high priest on the end actually tells you what days it's specific to. Otherwise, it wouldn't mention
no priest. Brandon's partially right, but there's a lack of information, and I'll explain why if I can, Brandon. or Brandon, sorry.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I can't.
So wait, hold on, AP. Let me break this down because I think both of you are at lack of information here. So
How about lack of information if he's not letting me talk? I'm not even finishing my statement for you to even know if I'm lacking knowledge. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not.
I haven't even been able to speak for 5 seconds.
Let me get my point off at least. Let me get my
Oh,
point
now
off
you get to get your point out, but when it comes to me, everybody's got to cut me off.
No,
yeah, because when you say you
Todd, you don't even know what I'm saying, dude, but you keep cutting me off.
I really do. AP, I'll be quick. I promise I'll be quick, right? In the first book, David receives it, right? In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ refers to that same event to make a point about the Sabbath day, right? So the event itself matches, right? David ate the holy bread when he was in need, right? It says Abathar, the high priest, because Abathar was a more well-known priest. Abathar, which is Amalek's son, became the major high priest later. He stays with David, right? He's more prominent in the story overall in 2, right? So Jesus is referencing the event by a more famous figure associated with that period, but not the exact moment.
That's wrong.
Right?
Yeah, but that's wrong.
That's not wrong.
You have to admit that's wrong.
Abathar came after Amalek in the time of the high priest Abathar.
Yeah, after.
In that time.
But it never happened. Hold on. It never happened during the time of his priesthood. It happened before he was elected as priest. Do you see the
Hold on, real quick.
While I'm speaking to him, real quick.
No, you're not speaking. Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
He did finish. Me and him are having a conversation.
I'm not necessarily done yet, but this is why, though. So when we look at it in Greek, when we look at it in Greek, sorry, I thought someone else was speaking. In the days of Abathar, right, the phrase in Greek is around the time of Abathar. It's not saying he was the acting priest in the exact same time. It's kind of like saying, wait, hold on, I'm not done.
And it shouldn't
It's kind of
the
like
word priest.
It's kind of like saying during the time of King David, even if David wasn't involved in that moment. And the third and final point is that Amalek and Abathar, father and son, and Abathar later escapes and joins David, which we saw in 1 Samuel. So the story is tied to both of them historically. So when we read this, when we read any verse, and this is for future reference, when we read a verse and we're connecting it between 2 different books that tell the same account or similar account of the same story, we have to go off based off the time period and the indifference of what it gives. We didn't do that. We immediately jumped to the conclusion that, in the time of Abathar, that means that it was Abathar, wasn't Amalek. Well, we just saw right here that there's a family connection. It's in Greek, it's around the time. Right? There's multiple. I'm done.
Bro, please, I want to ask you a question. If I say during the time of Obama, the United States president, am I talking about before the time? Am I talking about Obama before he was president or while he was president?
While he was president.
So why do you now make an error with the statement in the time of Abathar the high priest? I'm gonna ask you the same question. When it says in the time of Abathar the high priest, is that before he was high priest, after he was high priest, or while he was high priest?
Okay, Brandon. Hold on.
No, it can't see, and this is the problem.
What is okay, hold on. Let's break this down, okay? You realize that the timeline between 1 Samuel 21 and 1 Sam 2, there's no time gap, right? You realize this is like, 22 is like days later? You realize that, right? So it would follow if Mark 2:26 says, in the times of him and his days, because you're literally talking about a couple of days before and after.
High priest. See,
exactly.
High priest.
Bro, Brandon, shut up, please, because you're not giving me not a chance to speak. This is ridiculous. Literally, 1 Samuel 21 and 1 Samuel 22 are days apart. It would follow what Mark is saying if it says in the days of Abathar the high priest, because Abathar the high priest became the high priest during those days.
He's not high priest.
He became a high priest in 1 Samuel 22.
Read that to me where he became high priest in 1 Samuel 22. You just lied. You just damn well lied. Show me where he became high priest. The woman don't even know that. Bro, AP, you don't even know that he actually became high priest in the book of Samuel chapter 2. He became high priest in the book of Samuel, pardon me, in the second book of Samuel, not the first book of Samuel. You know who was high priest before him? Zadok. This is ridiculous, bro. Absolutely ridiculous. Just to make your point right, rather than just listen to what the hell I'm saying to you and acknowledging it.
Okay.
I know you want to defend your position. I know you want to defend your position.
You don't even know what you're talking about, dude. It says it right here. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it all to you, okay? Because you're that slow that I have to read the entire chapter to you, and I'm gonna show you where. David departed from there and escaped to the cave of Adullam. Then he says to his brothers, and his father's house heard it. They went down there to him, and everyone who was in distress, and everyone who was bitter in soul, gathered to him, and he became the commander over them. And there were with him about 400 men. And David went from there, Mizpeh and Moab, and he said to the king of Moab, "Please let my father and my mother stay with you. Till I know that God will do for me." And he left with them to the king of Moab, and they stayed with him. And all the time that David was in the stronghold, the prophet Gad said to David, "Do not remain in the stronghold. Depart, go to the land of Judah." So David departed and went to the forest of Hereth. It says, now Saul heard that David was discovered, and the men who were with them Saul was sitting in Bia, I'm guessing, under the tamarisk tree and the height with his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him. And Saul said to his servants who stood about him, "Hear now, people of Benjamin, will the son of Jesse give every one of you?" I'm just going to scroll down where it even mentions him to begin with. Okay. It says, but one of the sons of Amalek, the son of whatever, named Abithar, came and fled after David. And Abithar told David and Saul killed the priest of the Lord. And David said to Abithar, "I knew on that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, and that he would surely tell Saul, I have occasioned the death of the persons of your father's house. Stay with me and do not be afraid, for he seeks my life, seeks your life. With me you shall be in safekeeping." Is David not a priest?
What? Read that again and answer me that question again, please.
I'm asking you, is he not listed?
Go on, say that again. Read it again and answer me that question again, please.
I'm asking you, was David not a priest?
Read that verse again and ask me the question again.
I'm sorry. Was Abithar not listed among the priests within David's reign?
Can you read the verse again? I'm like, can you just, like, bro?
So do you not know the verse yourself? I just read it to you.
I just want you to read it again because there was loud noise when I was walking out.
No, there's loud noise. No, there's loud. See, you're lying to me.
I'm literally working. Hold on, stop. I was literally working coming out of the building. It was a very loud noise. I'm asking you to repeat the verse again. I'm having a problem with that. Can you just read the verse again? Stop being emotional. I don't know what this is.
Okay, so in 1 Samuel 22, it explains how Abithar joined with David.
Why are you telling me? Just read the verse. Bro, I'm not asking you to.
Yo, this dude's gonna get on my nerves. He's about to get on my nerves. I said, "Stay with me. Do not be afraid." I read a whole chapter. Which verse you read? Which one? The last verse?
The last verse you just finished.
Stay with me. Do not be afraid, for he seeks my life, seeks your life. With me you shall be in safekeeping.
So where does it say anything about them being priests?
Okay, now when you go to 2 Samuel, which is right after my guy, right? Hold on. Right after, hold on, I'm going to continue. Right after, it says in chapter 8, verses 17, it says, and Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abithar, were priests. Were priests, right? Were they not priests or were they priests?
This is the problem with people like AP.
Were they priests or were they not priests?
AP.
Does it say they were priests or were they not priests?
You gotta listen for a second. You gotta listen for a second.
Yes or no?
I told you this 10 minutes ago that you're not gonna find it in book 1. You're only gonna find it in book 2. I told you this already. Like, this is ridiculous. You made the claim that in chapter 22 they were priests. It's a ridiculous claim.
Where is the timeline? What's the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
You failed proving that.
What is the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
You failed
What's the
proving
timeline?
that. That's
Do you
what
know?
you need to know.
Do you know?
I don't
What's the timeline between 1 Samuel and 2 Samuel?
I don't answer questions.
Because that cooks your point. It's days later. It's a continuous timeline. Are you a retarded?
2 Samuel chapter 8 isn't days later. I don't know where you're getting that from.
It's a continuous storyline. It's still within the days of him being a priest. You realize that, right?
You better prove to me 2 Samuel chapter 8 is a couple days later 1 Samuel chapter 21. You're going to have to prove it to me, explain it to me. Because right now...
Because at the end of 1 Samuel, King Saul dies, correct? Yes or no? At the start of 2 Samuel, David finds out about Saul's death, which means this happened right after, correct? So this is recent timing.
No, it's not.
Oh my God, dude. This dude's about to get on my nerves.
Do you know how long Saul reigned for before he died?
That's not what I said. David found out about Saul's death after he died, yes or no?
This is the silly stuff that I'm talking about.
That's not what I asked.
Do you know how old Saul was?
It does not matter. I said in 1 Samuel, King Saul dies.
Woman. Well, I'm
1 Samuel, King Saul dies. 2 Samuel, David found out about his death. It doesn't matter. I don't care how old he was.
It wasn't a day later. This is where you're getting.
I didn't say a day later. I said it was days later.
It wasn't even
recent
it wasn't
events.
days.
So when did David find out? When did David find out that Saul died?
Again, I'm going to say this to you one more time.
How long?
1 Samuel chapter 21 is dealing with Abimelech, the high priest, giving shewbread to David. Saul kills the high priest for this, right? And years later, we get to 2 Samuel chapter 8, and that is when we see that Abimelech's son, is instituted as high priest with Zadok. I said this earlier. You're not going to find it in chapter 1. You're only in book 1. You're going to find it in book 2. It took you a while to realize that.
You're so slow. This man is so slow.
Okay.
I'm gonna state my claim again. I'm gonna state my claim again. Brandon.
From 1 Samuel chapter 22.
Brandon. I'm not though, because I'm showing you how it connects. 1 Samuel at the end, Saul dies. 2 Samuel, the first three verses, it is days later. How do you know that? Because it says this. After the death of Saul, when David had returned from striking down, David remained in 2 days in Ziklag. On the third day, after Saul's death, on the third day, behold, a man came from Saul's camp with his clothes turned and dirt on his head. And when he came to David, he fell to the ground and paid homage. David said unto him, where do you come from? And he said to him, I have escaped from the camp of Israel. Then it goes on to say how the man told him Saul was dead. Are you that slow that it does not? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? I literally said it was days later. He find out Saul was dead. This is 2 Samuel.
How many days later? How many days
3
later?
days. I said days later.
So 3 days later, Samuel dies.
No. Oh my God. Y'all, does anybody listen? Does anybody listen to me? That's not what I said.
So you're saying 3 days later, Saul died. That's what you're saying?
That's not what I said. That's
so
not what I said. You
so
idiot.
What are you saying?
That's not what I said. Did you not hear the verse that I read to you? I said in 1 Samuel, the last part of 1 Samuel, Saul dies. At the beginning of 2 Samuel, David learns that Saul died 3 days later after Saul died. So I'm showing you that the timeline of 2 Samuel and 1 Samuel are days later, which is still during the times of Arbither. Are you crazy? Are you slow in the brain?
Listening to my question, and it's ridiculous that you keep.
No, it's ridiculous that you even said Samuel died. You didn't even know what you were. You don't even know what you're saying before you say it out of your mouth. You said Samuel died. Then you said 3 days later Saul died. You didn't even hear a word I said. That just shows that you're cooked.
I accidentally said a different name. Well done.
Yeah, and then you said 3 days later Saul died. I didn't say that either. You're not tracking anything.
Myself.
I said it so close.
I asked you a specific question. You said no problem. So I'm going to reiterate my question. How many days after 1 Samuel chapter 22 did Saul die? How many days after?
I said at the last part of 1 Samuel. Why does that matter? Why does that matter?
My question.
Why?
Because our conversation is about. I'm gonna tell you why it matters. Because our conversation is about when does Abiathar become high priest after his father Abimelech? That's the conversation. My claim is that Abiathar becomes high priest when David was king. David wasn't king in chapter 22, chapter 23, chapter 24, chapter 25, chapter 26. Why? Because Saul was still the king. Saul dies in chapter 26, if I remember correctly. So this is why I'm asking you this very fundamental, important question. When does Abiathar become... I don't. Sorry. When does Abiathar become high priest? Is it after the death of his father Abimelech? Answer, yes. Question, how long after the death of his father? The answer is pretty simple. It's when David becomes king. Because that's the only time David can institute him as a high priest. Otherwise he couldn't.
You can have...
Very simple.
It's just getting on my nerves because you're not tracking what I'm saying.
Anyway, it was nice having a conversation with you.
Of course you're gonna run. Go ahead and run. Run away like the Jew you are. Jews love to run. Because you didn't listen to anything I said.
We do.
You didn't listen to anything I said. You literally kept saying things that I did not say and trying to run from the point so you could chat GBT shit. Like, I know that. I know how people work. And it's crazy. I read to you a whole chapter. I read to you the first part of 2 Samuel, and you say, oh, so David finds out 3 days after the fact Saul died, so 3 days later Saul died? What are you talking about? Saul didn't die 3 days later. You didn't even track anything I said, which shows that you're not listening, or you're just trying to jumble up words so you could go on ChatGPT and give me an answer. That's the crazy part, because you kept saying shit that didn't matter. How old was Saul? How long did he reign? That shit doesn't matter. I asked you, when Saul died, how long after did David find out that he died? 3 days later. You didn't track that. You didn't track that at all. You ran from the point, and you're going back on another point that doesn't follow the point that we're on. You're on ChatGPT, my guy.
You need to repeat yourself again, because it cut out, so I couldn't hear your response, if you don't mind. Did you hear me,
I
AP?
don't mind, bro. I said if I don't mind.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can you repeat?
No.
Too bad, man.
I just want me to repeat myself, man.
Pardon me. I promise. Good night. Yo. What's going on, man? Show me some of that orthodoxy.
How you doing, bro?
You know what's crazy, yeah? there's this one church in Ethiopia that they carved into the mountain. You know, at the top of the mountain.
Top of the mountain one.
Yeah. That, I'm not gonna lie, that's a cold little church right there. I gotta go there.
I'm trying to visit that, bro.
Bro, we should go together, man.
Yeah,
I'm on going there.
I'm down, bro.
Send me your number again. We'll set that up still. Then you can come. Israel with me. You can come Israel with me. Partner in crime.
No, don't do that. These are the synagogue of Satan. Don't do that.
Our AP man, shut up.
No, I'm not gonna shut up, big man Satan. Nobody's gonna shut up. I stick a crumpet in your mouth.
This woman's
Big man Satan.
Titans, bro.
Eat a little cum squat, alright? Little cum squat.
Bad Titans, bro. I'm gonna take your brother A Mizzle, yeah, and I'm gonna take him to Israel. I'm gonna convert him. I'm gonna force him.
Yeah, and then you're both gonna go into the fiery pits of hell, and y'all are gonna be the synagogue of Satan, yeah?
You wish.
Yeah, and then y'all are gonna be a part of the fiery synagogue of Satan in the pits of hell.
I'm gonna hold you down and circumcise you.
You know who fellas got mouth.
Yeah, you the same you who's gonna go into a church and suck the blood off of a circumcised you. That's what you're gonna do.
The covenant of Abraham was only unique to y'all, son.
What was the point? What was the point of that argument about David and Samuel? What was?
Listen, you trying to say, Mark chapter 2:26, where it says he ate the bread in the time of Abathar.
AP, she asked me, not you.
She didn't ask you, she just asked what your argument is. She didn't ask you what your argument
God, she literally said my name.
Hold on, Brandon, I said, what was the point? So I just want to hear what was the point.
Yes, okay. So he said in Mark 2:26, Jesus lied.
Brandon, let the lady go first. Be a gentleman.
Why is she speaking for me?
You don't know how to.
Why is she speaking for me?
I didn't ask a specific person. I just asked what was the argument.
I don't want her to. I'm saying I don't want her to speak for me.
I know, but
if she's gonna say anything,
you gave us the argument, so we can speak for it. You gave us the argument.
Listen, AP, relax, please.
Just don't say he.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, the argument.
You told me what you said. That's what you gotta do.
The argument is that in Mark 2:26, the argument was made that Jesus was lying when it says that he entered the house of God. It says so the verse says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abathar, the high priest. He's arguing Abathar wasn't the high priest during the moment that he ate the bread of the presence, right? That's the argument, right? So he's saying that the argument was made in 1 Samuel 21, where it says that his father was actually the high priest when he ate the bread, not Abathar, and that Jesus was lying about it. That's what he's saying. And I said it doesn't give you an exact pinpoint date. That's the first argument I made. Is that doesn't say the first pinpoint date.
It says in the days of
when it happened. No, just because it doesn't say April 21st, 1999. During the days of Abathar. It just in the days. It doesn't give you an exact year. It doesn't give you an exact moment.
In the days of Abathar, the high priest. That means when Abathar was the high priest. That's what that means.
That's what you think it means. That's what you think it means.
When was Abathar the high priest?
That's what you think it means.
Abathar was the high priest during the time.
That's what you think it means, my guy.
No, that's literally what it means. I can show you multiple verses where the writers of the New Testament and Old Testament use this language to denote actual time. They say in the book of Jeremiah, in the book of Isaiah, in the book of so many books, in the days of the king Hezekiah of Judah, in the days of they do it all the time. No, hold on. Let me give you an exact reference, so you know that I'm not trying nonsense out the side of my bum, right? Look, Isaiah chapter 1, verses 1. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, one of the priests who were in Anathoth in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of the Lord came in the days of who? In the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. They literally do that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself? I wasn't listening.
Let me give you another one.
I wasn't listening. My bad.
No problem. I'll read it again. It came to pass.
No, please don't.
It came.
Please don't.
came also in the days.
I don't want to listen to it. I don't care.
So then come out the room. If you don't want to listen to it, come out the room. It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah. And until the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, until the captivity of Jerusalem in the 50th.
So it gives you an actual time period something was going on. When other in this moment, mind you, hold on, bro, because you're talking about a whole other topic now.
Same
I gave you the argument. I gave you the argument.
Hold on, Isaiah, the son of Amos.
Hold on, bro. I don't care. I don't care about what you're talking about right now, dude. Because you're going off another topic. You're going off another topic. You're on another topic. You're on another topic. Brandon, you're on another topic. It's not the same context. It's not saying it the same way as Mark 2:26 says.
Hosea is another example.
Nobody
the
can
word of the Lord that came to Hosea, the son of Beri, the days
Nobody's
of
listening
Uzziah,
to you, bro.
Jotham, Ahaz, and Zedekiah, kings of Judah, and in the days of Jeroboam, the son of Joash, king of Israel.
Wow. Gives you a timeline. Gives you an actual timeline, doesn't it?
The people that write the Bible
Wow.
know how to write.
It did not speak like that in Mark.
Joel, chapter
It didn't
1.
speak like that in Mark, bro.
Okay, no
It didn't
problem.
speak like that in Mark, bro.
And that's
That's not how it said it in Mark. That's not how it said it in Mark.
No problem.
Became a word fallacy, bro.
That's what
Became
you
a word
believe.
fallacy.
Amos chapter 1 verses 1. The words of Amos.
Word fallacy.
You know what's so crazy, right?
Word fallacy. You just did a word fallacy. You're doing exact word fallacy. You didn't. Nothing you said compared to Mark.
You don't
Nothing you said compared to Mark.
I'm reading the words of God and you want to interrupt them and be loud. You want to be a loud woman.
Because you're making a point. That has nothing to do with a point. That's annoying. No, you're just annoying.
If you loved God, you would shut your
No,
mouth.
I just don't like you.
You would shut your mouth.
I just don't like you. You're perverting the word.
I'm reading his word. I'm reading his word and you want to interrupt.
No, you're perverting the word.
I'm not perverting nothing. I'm reading the verse. I'm reading the verse.
Starting to get annoying. Nothing you guys are like.
I need to shut up. That's all you need to do.
No.
I'm trying to say something.
She's interrupting me. I'm reading the verse. I'm reading the damn verse. She's interrupting me. Tell her to shut up. I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to finish my reading. That's what I'm trying to do.
Brandon, the only on this app right now that's talking to you, unless I'm wrong, and correct me if I am, is AP.
I could care less. Listen, to be fair, I said I was gonna go.
Brandon.
So if it's gonna be a thing where I can't read the verse, if I can't read the verse, I'll just leave. It's not about me. It's about God and His Word. God said something. I'm trying to read it. This woman keeps on interrupting me.
Moment, you're not listening.
Because I don't want to listen. I'm trying to read the verse, man.
Go. Just go then. If you don't want to listen, all I'm saying is there's no point in y'all arguing. It's just.
I ain't trying to argue. Tell her to shut the fuck up. I ain't trying to argue with her.
Wow. Oh wow, you speaking like that over God's word? Crazy word.
Nobody's gonna talk to her like that. What I'm saying is that
you don't love your Lord talking like that.
Stage. If you and her are the only people on the stage, then y'all should have a conversation.
And tell her to shut up. I listen to her.
How about you stop letting that foul mouth come? Stop letting that foul language come out your mouth.
Tada, real quick. I'm very nice. I'm being very nice.
Don't sound like it. Tell me to shut the F up and let foul language come out of his mouth when he's talking about the Lord.
Just shut up, bro. Just shut up, AP, please. Just be quiet. Tada, do you know what the funny thing is? When you asked the question and you asked me to be quiet, I went quiet. I let her explain herself. I did.
No, you didn't.
It took me a while.
Yeah, it took me a while.
Oh my God, be quiet. It took me a while, but I went silent. I let her finish her point.
Yeah, it took you a while.
I said, hold on, stop, AP, you're doing it now. I went to read my verse. She immediately interrupted me, which I allowed her to do. I didn't make a complaint about it.
I interrupted you because you wanted to give 10 examples that had nothing to do with the point.
Here it goes again.
Lying right now. Let him say what he wants to say. It's fine. The point is that we're trying to have a back and forth where somebody is being edified, be it someone in the audience or someone listening to you. But nobody is getting edified if you guys are just arguing. So, Brandon, what are you trying to prove right now?
Right now, I was reading verses, like I said in my statement, that the Jews, when they write their book, they're very smart. They know how to write. So if they want to refer to a certain time, they will say during the time of this king. when he reigned, so on and so forth. And I was given demonstrative examples of this through the prophets. One of them I was given was Amos. It says, the words of Amos, who was among the sheep of Koah, which he saw concerning Israel in the days of who? In the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. Same thing. In the New Testament, it says, in the days of Abiathar, the high priest. In the Old Testament, it says, during the days of Uzziah, king of Judah. I'm just demonstrating that this is a very normal way of us Jews talking, and we know what it means. It's a time reference stamp. What AP wants to do is say it's not. That's what AP wants to do.
Okay, and AP, what's your...
finally muted himself, bro. So again, I gave the argument, right? Because he's saying Mark chapter 2, 26 is referring to 1 Samuel 21, okay? Like 1 through 6 or whatever, 4 through 6, whatever the heck. I asked him, what is the timeline between 1 Samuel 22, or 1 Samuel, 22 or 21, and 2 Samuel? He said, what does that matter? I said it was days later. This was a days later thing, right? So it would still refer to being in the days of this man, right? So when you look at what Mark says, it says how he entered the house of God in the time of Abiathar, literally days with him being a priest, right? He's saying because this happened before he became priest, that it's a lie. That's what he's saying. 100% what he's saying. He said this happened before he became priest, therefore it's not valid. And I said no, because it's not, this is a year, 4 years, 5 years before. This is days before. Days before Abiathar became a high priest, because he joined with David and became a priest during David's reign. Okay? That's what happened. So in 1 Samuel, we're going to read it. It says that basically Abiathar's father was the high priest at the time, and Abiathar is the one that gave him the bread. He's the one that gave him the bread. Then as 2 Samuel comes in, right, that's when he finds out, so let me backtrack. 1 Samuel, at the very end, Saul dies. 3 days later after Saul dies, a man comes up to David from his camp and lets him know Saul is dead. So again, this is days later, okay? You could tell because the man's all ripped up, he's dirty, he's frantic, he's telling him something just happened. So, like, I hate when he's trying to, like, make this, like, portraying image that this was years after the fact.
Okay,
no.
So let's see if we can get a consensus. Brandon,
Yeah.
when she reads that verse, and it is speaking of, do you believe that it's speaking of days, or you believe it's speaking of years, or does it matter to you whether or not it's days?
I mean, whether it's days or years means nothing to me. Because the reason why is because she already admitted that David ate the shewbread before he was high priest. She already admitted that. She just admitted it. So this fundamentally means that the statement in the days of Abiathar the high priest is wrong. Because it never happened when he was a high priest. It happened before he was a high priest.
So who was supposed to be in the Torah, in the Tanakh? You're talking about the Tanakh, right? Who was supposed to be the high priest at the time?
Abimelech.
And Abimelech is the father or the son of somebody else? Is that what you're saying?
Abimelech is the father of Abiathar.
And then in the New Testament, it says that this is the time during Abiathar. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Gets it one generation.
Are you saying that? Okay, so Abiathar is Amalek's son, and you're saying that even if she's saying days, you're not making any space for it being days.
Yeah, because it happened before he was high priest. If I said something happened during the time when someone was high priest, and that thing never happened during the time he was high priest, that is literally a lie. It's contradiction. Yeah, for example, I'll make the statement right now. David ate the shewbread in the days of Abimelech, the high priest. And then I can make the statement, David ate the shewbread in the days of Abiathar, the high priest. Question, which one is the correct statement? Everyone is going to agree that the correct statement is he ate the showbread in the days of Abimelech, the high priest. The other statement is incorrect because Abiathar became high priest after that event happened.
Okay, so your conclusion is this why you don't? Did you ever? What is your overall conclusion?
That this is a lie. He lied.
That Christ lied.
Yeah.
And so have you ever been a Christian prior to deciding to take on Orthodox?
Yeah, I was a Christian. Yeah.
And so you would understand why you saying Christ lied would, be very offensive to AP, right?
Yeah. I know.
So you have to give her space for that. You have to give her space. Like if you
I gave her space. Listen, hey, listen. I'm a very
Listen to me.
Hold on. See, this is what I don't like people doing. You said something while I was speaking to another man, and I was answering his question, and I said I'm not gonna listen to you, AP. Please, I didn't say I wasn't gonna listen to you in general.
He cut me off when I was speaking. That's the point. He cut me off. To try to correct the situation.
Listen, it doesn't matter. I was listening to that.
It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But I would like to show him an example, right? Because his argument is it can't be in the days of something if something happened prior. That's what he's arguing. Is that right? Yes or no? Just say yes or no. I don't need you to go on a long rant about it.
Repeat your
something happened.
I'm saying if it happened days before, or even just, it doesn't matter if it was days before, if it happened before he became priest, and the days wouldn't be applying to that. It would have to be when he was priest exactly for it to be.
How about this, AP? How about this? In the Greek, when it's talking about the time frame, is it a time period or is it the actual day?
No, it's just a time period. It's a time period. It's not the actual day.
So Brandon, if it's just a time period, why wouldn't you make space for a little bit before and a little bit after?
A couple of days.
Because it says the reason why I can't give space is because it clarifies what days it's speaking about, and the clarifications. Yes, it does. The clarification.
It just says in the days of.
On AP, man, relax. What's wrong with you? Damn. Can I finish my answer, please? Can I finish my answer?
Well, let me just tell her what you're gonna say. Because she's not gonna receive.
Bro.
She's saying the reason why it is framing a specific time frame is because high priest is the point of where it should start. Is what he's saying. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I say
and what AP's saying is that you don't become a high priest overnight. It's a process. So it's not like tomorrow we anoint you. It's like as you're studying to be a high priest. So
no,
that's not what I'm necessarily saying either.
AP,
I'm more so
like that. Because that's not true.
That's not what That's not even what I'm saying.
I just want to know. I just want to know. Is it because that's not how it goes. A high priest is when the high priest dies.
We know that
the high priest's son gets set up immediately. This is ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, that's fine, but that's not what I said. That's not what I said. She was just guessing.
I know you didn't.
Okay, then let me clarify my point.
Why am I letting you clarify anything? I've been trying to say something, bro.
What's going on? Don't become.
Oh, you know what? It's all right. I don't want to clarify nothing with you. Look, I'm going because
please go.
But that's not the point. The point is the term in the days of his high priest. Is that specific to when he was high priest, or before he was high priest, or after he was high priest?
No. It's during the time he became, before and after. That's what in the days means. And I can prove it to you. Let me finish. No, you ask me a question, let me answer it. You want the same respect, so give me the respect. You gonna give me that respect, or you can just leave, honestly. You ask me a question, please let me give the answer.
Brandon, so you guys can have a back and forth conversation.
I know his point.
No, I said, would you allow her to prove her point?
She can't prove her point.
I can though, but I
can allow her to talk. I can allow her to talk. She can try.
Thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you. So here's the point proven. In the days can mean a little bit before. It can, because it tells you how it happened, right? So number one, I'm gonna give you an example. Daniel, I'm about to go to another chapter. So don't start getting scared. Daniel chapter 1, verses 1 and 2. I don't know how to pronounce these names, so you're gonna have to bear with me, because oh well. In the 3rd year of the reign of King Jehoiakim of Judah and Nebuchadnezzar, I don't know how to say it, I'm gonna say it weird, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And the Lord delivered Jehoiakim into his hand. Okay? It didn't happen exactly word for word what happened. Okay? It says, so in the context of Daniel,
Please let her land, please. Don't cut her off.
In the context of Daniel, I'm just gonna say Nebuchadnezzar, yeah, girl, because Nebuchadnezzar's siege began before Jehoiakim's reign was fully established, not in the 3rd year. So this happened a little bit before the fact of the reign of 3 years. And you're arguing that in the days of a certain point, it has to be during that time that it's happening. No, it's not. And even in Daniel, it shows that that's a proven point. In the days just means in the time period that something is happening and something began. It doesn't mean it has to happen exactly after. Hold on, I'm not done. Are you still talking?
Can we just let her?
This is ridiculous.
Bro, it's like
no. Why does she keep doing this? No. Tada. This is ridiculous.
And I'm giving her Old Testament examples. So he doesn't say it's another lie.
She's not getting it. I keep on explaining to her the word high priesthood. He keeps on leaving it out.
No, it's not.
What am I going to do?
No, it's not. Nebuchadnezzar's siege began before Lord's reign, but it says in Daniel 1 it happened during his reign of 3 years. So is Daniel lying? Is Daniel lying or he not lying? And then when you go to Nehemiah, hold on, because you wanted to say your examples about Hosea and all these other verses, it's my turn. Hold on. Nehemiah.
Respectfully, you're proving my point.
Brandon, let me ask you a question.
You're literally proving my point.
Hold on a second. Tada, he was giving his examples about Hosea.
But it's bigger than this. My question is, Brandon, are you saying because you believe Jesus was lying that you should throw the New Testament away? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying, Brandon?
Exactly what
you
he's
see
saying.
A contradiction, or you see something that's...
Yeah, he's saying that Jesus lied about the timeline or the exact date. It's a problem.
AP, I just want to see if that's Brandon. Is that what he's saying? Is that what you're saying, Brandon? Okay. So it's no point of, if he doesn't have a stance, then there's no point of arguing that.
He did have a stance. He literally was saying Jesus lied about this specific timeline and what day something did or didn't happen. That makes God a liar all of a sudden.
So,
when obviously it's that he's reading it wrong. He's obviously reading it incorrectly or interpreting in the days of incorrectly. Because if you were to take it as in the days means a timeline, it wouldn't be a lie.
AP, even if we go past that, the thing is that there's things in the Tanakh and in the Tanakh that show a difference, like how Goliath died. There's a description one way, it's a description another way. In Chronicles, the way the genealogies are listed, there's a description one way, there's a description another way. So it's no point of arguing with someone who thinks Jesus lied if they cannot, line up every scripture in the Tanakh or the Torah that may seem to have a discrepancy. There's no point of you, arguing.
I understand. It's just like I think what was pissing me off this whole time is that it's not really even about that. It's that
he would ask me a question and I would take a whole 5 minutes to answer, and he like completely changes everything I said into something I did not say, and it sounds like a completely different subject than what I said. And that's what's annoying me. And he's acting like he wants me to listen to him, but when he don't listen to me and it changes everything that I say, that's not gonna piss me off. Of course it's gonna piss me off because he's not listening to me. Like, if he were to interpret it as in the days of is a time period, it would not be a lie. But because he wants to make it exact and say, oh, it's an exact day, that's not the case. Because in Daniel 1, that wasn't the case because, like I said, what did he say?
I just don't
What was
think
that N-word name?
it's just a general statement. It's not necessarily a specific time point.
Yeah, because if I were to say in the days of my grandmother, when she had my mom, we could go before and talk about what happened prior, whether it was a week or two, and talk about what happened before, then get to the birth. There's no problem with that, and that doesn't make it a lie. If I say in the times of my grandmother in 1922, when World War this was happening, and gave birth to my mother, and if I go a little bit before and there's some detail, that doesn't make it a lie. It's just talking about a time period. Anytime it says in the days of, it's talking about a time period. It's not talking about the exact day. Now, if you were to say in the days of, and things were happening 5 years before, 5 years after, I get it, but that's not what happened. We're talking about days.
Well, we need to, for Brandon's sake, he should probably have an Orthodox Jew, because that's what he's believing in now, confirm what he's saying. Because I think he said he's new to it. He's in the process of converting, and just like days in Hebrew could be considered a time frame, could also be like that in the
Exactly. That's why I feel like people who are nudings should not be up here acting like they know what they're talking about. Left and right, they shouldn't be up here trying to give their opinion and then cutting everybody off and then yelling at them, telling them to shut the F up while talking. He said, I don't care about the Lord's words. I don't want to listen to him when he's reading the word, but at the same time of him reading the word, he's telling people to shut the F up. That don't sound like he loved the Lord to me. So at the end of the day, if you come here acting like you know it all, but you just started, that doesn't make any sense. Like, and then when I try to correct him, it's all of a sudden, I'm a woman, I'm not going to listen to you.
Is he still here?
No.
Yeah, that's pretty silly. His argument's pretty silly.
Exactly.
Talking about the contradictions in the Bible.
Well, whether there's contradictions or not, we can talk about that. But the one that he just tried to give, or the lie, that's pretty silly.
Sing with me, Andrew.
Kumbaya.
Sing with me, Andrew.
Andrew, you see what you left me here with all this?
Well, you know what's good. So what Abe's doing now is clever, right? He's like, you know, look at these believers fighting. You know? But you know what's interesting about that is that there were, it was awesome. So we had this argument, we were debating. The theists weren't debating. We had this dispute about whether it's okay for a person to have sex with his own mother or not. And
when was this, Andrew? When was this?
It was within the last month. Okay. And what was beautiful is you know who was actually debating it, and the ones that were saying it was permissible? The atheist. And it was awesome. I was just sitting there in the chat, and I'm like, this is glorious. And I'm like, look, no, look, just let the atheist have their way. Everybody can have sex with their mother. If they get her pregnant, just kill the baby. Just murder the baby. Get it done. Right? And there was just it was beautiful to be able to sit back and just kind of revel in that. So I know how you feel.
Who are the atheists you're talking about?
Jose could probably remember because he was there when I was talking to him. I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, Deepak was arguing it was pretty gross. Of course, it's interesting because he'll rape somebody for a cheeseburger. But he was an atheist. Basically said.
You said he would rape somebody for a cheeseburger?
That was his old. So we did this little hypothetical. An alien can convinces you that he's going to pop everybody's head on the planet if you don't rape somebody. Would you do it? And he's like, before the alien's even done speaking, I'm taking my pants off. And I'm like, okay. And then, so after that, we worked it down to 4 people. I said, would you rape somebody to save 4 people? And he, again, before he's even done, he's unbuttoning his pants, for the aliens even done talking. So then I said, well, do you think we could get it down to 2? And he said, well, he's like, we might even be able to get it down to a cheeseburger. So his point is...
It sounds like he was just joking with you, Andrew.
Well, the cheeseburger part, well, here's the beautiful thing. The cheeseburger part was a joke. The rape for 4 people, that was not a joke. Now, the difference between somebody's worldview like that and somebody who's a Christian, they'll say something like, no, you don't rape somebody to save all the people on the planet. That's not permissible.
When you say save, do you mean they're going to be murdered?
Correct. So to save their lives from the alien killing them, because the alien says, look, I'm a kinky alien, and I want you to rape this person. If you don't rape this person, I kill all the people on the planet, other than you. Do you rape that person? And a lot of atheists are down, and it's an interesting thing.
It's like the third person I've met as a Jew that doesn't believe in the New Testament. Like, Andrew, I find it crazy because never in my life have I ever heard of such a belief until now. Like, for the past, week or 2. This is the first 3 people I've met. I was like, where are these people coming from? Is this, something new?
Are you talking about people who only believe the Old Testament?
No. Just simple, Jesus is a liar.
Oh.
That, you could throw the whole New Testament in the garbage can. I'm like, this is the third person I've ever met that, ever believed that.
Well, if you look in the Talmud, what it says about Jesus, talks about he's boiling in excrement. I believe that's in the Talmud.
Wait, does AP not know about Judaism? What's happening?
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews that are very vitriolic towards Jesus. Very vitriolic. It's not I'm not broad swiping them. I'm not anti-Semitic by any means, but I'm just saying there are a lot of Jews in particular, and by Tada's the imposter Jews that are very anti-Jesus. Well, even from her perspective, the quote-unquote real Jews.
Andrew, I have 2 questions here, by the way.
A lot of them don't like Jesus either. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. First of all, I know you're not really necessarily a conspiracy theorist, but since you kind of talk about a bunch of different stuff with conspiracy theorists, have you ever heard of QAnon?
Oh, of course, yeah. I subscribe to it. I subscribe to the periodical, the QAnon periodical.
Yeah, but so you're familiar with it. Do you accept that it's likely true in some way or no?
I can't. What is all what are all the propositions? What is it? They're getting identical babies out of the babies' minds and stuff like that, or they're sucking it.
Yeah, or it's a satanic cabal of elitists who are killing and eating children. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you something that's kind of interesting, Abe. Your Uncle Sully never really was a big fan of people like your Uncle Alex Jones, but your Uncle Sully, a very skeptical, analytical, reasonable man, just had his mind peeled back after learning about all this stuff that the elite have been doing. And
learning what?
All the stuff that the elite have been doing. So Epstein, we got some jerky snacks for you, and we're sending them to you or whatever. Put them in the fridge or whatever.
So where's your position on this? Do you
So my position is that I already do suspect that there is not just pedophilia but for murder of children by the elite. So that's not something that I think is false. I think that's true. But
systematic level?
I don't know. I don't know how systematic it is. It's definitely going to be a new thing.
It seems to me that if you're looking for systematic murder of children, it's going to be when
when they drop bombs on like Palestine or on Iran or et cetera, Afghanistan, Iraq, rather than like they meet in a smoke-filled room and they pray to Baal and then they fucking devour babies.
No, I got you there. I think there is that kind of just a total lack of consideration of life, for sure. But I do think they have specific rituals that involve children.
Why do you think
that's the crazy part of it.
Andrew, why do you think they would eat a baby? Why?
Oh, I don't know about eating babies, but killing them, yeah, I wouldn't be
Why would
surprised.
they kill the baby?
Because the devil controls them and they pray to Satan.
I'm pretty curious.
See, here's the thing.
It's adrenochrome, bro.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not on with it. You gotta be clear about what I'm saying. I'm not on board with the whole adrenochrome thing. I don't agree with that. There's drinking the adrenochrome. What I do think is there's some people that don't care about life, and they've got some weird fetishes and fascinations with children, and so I do think that.
Oh, they fucking silenced Andrew!
I was going to ask Andrew, since all this stuff is going on with Jeffrey Epstein, the Earth could probably be flat.
Look, I thought, I didn't think vaccines cause autism until, I saw the Epstein files, and then my mind was changed.
Yeah, were you in the room last night with Donald? We were talking about this too, and then he completely blew up for no reason and nuked his own room.
Donald often blows up for no reason. Why did you do it this time?
It was what was it, CM? Do you remember? We were talking about conspiracy theories. I think somebody used the R word, and he got super pissed off at that. And then I forgot what it was. Yeah, but he just nuked his own room. It was really crazy.
Have you ever see when a black person calls him the GA N-word?
Calls Donald?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no.
He'll be talking to a black person that uses the GA a lot, in normal speech, and they'll say something stupid, say they're stupid, and they'll go, N-word, and then he'll react to that by saying, "Don't call me Nick," and he uses the GR multiple times and calls them the GR because they call him the GA in the conversational, what are you talking about, bud?
You guys, according to Sully, we can't talk about black stuff anymore for the rest of it. Yeah, because he's
Noel, how have you been?
I've been good. Is that Abe?
Yes, I remember you.
How you doing, Abe?
Good. I didn't want to poison the well when somebody else was here. I forgot who it was. It was Honey Badger, and people said oh, don't poison the well against Noel. Just have a conversation with her. But I didn't know if you still had the same position. Have you considered whether if God?
You and those Amalekite babies, boy. I tell you.
Remember when we last talked? So what is your position on that still? Have you thought about it, or?
Yeah, why does it have to be poisoning of the well? It's just who was gonna take care of the Amalekite babies? Even if
I'm assuming God would have a solution, right? He's all powerful.
He wasn't gonna do that.
So hold on. God's powerful enough to murder them, but not to save them and help them?
No, he didn't want to do that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, why would he not want to take care of them, but he would want to murder them? Doesn't that seem weird?
Because he said you have to prepare slaughter for their sons and their daughters. So that's what he went with.
No, I know what he said. I'm saying, why would he say that as opposed to you have to prepare a nice home for them and adopt them?
Because in that time, in that moment, he was so fed up with the Amalekites, how he flooded everybody.
God gets fed up?
He was fed up with them.
Okay, God has emotions like humans. He gets fed up.
Yeah, he gets tired.
He's a man of wrath.
He gets ready for rest.
Okay, but wait, Noel. You only get fed up when you don't suspect something and something happens, and then you're like, oh, I'm surprised at this. I get fed up. But God knows the future, so how could he get fed up?
I can know that I have a child who's going to do exactly what they're not supposed to. And I still give them the opportunity and be mad about it.
Yeah, but Does saying God gets mad, does that really make sense? A guy who knows everything?
I mean, you can know something and still get mad. You can't be mad even if you know it. To be
So
Not really.
so he designed it so that he would have an experience to get mad on purpose.
Yeah, like she's in control
I
of
don't
whether
know
he gets
why.
mad or not.
If that's how he designed it, that's how he designed it. But just because you know something,
Is God in
doesn't mean you can't
control of
get
his
mad about it.
emotions? Yes or no?
I feel like he can have emotions.
Okay, but is he in control of those emotions?
I would say so.
Okay, so he could easily, like, even if he was angry, he could snap his fingers and just be completely happy, right? He's not in control of his emotions. I mean, he's in control of his emotions, right?
I mean, he can do all things, right?
Okay, so then why would he allow himself to be angry as opposed to be happy and forgiving?
All right, you guys. Sully's on the stage. No more black talk. I just want to make sure we know that. Piper. Go ahead, Eddie.
So if he can control his emotions, why wouldn't he, like, choose to be happy and forgiving as opposed to angry and unforgiving?
Well, he can choose. He can be forgiving. He can give grace. He can give wrath. He can give friendship. He can give everything.
Yeah, but why did he choose, in the case of the Amalekites, why did he choose to say I'm going to be angry versus say I'm going to be forgiving?
Because in that moment, he was sick of them Amalekites. So take them all out.
He could snap his fingers and not be sick.
Well, that's not what he chose to do in that moment.
Okay, why? So what?
I don't know. I don't know the mind of God.
Okay, the answer is
But I can only say
I'm glad to know.
I can only say what the book said, and I'm just telling you what the story said.
Because sometimes
I know the story. Yeah.
Right. So you understand. Like, it doesn't explain why he didn't decide to go in a different direction.
What I'm saying is, I think the story is unethical and immoral.
I mean, I guess you could. Hey, you
can't say that.
I think the creator can destroy whatever he wants to and create whatever he wants to.
She's like a female Andrew. As long as God says it, it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Andrew left me here with you guys. Oh my God.
I gave you the chance. Before I poisoned the well, when Honey Badger comes back, I wanted to give you a chance to kind of recant.
Please.
But yeah, if you're still saying that God is allowed to murder babies, then yeah, I think I can tell him that next time.
Well, I mean, Noah had the flood.
Noah had the flood? What does that mean?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure there were babies during that time as well.
Yeah, God killed them too, if that story happened.
He did. He definitely did.
Wait, isn't
that what is wrong with killing babies, Abe?
What's wrong with killing babies?
I'm asking you, you don't think anything is wrong, right?
Sorry, I'm not in the mood. At least if we're gonna have this conversation, wait for Andrew to get that.
What do you mean? But you rep that dude, don't you?
What, Abe?
I represent
Abe
what he
thinks things are wrong, doesn't he?
Yeah,
no,
subjectively wrong.
Oh my God, you don't think that there's no responsibility and nobody's responsible for anything?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that is true.
What? Abe, did you back me in a corner where you don't believe in the same thing that you're trying to force me to believe in?
No.
Okay.
Look, you're the one who's saying you believe God is like loving and good, and then
I didn't say that. I said.
So you don't believe God is loving?
I said, depending on your perspective, because the taking out of the Amalekites, even the babies, from the people who, like the Israelites who were on the other side of that, they were like, yes, that makes sense. And they feel like
So you don't think God is all loving?
What do you mean, all loving?
Meaning, like, if I talk to most Christians, they're going to say stuff like God is all powerful.
Most Christians don't read the Bible. They don't even know about the Amalekite babies.
Okay, so you don't think God is maximally loving or all loving then?
I think that it's subjective depending on if you're in the position of receiving that love or receiving his wrath.
Okay, so fine. If that's your position, then fine. But all I'm saying is, a lot of Christians would disagree with you on that. They would not.
Well, a lot of Christians don't
say God is all loving.
A lot of Christians, if you mention the Amalekite babies,
nobody's going to say that it was wrong for God to drown babies.
Yeah.
Like, none of them are going to say
that it was,
They don't, well, that's the Noah story. I'm talking about the Amalekite babies.
They would all say that, like, no matter what God does,
it's all loving.
It's good.
Wait, so to that, does God create evil?
I feel like he creates, yeah. It says it in the verse. He creates
God
evil.
creates evil.
Yeah.
And did he create sin?
Well,
He
that,
created
okay.
it.
That
This
verse
is-
is debated.
I'm just trying to ask 3 questions.
Sin is an action that you do when you break the law, statutes, and commandments. He created the law. But just because you create the law doesn't mean you create the sin. Sin is an action, it's not a creation.
So he created us with the ability to sin.
He created you with the ability to have a choice.
So he created us with the ability to sin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, does he want us to sin?
No.
Thanks, bro. It's really cool to have a conversation with her through your
Yeah,
voice.
you can say no. I mean, I thought that, no. There we go. No.
No, he doesn't want us to sin, but he creates an environment for us to have the ability to sin.
He created an environment. He
Oh my
created
God,
an
bro.
environment.
Jeez, good.
The answer is yes. But to elaborate, he created an environment for you to have a choice. So you can choose life or you can choose death. Those are your choices.
It's like
You don't need to defend yet, you know. He hasn't given you a critique. He's just asking you yes or no questions. And they're very easy to answer.
Right.
Wait for him to actually give you an argument before you start going into defense mode, because otherwise you're just giving him a bunch of other stuff to attack.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm a yes or no. That's what I'm getting. Yes or no. Go ahead. I'm ready for you.
No, it's fine. Your knight in shining armor makes my dick soft, so carry on.
Are you calling Sully my knight in shining armor?
He's your black knight. He's your black knight in shining armor.
He will be my white knight.
Oh my God.
But we
Hey, but like, how do you go around saying like?
We're not going to talk about black stuff on the stage. You're not going to disrespect Sully like that. Okay?
But just like, hey, when you argue against theists, it seems like the vast majority of it is like some kind of like moralizing, you know? And if you're like this hard determinist, like, and you don't think anybody's responsible for anything, you know, then it doesn't seem like anybody's like morally responsible for anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that's contradictory. I could be a determinist and still say that I think something is unethical.
What does it mean to say it's unethical, though? What does that mean?
It means that it doesn't lead to human well-being and flourishing.
And that's just like a descriptive state that you like are picking out?
Yeah.
Like you're just, when you say human well-being, you're picturing a certain kind of set of circumstances, right?
Yeah, like understand empirically, it is empirically true. Like if I want a human's life to go well, it is better if I don't cut off their arm than if I just leave it there and don't do anything.
Right. And see, but then the theist just thinks like you're wrong because they think that God is doing all this stuff to lead to like the best possible outcome. You know,
that's their claim.
Like what you would agree as like descriptively is like a good.
That's their claim, right? They claim like at the end all things will be renewed in Him and whatever, and and the
and like the people who go to hell, if you understood all the reasons why He put them there, you'd agree they like deserve to be there and all that kind of stuff.
But all of this again assumes they have belief in free will. I almost think that like if I could destroy one thing in theism, I don't even need to destroy the belief in a God. I'd rather just destroy the belief in free will, because that takes away the whole point. Like you could still, they could give up their belief in God, but they'd still keep the free will. But if they give up the free will, of most of them,
like
for sure the Abrahamics.
There's a lot of people who are compatibilists, right? So like they already don't believe in the kind of free will you're talking about, basically.
Yeah, but I'm saying like people like Noel and other Christians, Jewish, and Muslims. Generally, they are not compatibilists. They're at least compatibilists, but generally they're like libertarian in some way.
Well, you can't be both.
They truly believe, like, to them, in their whole framework, it doesn't make sense to praise, like, the patriarchs and the prophets and all these people for being righteous if they don't have freedom, The whole point is they're praiseworthy because they're, like, virtuous and they chose to do X over Y. And
you talked to, like, Calvinists and stuff, right?
I have, yeah. But Calvinists, I think,
a lot of them are neutral. I mean, they are kind of a small demographic, but I think it's kind of hard to say, like, if you're just talking about, like, the vast swath of, like, Catholics and Muslims, like, whether they have this kind of philosophical view about free will or not?
Certainly, Jewish people and Muslims are very into the libertarian free will. Orthodox Jewish people and Orthodox Muslims are very much. I can't tell you how many times I've heard them talk about, we're passing the test. God put us here for a test. You pass the test, and then you gain heaven.
Yeah,
and
but
avoid hell. Like they're very into
But
that.
that doesn't tell you that they're libertarians, though.
Well,
Because like the Calvinists say that stuff too. I mean, they don't put it in the same exact terms, but
I'll put it this way. What do you think is more likely? That the vast majority of very religious people believe in libertarianism, or they believe in compatibilism?
I think that it's hard to say that there's even a fact of the matter about that. Because I think the vast majority of people haven't really thought about it.
Can you
So it's hard to say.
explain that? I would like to think about it.
Well, here's the thing. If you read
It's
the
it's
Bible,
like a philosophical distinction when people talk about libertarian free will versus compatibilist free will or hard determinism or whatever. Those are things that most people in their ordinary lives they never even encounter the discussion about those ideas. So I don't know that most people have a view.
I don't know whether what you're saying is true, because I think that if you look at the religious teachings of the Abrahamic faiths, they all bring up verses from their holy books. In the Bible, they'll bring up behold, God has set before you today good and bad, so that you might choose good.
Yes.
And they'll say, look, you chose, right? It's libertarian, you kind of chose, you can choose. They'll say stuff like that all the time.
Everybody talks about choosing, basically. You talk about making choices. So it's you can't just say because people use the vocabulary of choices and so on that they're libertarians. That's crazy.
Well, all I would say is this: the way they talk, I can't know, because like you said, maybe they've never thought about it, maybe they've never analyzed it or broken it down or dialogued about it. But all I can say is this: that it would be kind of a bizarre view that God created a bunch of robots just to carry out, some cosmic symphony, as opposed to what they tell us, which is that you're in a test, you have to fight, and you have to earn your righteousness, and then you get, rewarded in heaven, and you get punished in hell. That seems to be the dominant, at least analysis, interpretation of when it says God.
I think you might be a little biased because you're an incompatibilist. You view these two things as the only two options, where it's either we're robots or we have this libertarian freedom. And it's that's your view, basically.
Well, that is a true dichotomy. I know you can make it is a true dichotomy.
Because that's just that's just to say that incompatible. You're saying incompatibilism is a conceptual truth. Right.
No,
that's what you're saying.
Either we're completely free or we're not completely free. That is a dichotomy.
Yeah, that's not the relevant dichotomy between libertarians and compatibilists, right?
Yeah, it's very relevant, because the point I'm making is if you believe in God, you can believe.
You're saying either hard determinism or libertarianism, and those are both incompatibilist views. And you're saying that's exhaustive, which would mean that incompatibilism is a conceptual truth. It would mean that compatibilism is just inconceivable. It's a contradiction.
Compatibilism is just saying you believe in determinism, and you just think that there's some other conceptual thing you want to keep in order to retain some type of society.
That's your view. That's your view. Right? And I understand
your view. Right? That's your view.
No. Your view is this polemical, pessimistic one that says compatibilists are just playing word games with stuff, and they're just determinists, but they're playing word. That's your view. That's what you think. Right? I don't think that.
You're a determinist.
Oh my God. I'm a determinist, but I'm not a hard determinist.
See, look, this is the problem with compatibilism, right?
Compatibilism means that determinism is compatible with free will and responsibility. That's what compatibilism is. It's saying that determinism and freedom are compatible.
This is just 1984 thought speak. Say that freedom is, slavery is freedom, ignorance is knowledge.
Well, Sully, you didn't ever think that somebody could say, basically, compatibilism dumb?
Or come on. I mean, you're just assuming that it's it's like a conceptual necessity that it's false. Like it's like a married bachelor. That's how you interpret it. But that's clearly not how compatibilists interpret it. So
Okay, so maybe hold on. If you think I'm just completely missing some point here, show me how it is possible for there to be a third option. Because from my brain, I see either we are wholly free, or we are not wholly free. Those are the only two options. It's a true dichotomy.
It's not the compatibilist incompatibilist dichotomy. That's a different issue.
Right. It's obviously a different issue. Now, if you're just telling me what you mean specifically by wholly free, I would just pick one of those two disjuncts, right? Like I would just according to your definition, no, we're not wholly free. If you mean something like in the libertarian, if you mean like libertarian free will, which even that is not like quote unquote wholly free, right? Depending because I have an idea of what you mean by that, which is like, oh, you're in control of everything.
There's causal chain of events over which we do not control. Like I didn't.
You think we have to be in control of everything in order to be wholly free?
Yeah, that's what.
Obviously, no, we're not that.
Do we have liberty? Like,
I'll go with we're not that.
Like, suppose. Wait, no. Hold on. Suppose that. I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be a lame questioning. I'm just curious what you'll say. That suppose we have libertarian free will. Does that mean like we can jump to the moon? In your view?
Yeah, see, that's a good question, but this is the reason I'm not a libertarian. It doesn't make sense to me. No, we couldn't jump to the moon, but this is why I don't.
I'm just asking if you think libertarian free will.
It's crazy how much you're like. It's crazy how much you love science, Abe, but then you make these like radically sweeping a priori arguments about like conceptual truths too. Like it's.
No, but so wait, do you think libertarianism entails that we would be able to jump to the moon?
I would think in the way that they describe it when they say like God is like, free, like utterly free.
No, but they also say we're free, right? Do you think if we're free in a libertarian sense, we can jump to the moon?
Well, again, I don't hold libertarian positions. What I think that they would say no, they'd say no. They'd say no, you could be libertarian free, but...
Okay, so it doesn't entail that, though.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't entail that, but then what the fuck are they saying? Like, that's kind of...
Wait, but you keep saying stuff that sounds like you think it does entail that, and then you say no.
So I guess what I mean is, they would still believe in libertarian free will, but they would say, like, barring the laws of physics or something, like, you can't jump to the moon, but everything else you should be able to be, like, completely holy.
My point here is just, like...
What if you just have complete control over something? Isn't that enough? Like, I don't know, like... This is kind of, like, insane to me that this is the line of thought. It's like, okay, in order to be responsible for anything, you have to be responsible for the entire causal history. It's like, why? Why would anybody...
So at that point, we're just, I guess, the way I view it is that maybe you don't view it this way, Sully, because like you said, you're not even convinced that most religious people have a position, or, you think they don't think about it. I am convinced that we're living
on this question, on this, like, philosophical issue, I doubt most people think of it.
Yeah, I'm convinced we're living in a world with, like, where religion has basically, like, poisoned people for thousands of years, telling people that we have agency and autonomy and that it makes sense to be mad at people when they do something and to punish them harshly because they were thinking agents. Like, this is the world that I
agree with all those things.
You agree with what?
I agree that, like, people are responsible for what they do and that they're blameworthy and that, like,
Yeah, but what does that do for you?
I don't believe in, like, retributive justice, but that's, like, retributive justice is, like, a secondary issue from this, so, like, I'm not really a fan of retributive justice.
Hold on, do you support, like, capital punishment or the death penalty?
No.
If he doesn't like retributive justice, why would he support that?
No, yeah, I think life in prison should be like a maximum penalty.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, a lot of times when people support, like, harsh punishments and this type of, like, capital punishment, they usually do it with, like, some type of, like, callous disregard for other humans by saying, like, well, they had free will. And, like, that pisses me off.
Yeah, but I don't think, like,
Well, see, I'll be honest with you, Abe, for that kind of question about the death penalty, it's more for me like a procedural, institutional issue where I just think, like, the way the state should operate, makes basically the death penalty is like unethical because of its like being connected to the state in certain ways. But like I don't know if it is. When you talk about people like just deserving, to be attacked or something like this, like I mean, if it's in defense of other people, right? Like basically, I think you should really only attack somebody if it's like self-defense argument. But like it could be that they're attacking somebody else,
No, someone's
So like in that situation, I think they deserve to be attacked, right? Because they're attacking other people.
Yeah, but we're talking about like after the threat is gone. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know that like I think there is a legal institutional idea of free will where it's like there's an idea of responsibility built into like legal structures, particularly legal structures defined by the rule of law, and even in many legal structures
Is that the English common law or the French?
Yes, exactly. But
Magna Carta.
But like that's not like I don't know that most people like I don't know that if you act like it's not a matter of interpretation of the law whether like that reading of responsibility is a libertarian or compatibilist reading. Like you ask constitutional.
I'm sorry.
If you ask a constitutional lawyer or a lawyer in general or a judge or whatever about that, they're gonna not know what the fuck you're talking about.
But so Piper, here's the point. My position is tailored to respond to what I perceive as like a world that is, like I said, controlled and perverted by religious ideals. So when I'm talking about determinism, I'm going to talk about determinism in order to push back hard against like millions of people who have either libertarian beliefs or libertarian leanings. Or in the best case scenario, like Sully said, at the very least, they don't really know what they believe. Okay, well, I think it's still better to explain to them about the way the universe actually works.
You're just being determined to say all the stuff you're saying and all the
yes,
stuff
that's correct.
You're not responsible for anything you're doing.
You keep repeating that's a problem.
It's not about it being... See, this is where you jump in too quickly, because right now I'm just saying the thing you think, right?
You keep saying whatever you're saying is determined. I know, that's my point.
Yeah, but my point is that like you should question what you're saying, because you're taking yourself to have like aims and goals and aims for society, right? You're saying like,
they're subjective. They're generated by my brain.
But so they're no better or worse than anybody else's.
No, that doesn't follow.
There's also
this is the dumb argument that religious people say. Oh, you don't have objective morality. You can't have any morality.
I feel like you're.
Oh my god! But you reject morality, though, Abe. That's the problem, right? It's not that you can't have it as an atheist. It's that you reject it. But you don't think anybody's morally responsible for anything. Or responsible, even remove the morally responsible. You don't think anybody's responsible. Not even just morally responsible.
That doesn't mean I can't comment on people's behavior. Like that doesn't.
Yeah, but oh my god. Of course you can still comment on people's behavior, right? But you're making a bunch of moralistic value judgments, though, right?
Yes, they're subjective.
But then you're basically a moral nihilist, though.
Yeah,
because you don't think anybody's responsible for anything. So what is morality?
What is morality? It's the behavior, it's the way we treat each other.
Which is whatever way we treat each other. That's it.
No, it's like we call things that if you treat people fairly and leading to well-being, then we call it moral or ethical. And if you treat
what does that mean?
Like if I walk down the street and I punch someone in the face, that's unethical. It's harming them because it's harming them for no reason.
Okay, so is it just descriptively like harm reduction? Is there after?
See, again, not wholly, because there are times when it's okay to harm someone, like if you're doing surgery on them.
Maybe that's because Sam Harris simplifications don't really work, but
But the point is,
it's like one can still ask you like, why should we value harm reduction, right? Somebody can still ask you that, because you're not just going to say because it's harm reduction is harm reduction.
Because everybody does that. It's not just me. Every single person does that. And if you don't do it, you
think it makes sense?
You're just saying harm reduction is harm reduction when you say that it's good.
Yeah, everybody acts that way. Everybody gets up in the morning and they like.
It's a tautology game.
It's It's not a tautology. It's just the
Harm reduction is harm
reduction is a
That is a tautology. It's just
no. What I mean is this is as silly as saying like when people say when the presuppositionalists say how can you trust your senses? You use your senses to justify your senses. It's the same thing. This is not justifying.
No, it is not the same thing. I mean, like it's loosely
Sorry,
sounds like it rhymes with that.
You can go back in 2 seconds. Mods, Greg is like doing slurs in the chat, so somebody should do something about that.
Yeah, I got him. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Piper actually needed my French or English logic, but never you.
I normally, just to be clear, I'm not normally kicking people. You guys know that, but that guy's right at the threshold. So you guys
Just tell me, I'll gladly boot him. Greg is on the one foul, you're out deal. I'll just boot him right
Anyway,
now.
the point I'm saying is when I say harm reduction, all I'm saying is living organisms, right? Forget about human beings. Like I've watched animals in the forest, right? You look at like squirrels or whatever, or deer, right? They're all looking for food and shelter. No squirrel I've ever fucking seen thinks like, oh, let me cut off my arms and legs. That'll be good for my life. Just doesn't fucking happen.
Yeah, but Abe, that's not like. So the reason what makes us different from squirrels is that we can ask like, is my behavior good? Should I be doing X? Whereas squirrels just do X because they feel an impulse to do X.
Right, but I'm saying number one, they don't eat. They almost never think to cut off their arms and legs because that would be insane.
Okay, but I don't know what's the significance of that.
So what I'm saying is, when I say harm reduction is the principle that I'm commenting on, when I say even
but it's not a principle. Is the point? Because you don't think that there's any like responsibility to reduce harm.
No, but I'm saying subjectively, I can commentate and say, I think this person who has no free will, right, is an agent, right? I can still give that commentary because I'm inputting something. I know it sounds crazy, but just hear me out. I'm inputting into the system certain inputs that can have effects, even though there are no agents or actors. Because by
what are the inputs?
The inputs are my commentary. Let's say I'm commentating.
But why does your commentary have an input?
Because let's say I'm in a room full of Christians and I say I think the story of how God said to kill the Amalekite babies is unethical. That is an input into the brains of all the Christians who might hear it and go, oh yeah, you're right, maybe the God's not so good. Like that's an input.
But if the idea is like, well, none of these moral claims are actually true, but by just saying those mouth sounds, I influence other people to do.
Yes.
I mean, what I want. I mean, then you're basically just saying that it's all an illusion and you're just like being puppeted by the forces of the universe and there's not really any.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, but then that means that there's not any moral significance to any of it.
Yes, technically that is true.
Then what's the point?
There's a point from my point of view. I would like to live in a world
but no, what's the point from your point of view? Because you just said it's all like wrong. You're basically being puppeted by an illusion.
No, the point is I would like people in the audience to kind of become non-religious, and then I think the world
would be better. Why does that matter?
I think the world would be better.
Better according to what?
According to my subjective criteria.
Are those criteria not illusory?
They're not illusory in the sense of, no, I mean, they're still
A
criteria.
becomes God. He sets the rules.
I do set the rules. That's correct. Yes, no, you got it.
Let's see if you'll be a good, fearless
I set
leader.
better rules than God.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, you just said that all the moral criteria you could ever have are illusions, so I don't know why you're so buying
They're not, when you say illusions, what do you mean? I said they're subjective.
You said that all moral statements are strictly speaking false.
Well, I didn't say they're false. I said they're not true.
What's the difference?
The difference, I'll tell you the difference. The difference is you can still subjectively hold to certain criteria and values, like I said, right? I think.
What is the word subjective doing there?
Because I'm.
Abe, you are confused, God. True and false are not third.
I'm a confused God.
Okay, the other option if they're not true and they're not false is that they're not true, then you're like a non-cognitivist, right? So you could think like they don't even express things that could be.
Specifically, I asked him before, right? I said, so basically all the moral statements are just not like they're just like you're you're saying all these statements which have meaning that are influencing other people, but they're all illusions because the reality that they ascribe doesn't exist, right? So he's like
And they're all just telling each other that harm reduction is harm reduction. Like if somebody goes, this leads to harm reduction, they're like, why should I care about that? And they're like, well, just to inform you, sir, harm reduction is harm reduction.
Hold on, wait. Sully, do you agree with me that it's better to like not kill innocent babies than to kill them? You agree with me on that, right?
You don't agree with that.
Yeah, the point is that we think that and you don't.
Yeah.
I subjectively do think that. I just
what the word subjective? It's not doing anything.
I am a subjectivist. Like that's literally the view that I hold in that.
Abe's
maybe you should listen to what I'm saying.
Subjective doesn't mean like not real. Like that's not what subjective means.
I mean, I don't think. Look, even if you think that my position is like kind of absurd, in the sense of like the whole universe being absurd, I don't think there's anything in my position that's contradictory.
I'm not sure like what the pushback against Abe is here. Like, isn't it like kind of
pushback? The pushback is that all these criticisms are like moral,
gentlemen and ladies,
like a moral nihilist.
Yeah, I know, but like sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but like I'm an emotivist or whatever, right? Like, or like something like that. But I can still insist on my preferred normative standards.
Yeah, subjectively, your preferred standards.
Wait, but when you say insist on the normative standard, right? That's not an ethical standard, right?
Yeah, well, okay, yeah, an ethical standard.
No, but then you're not a non-cognitivist. You're thinking that there's a standard that actually applies.
No, I'm not saying that there is a standard that applies. I'm saying
you just said that there was.
Oh, well, okay, so maybe I'm just confused again here, but let me
see. Wait, Piper, are you saying, or Sully, are you saying that if you believe there's a true moral nihilist, that they're not supposed to comment about any type of moral or ethical?
There's no supposed to. It's all false.
Okay, but the point is this: if they did, would you not listen to what their critique is, or would you just say, "Oh, you're a moral nihilist"?
Yeah, but the point is,
the point is that your critique is like you're asserting this thing and that thing are wrong. This is wrong for God to do. This is wrong. It's wrong when people do this. It's wrong when people do that.
Yes, moral nihilists can say that.
But then we unpack the semantics of that, and it turned into a descriptive account where you said it means that it leads to harm.
Yeah, correct. I mean,
that's a different. I feel like that's a different arm of the confusion.
How else would a moral nihilist be able to talk about it? How else?
No, but the point is, look. The point is this, right? I might an error theorist might say the Holocaust is wrong, right? My point to the error theorist is, look, I agree, Mr. Error Theorist. The Holocaust is wrong, but if you think the Holocaust is wrong, it contradicts error theory because error theory says that, strictly speaking, nothing is wrong.
So how would a moral nihilist say that they don't like the story when God said to kill the Amalekite babies?
That it wouldn't have any moral significance. There's no moral significance.
Are you saying
you could say that? It would just be you can do whatever you want, right? It's not about allowing people to do things.
Yeah, you can just make whatever mouse sounds you want.
When you think you're saying when you say something wrong that it leads to harm, right? But if somebody asks you why is that bad, right? You would just say, well, because it leads to harm, because that's what bad means, right? But that's just a descriptive statement.
It's a descriptive statement, correct?
It's not normative.
Yeah, I'm not trying. I literally said I'm not going to convince people that there is objective morals or values.
I didn't say anything about objective. I'm just saying, on your view, there's no morals or values. Period. It's an illusion.
Yeah, what I'm saying though is that after all that, and after we're all moral nihilists, right? We're still living on planet Earth.
And
I still need to explain to people what behaviors, the consequences of certain behaviors are, and what they're not.
Why?
But the point is that Abe, on your view, you could drop all the normative vocabulary, right, and all of the moral vocabulary, and just go around telling people this thing leads to harm. This leads to harm. This leads to harm. And you'd be saying true things, but you wouldn't be saying what they should do. Right?
But this
you wouldn't be telling them what to do about it. You'd just be saying, hey, this thing leads to harm, just so you know.
But there's another leg of the confusion though, because harm is normative also.
I don't know. I mean, in Abe's account, I think it just means
listen to what I'm saying. Unless what you mean by harm is just there's a physical description of like I don't know what the chemicals firing or whatever, right? If you're not like if it's not supposed to say that something bad is happening to somebody, something that they don't deserve, something that makes their life worse, etc., etc. If you empty the word harm, like empty all those connotations out of the word harm, right? Then literally all you're talking about is like serotonin and oxytocin. That's what you mean by harm. So what you're saying is like, well, you shouldn't rape babies because serotonin and oxytocin or whatever. Like it doesn't have the same significance that harm normally does, or that the Sam Harris argument wants it to have.
So what is the point? When I get in a room and I hear Christians say, God said to kill the Amalekite babies and this is good. And I say, no, that's not good. That's actually bad. That's harmful.
You're saying something false.
No, actually, he's saying something trivial, which is that, there's like oxytocin or whatever the hell. There's like C fiber firing happening in the baby's head. Like that's what he's saying about it. He's saying, hey, God is permitting you to do something that generates C fiber firing, and it's like,
that's why I'm saying.
Yes, he is doing that. Why should anybody care about what you're saying? We know that.
No, but like, look, that's why I'm saying two arms of the confusion, right? Because on the one hand, he told me that all this like normative moral stuff is like, basically just an illusion that we all entertain, right? Because the forces of the universe tell us to, right? And so on that's basically just an error theory, like, view, right? Whereas like, then when you ask him what it means to say something is good and bad, he just gives some kind of like T-jump style, like it means that.
Right, but that's why he's not an error theorist, because he's.
No, but I'm saying he's giving two contradictory answers at the same time.
Yeah. How could I possibly explain that there's no objective morals or values, and also to
take the objective out of it. That has nothing to do with anything. There's no subjective, doesn't matter, right? Like, that's not the point. The point is whether there are values or not, and whether when you say there are values, you're saying something besides, oxytocin is oxytocin or whatever,
But the point is this: when I'm in a room, right, when I'm talking to a crowd of people, many of them religious people, it's not going to work if I say, I think your God is immoral because he caused cortisol to be released in a baby.
Right, and that should give you a reason to rethink your position here.
No, not
yes!
Piper, you're basically telling me my position is not like rhetorically strong to convince some people. That's all you're saying.
The reason that they're not going to be convinced by that is because you're using this language of moral significance, right? But if we investigate what you're saying there, it doesn't actually have any of that significance, either because you think you're saying something that's actually false, or because you're saying something tautologous that's purely descriptive, right? So the reason that they shouldn't take your argument seriously is because it's confused.
Okay, but the point is that
not because it's rhetorically
If
unaffected.
you're gonna levy this type of criticism at my worldview, this goes for their worldview too. They can't fucking get away with it because they say God told me to murder babies. Now it's okay. Fuck that.
Okay, great. Yes, look, I agree with you. Look, I'll give you this.
He just responds with the moral argument.
No. Yes, but look. I'll give you this bone, right? That Andrew, if you investigate Andrew's view enough, you will get to something like, and we've done this before, you will get to something like, well, it's good because God said it, and what that means is that God said it, right? You'll get down to that you'll whittle down to that fucking nub, right?
And I say it's bad because the universe said it.
Abe, listen, your position doesn't get better because Andrew's position also sucks.
No, my position is better. I'll tell you what. When Andrew says it's good because God said it, and I say it's bad because the universe said it.
Okay. Yes, and you're both saying dumb stuff.
The universe actually fucking exists. That's the difference.
Okay.
That's the difference. Yes, Piper. That is the answer.
I'm gonna get a drink.
Okay.
The universe has a mouth.
Andrew,
I have no mouth, but I'm a scream.
Andrew, are you there?
I am here, and I want to say that I appreciate that glowing review from Piper of my
Have you followed follow the whole conversation of my worldview on trial? Or?
Yeah, I was taking notes, Abe. So next
a
time you
mess.
have that
It's a
conversation about
mess.
those Amalekite babies.
Yes.
Please
and-
tell me
and
your notes, Noel.
to Dawes, like I'm not even into philosophy and whatnot, but I can
Andrew
tell you.
Todd told me she doesn't think God is all loving, so that explains her view.
Well, that.
Andrew knows that. He knows I think that.
Yeah, them Israelites are hard. They go hard in the paint. The Israelites go hard in the paint.
You're so funny.
But let me just say this. As far as what you're saying, I mean, a little bit ago, you reminded me. Do you guys remember when William Lane Craig was asked, you know, are you certain that God exists? He goes, no, or something like that. The way he said it was the way you responded to Piper. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that was pretty harsh, Andrew. I hope I've never responded to anything like William Lane Craig.
You could only hope to be a tenth of the philosophical genius that William Lane Craig is. But anyway, go ahead. I love you.
Well, I'm still trying to get over how
You haven't responded to
false
my
are two
3
different
points
things.
here. I have a checklist of things you haven't reached to.
But what's wrong with my, like, so is it the case that you have to have a theory of moral semantics? Is it the case that you have to have a theory of moral semantics that's like emotivist in order to, like, you know, insist on, like, you know, normative claims around I don't know, ethical subjects?
Yeah, like this type of criticism.
The point is that you're showing up to a room full of people who believe something, and you're like self-admittedly just emoting at that. Like, so it's like that's what all your criticisms be about.
I'm not gonna pretend that like the
But then you're just
is giving me some authority like they do. I'm not gonna pretend that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that, look, in the same way that my senses, when they say like how do you trust your senses to validate your senses or whatever, I don't do that. I don't.
You know what like a reactionary is?
A reactionary?
Yeah.
No, how
You know what? Let me just explain what I mean. Right. So like, you're shaping all of your views in response to what like crazy apologists are saying. Okay. So like everything you think about philosophy is directed at like refuting the apologists. Okay. But the point is that, like, if you step back and just try to construct a philosophical picture of your own, you know, and forget about the theists for a minute, right? Like, it'll help you in the conversations when you go back and have it with them. Because at this point, like, you end up all over the place. Like Piper's pointing out, where it's like, on the one hand, you're saying something that's like narrative theory, on the other hand, it's like non-cog, and then you're like, a subjectivist too, and it's like, if you do, like, about 8 positions, you would pick one that, like, you think fits you, you know?
Well, when you say
You're breaking up.
what? Oh, can you hear me?
No, sorry, I was breaking up.
Oh. When I go in a room and like a Christian room, let's say, and they say like, I think God was right to murder the Amalekite babies, right? That's kind of like the highlight that I'm trying to highlight. I'm not trying to start talking about whether I'm a moral nihilist and whether you can like point out.
No, but the point is that like making a bunch of like more moralistic critiques of that, right? You could do other arguments that are like, I don't know. You could do other arguments that don't involve that, I guess. Like somehow, a lot of the arguments are going to end up being like probably evil style.
How am I going to say that their God is wrong or unethical or immoral without you thinking that my worldview suddenly has to go on trial?
It's just aim. It's just like it becomes kind of like what you're saying becomes empty when you realize showing up and telling them like,
are you saying
this stuff
I
is bad.
cannot?
By bad, I like don't really need any of this.
Are you saying I cannot critique what they're saying when they say God murdered innocent babies, right? And I'm not allowed to go up there and say that's crazy.
Actually. They don't actually say God murdered them.
God killed them. God let them die.
Yeah.
However you want to say.
And they'll say it's good, right? And you're just saying, when that's not good. That's bad.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why you're doing that.
If you look, Sully, this type of critique, if you want to talk about my worldview about non-cognitivism or whatever, we could do that, but in another room. But the point is, when they're saying crazy shit, like God is allowed to kill babies, and you're saying, well, you can't critique them because you don't have a foundation. You're a moral nihilist. That's crazy.
No, it's just that like
crazy.
What you're saying, what you're saying,
quiet.
Abe, the point is that like what you think the things you're saying to them mean, right, is important, right?
I want them to reflect on their religious beliefs and say, I don't think it's good that God murdered babies.
Yeah, so you just want to have some kind of like verbal impact on them to like, you want to like verbally punch them in the brain.
Yes, that's good.
By saying like, you're bad.
Correct.
Well, what are they thinking about? The significance of that is like, there's no significance to that on your picture, right?
So you just want to be able to use the word bad because you think it'll make them feel bad because you want like the pleasure of them feeling bad. You don't actually like trying to communicate to them that like it is bad.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's an input. It's an input into the
It's just brownie.
Yeah, all is happening is that like you're taking an action that you hope makes them like puts them under distress.
No, I don't want to solely put them under distress. I want them to think about their position and revise it. That it's a more better position.
Well, yeah, but like you're doing it by lying about your position, right? And I'm not sure why you want. It's not even clear why you want them to do that. But look, it's not even clear why you want them to do that, right? Like unless you want them to agree that like, what do you mean it's subjective?
I think when he says it's subjective, he just means like he has that disposition to want.
Yeah, that's my motivation. My motivation is I think the world would be better if they weren't religious.
It's like, we're talking about it, suddenly you're like, it's the world will be better, and you're like, no, I'm a non-cognitivist, right? Like, what do you mean by it's better? That's gibberish.
Right.
What do you say?
Ridiculous. So you guys are
the
basically saying
problem
that...
is you're just not a careful thinker, Abe. Like, you just like Sully says, you like to go into these, no. You like to go into these rooms, whenever anyone challenges you, you're like, oh, that's...
Go do your little moralizing to me, someone else.
Okay, see, this is the guy you made a mod, right? This is the guy you made a mod. Like, he claims he only wants to be a mod so he can block people that, like, do stuff to him. But it's really so he can control the conversation like he just did.
No.
Right? That's what you like, man. Go ahead and make your stuff.
Deepak, all you...
I know you're not, but I'm talking to you, right?
And you gotta let you do.
Even when I talk to Sully and Millicent or whatever, as long as they're actually trying to make points now and I unblock them, I'll talk with them. You're just non-stop ad homming, so I'm not interested in talking with you.
You gotta take a little ribbon from Deepak, because he's in charge of the AI overlords that are gonna like enslave us.
Deepak insulted you? He never insults anybody.
Deepak, he has nothing of substance to say to me. He can't point out any type of like contradiction in my position. So all he does is just like do little pot shots in the chat, like, oh, hey, you're not a deep thinker.
So Bob, I just want to understand, like, you've complained about Abe being a mod before. Like, is this just how it's going to happen? He's going to get on stage, whine till he gets mods, right? And then like claiming that the only reason is because he wants to block people he's scared of or some shit. And then like he uses it to abuse people. If that's the case, then just let me know. I'll go back to like.
I mean, I think you're wrong that he's lying about it though, because he is just openly telling us that like he's going around and making like sad sounds in people's ears so that they like will.
No, wait, can we resolve?
Like, can
we resolve the meta thing since I was actually sent down and sent back up, right, and brought back up by Bob? Like, can the mods like figure out like what they're going to do about it? I mean, the answer is like, yeah, let Ray bloody run loose. That's fine, right? I'll accept that. I can deal with that. I'll just go somewhere else.
Yeah, please go somewhere else.
Andrew, you have to stand up for Deepak.
You're leaving
Deepak hanging, Andrew.
You don't have to stand up for me, right? Like, Abe is definitely more entertaining, I admit, right? Like, I like listening to Abe's trash fire stuff sometimes too, so, and...
No, but like, I want to hear you both yell at each other.
Deepak, if you leave...
Like, Abe is...
If you leave, I'm going to kill Andrew, so that's on you.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not hearing anything from the mod squad, so...
They might not be a squad.
It's just Andrew. I mean, you guys can... I mean, Andrew's like policy is like, oh, each mod can do whatever he wants. I mean, look, I'll just go somewhere else.
No, I might yell at Abe too. I want you guys to yell at each other.
No! Deepak's the smart one out of
Hey, he like never yells at anybody. I don't let him yell at you because I never get to hear him yell at anybody.
Why do you think he's contributing anything to the conversation? He's just ad homming nonstop.
Because it's funny to hear him yell at you. Sorry. I'm being honest.
Subjective?
I was determined to say that. Right? Yes, I'm a subjectivist. Yes.
Good.
No, it's objectively true that it's fun to fucking yell at you.
No, but first thing, Abe, like, he's just trying to have fun. He's a really good guy, like, legitimately good guy. You can take that into consideration if you choose to or not. But like, to the rest of you, like, what is wrong with my being an emotivist and insisting
I don't
on?
know. They think that if you're honest and you admit that like you can't ground your morals and values in any type of like objective, I don't know.
The objectivity doesn't matter.
They think that then somehow, I don't know, they think you're either being like irrational or contradictory. They think when you go in a theist room,
No, but Abe, the objectivity doesn't matter though.
and you critique the theist, that somehow you should just be quiet and you should say, hey,
No, I'm not. Listen,
I can't justify.
I think you should keep yelling at them because it's funny too. But I'm telling you, like, on your terms, like, what you think you're saying is, hey guys,
By your view, if I'm a moral nihilist, are you literally saying I just shouldn't come in rooms and talk to people?
No, I want you to keep coming into the room, so I think you should keep doing what you're doing.
Then what type of critique is it to say when I say that it's bad that God said to kill the Amalekite babies? That you think, how can you say that?
Please, be so good. Please, can I have this? I have two questions, Abe. They are yes or no. And if you don't want to answer them, you can get past or something.
I will do my best. Yeah, I'll be there.
Hi. Is the problem and evil a reason for you to be an atheist?
Partly, yeah.
Okay. And do you think theism is a reason to be a moral realist?
Do I think theism...
Like, if you were a theist, would you be a moral realist, or would you continue the same moral position even if you believed in God?
I might continue the same position, but some people might say it's a reason. I don't think it's like it's not a necessary...
I'm just saying for you,
no.
if you were to be one.
No, I think I'd still be a subjectivist, even if I thought God existed.
Well, I thought you were like a motivist or something.
Well, I would just say that I think that when God says something, it's just him emoting, you know?
Okay. Yeah. So I got one.
Yeah, I noticed this. Yeah, I noticed that earlier, that it was the same thing you were talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's especially bad here, because it's like, look, it's like a descriptivistic test, right? So, like, the point is, like, you could be, like, a normative eliminativist. You could just get rid of all the normal language.
You could still.
And it would turn out that, like, Abe is saying, like, when he said, hey, God commanding them to kill the babies was wrong, what he's really saying is, like, when God did that, it led to, like, sea fiber fire. Right? And they're just going to go, yeah.
Yeah. But if God exists, no sea fiber fire. And they're like, nah.
When God puts people in hell, it hurts. And they're like, yes.
Yeah. All I can say is this, though. Like, regardless, I don't mind dissecting my worldview about moral nihilism and stuff like that. I find it interesting. But all I'm going to say is this. If you think that I'm going to, like, cede the stage to crazy religious people talking about how they're...
Nobody's asking you to do that.
Yeah. Well, that's the point if you say that you think that moral nihilists can't make any type of, like, claims or,
It's not about, like, look, you can go around saying to people, blah, 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 right? But, like, you're not saying anything.
No, but look, when I say blue, blah, blue, blah, I know that that's an input into the system that changes their brain.
So, yes, when you say blue, blah, 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 by your drums are
yes.
Maybe there are, like, more, delicate ways of putting these things so that you work better.
It might even, like, change their brain development to, like, become a moral nihilist themselves.
The thing is, like, look, what are you pointing out to them by your own life? So basically you're just saying, like, I'm riding the wave of connotation. Right? So, like, when I say that, like, God killing babies is wrong, I'm basically just trying to send them negative vibes so that they stop doing,
I find that their brain should, revise their position. They should realize that it's something that they shouldn't call it.
Yeah, but, like, why do you think this is the best way of going about doing that? And then, like, before you say that, like, you're not responsible anyway for anything you're doing. So it's
What's
like,
the alternative? To not say anything? Then they're
I'm trying to bump into your brain with my words right
on
now.
which there isn't this like silly like nonsense. Like that's the alternative.
Tell me a way that you think a moral nihilist can make a claim and talk about.
Drop moral nihilism. Stop being a moral nihilist. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, but then what are you basing your morals on? It's all subjective.
It's still subjective.
It's non-existent.
Right. So yeah, the point is like you have standards of judgment, and you know you take moral claims to be true or false relative to that. Right. That's like a relativist view version of subjectivism. Like you can still say like God killing babies is wrong. Right. But like the point is that like they don't find that kind of forceful either. Right. If they don't, I know. Right. Now, but like if you were a realist, it would be no more convincing. Right. Like somebody who's a realist could come along and say, yeah, God commanding that was wrong, and it's objectively the case. Right. And they would still shrug. Right. So the point is that like, you know, if you want people to stop believing things, it's better to give them like epistemic reasons rather than just like moralize at them, because it doesn't usually work. You know, unless you can do it from other moral commitments that they have, right? Like if you can pick out other moral commitments that they have, maybe you can persuade them that they're being like, you know, a bit inconsistent in their application or whatever. But yeah, that's like about.
How would you epistemically convince them that God saying kill the Malachite babies is bad?
Well, you could just convince them that God's not real. I think that would be like the better thing to do. Because I'm not sitting here trying to argue with them that their fictional character is bad, right? I'm trying to argue with them that he doesn't exist at all, right? Like, I'm not trying to prove to Andrew that, you know, hey, buddy, you know, Yahweh's bad. Maybe I, like, get Andrew to believe it. It's like, okay, he's bad, fine, whatever, but I'm still a theist, you know? And it's like, I'm trying to say God doesn't exist, right? And
Well, I kind of do agree with you on that. Like, technically, we should just go to the fucking foundation and say, like, there's no God. But I guess, like, when they say stuff about their God, those tactics of saying, like, God is not loving, God is not powerful, why would he kill the babies? It's designed to make it look more implausible to get them to the point where they get to the foundation, which is that, yeah, it's so implausible that God doesn't exist, you know, like he doesn't.
Yeah, but then at best you get them off of like Christianity or like Abrahamic religions or whatever, you know, because it's like like what you could still be like atheist.
I sort of the way I sympathize with you is this, right? I also have atheistic motivations, right? I think religion bad, right? But like my approach to like trying to show people that religion is bad is more going to be like, here's why this is like a shitty theory of the world, right? Like here's why like the way that you're making sense of the world is harmful to you, and also is just like committing you to a bunch of stuff that's untrue, right, in the process, right? Like, rather than, like, you know, I don't know, just trying to find stuff in the Bible that's, like, you know, sounds gross, or, like, whatever, you know? And, like, that process of trying to show them that, like, a secular, like, view of the world is better is going to require, like, that the secular view of the world have more to offer than just, like, yeah, well, like, there's no values and we're all just, like, you know, puppets of the initial state of the universe, but, like, I'm still making mouth sounds at you for some reason, you know?
Right. Well, first of all, when I say that, like, I'm a moral nihilist, I just mean, like, in the sense of, like, ultimately the cosmos. I don't think that there's anything with the universe. You know, the universe doesn't compel upon us to act a certain way over the other way. In the
the universe is not an agent, but that's not the issue about moral nihilism.
Yeah, but like from subjectivity, then maybe I should just say I'm a moral subjectivist, just like I am. I'm like,
yes. Say you're a moral subjectivist. Yes.
But that doesn't change the fact that like even though I could be a moral subjectivist, if you like push me hard enough, I'm going to be honest and say like, yeah, my subjectivity doesn't have any like cosmic significance. But that's not a problem.
Well, I mean, I think that's another. I actually think that's like a religious shibboleth, right? Like I don't think our values need to have cosmic significance. Like I don't think our values need to have significance beyond the fact that there are values, right? Like why does the universe need to care? Yeah, why does the universe need to care that like killing babies is wrong? Like it's still wrong, okay?
So it's good. Yeah,
Yo!
Bob, you might be interested in this.
Like good for killing babies.
And what? I was just gonna ask you the question I've asked this room 5 times, but no one seems to care about what I'm asking. Why is it wrong?
No, we can explore your thing if you want.
Just explain it to me quickly, like.
Explain what to you? What do you want?
Like, why is it wrong to have like a semantic, an ethical semantic view or whatever semantic? Why is it wrong to have like a view of like semantics around ethics that's like emotivist, right, or whatever, and then to still insist that the emotes that you're making are like to be able to still insist on them, like still like go to people and say like I think it's like wrong to kill, like yeah, and yes, I'm just saying killing.
Well, but
I insist on that boo killing. Like, that's,
the point isn't that.
Sir, you don't understand. Boo killing. Okay.
Exactly.
No, but like, look, the issue, look, the AJA model is just like, okay, well, yeah, you can go around saying murder is wrong or whatever, or like rape is wrong, but you're just saying boo rape. And that's not, the issue isn't that you're saying boo rape or whatever, or that like, if that's all you're saying, then you shouldn't say it or something. But like, the issue is more just like, if you, like, typically when you say rape is wrong, right, you're saying, like, that's like, you're expressing some sort of standard, right? You're saying, like, oh, you should not do this, right? Like, you're saying, like, this is, like, not good, right? Like, this is a bad or evil act or whatever, right? And that carries this significance that, like, merely booing a soccer team doesn't carry. Like, so if you think,
yeah,
I get that. Yeah, so if you charge, like, your moral proclamations with all this significance that's different than just merely, like, we're fucking having fucking Brussels sprouts again, boo, like, then you're not really being true.
Also, like, how do you even, like, handle that, like, some of these emotions are, like, positive and negatively balanced, like, boo and yay are, like, opposites somehow. It's like, oh, well, does that mean, like...
I mean, that's a bigger issue.
Boo is the boo one, right?
Yeah.
You can't cash that out, like...
Well, so AJA thinks, like, okay, well, obviously when you say boo Brussels sprouts, you're saying you don't like Brussels sprouts, right? Or something like that. Now, I mean, maybe you can sort of divorce it. Well, you could try to divorce it from normative considerations by saying, like, oh, this is just about whether I desire X, right? But then there's a sort of higher level analysis of desire that makes it seem like desires have certain normative elements built into them. Like, basically a desire gives you a hypothetical imperative where it's like, oh, because I desire X and Y is conducive to X, I should do X, right? Then that's hard to make sense of on a view where it's just like, there's nothing normative going on because that's at least something normative going on. It may not be a categorical imperative, but it's at least a hypothetical imperative.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have worries about, like, subjectivists who want to do, like, semantic reductions down to preference thought.
I don't do that either, but...
Yeah, because that's always struck me as, like, a bad move, and that you should just say, like, yeah, there are, like, normative concepts that are sort of, like, that have, like, primitive terms that express them, like, should, And it's like, that's just a concept. Like, don't be afraid of concepts.
Okay, so what's the right, like, ethical semantics to have?
I mean, there might be some daylight between my position and Sully's position. My position is just that there are, like, There are the normative. This gets tricky because often normative semantics is supposed to model what the folk person is saying or whatever, and I don't really care about that part. I more just care about, like, okay, what's the moral metaphysics, and then the semantics will just be developed based on the metaphysics. So what I think values are, right, are, these facts about conduciveness relations between, the goals of agents, maybe the fundamental goals of agents, their most constitutive beliefs and desires, the conduciveness relations between those and certain actions, right? So I don't know, resisting oppression is conducive to freedom, that kind of thing, right? And so it's like, okay, well, so for me, that's the moral ontology. There, we're talking about, like, the goals that are constitutive of the human character, so it's not an objectivist account, right? But, there's still something robustly normative there, and so the moral semantics is just going to refer to those normative concepts.
Yeah, I can give you a whole. So if you want to go into like the semantic account that I would give you, it'd be like, okay, we have like terms like should and ought. We have normative terms. We have other like moral normative terms and so on, right? So I think that there are pre-theoretic concepts. Okay, so that means like we haven't theorized about. So examples
I understand the concept of pre-theoretic concept. Silly.
Okay, all right. We're doing deep conceptual analysis now. Okay, so people have different theories of normative concepts, right? So like a good person is a normative concept, right? And people have different theories of what makes a good person, right? So part of what constitutes your theory is a standard of a value judgment, right? And basically the way the semantics works is that the propositions don't get like semantically reduced any further. So they'll still say something like, you ought to do X, right? And that's evaluated as true according to, or false according to that standard of judgment that constitutes the theory, okay? And then, strictly speaking, people are assigning different truth values, but to the same propositions, right? So when I say like cannibalism is wrong, and I say that's true, and you say like no, that's false, right? We disagree because we're considering the same proposition, right? But technically, the way I think about it is that the truth values are kind of indexed. So like they have like subscripts on them. Okay, so like when we do this like value judgment truth assignment, right? What we're doing is we're assigning truth values that have like our names in a subscript attached to them. So I'm assigning like T Sully, and you're assigning F Miller, right? But if you did T Miller, then we would agree, and that's just like what agreement is, right? So that's like the semantic.
So it's just every like claim in this domain is indexable, and that's it.
No. It's that the truth predicates are relative to an appraiser.
Right, the index, yeah, they're indexed to.
So yeah, you can say relative to or indexed to, whatever. Like the idea is that like the truth value assigned
right, T Millith
is the thing that
F Solly or vice versa. Okay,
right.
That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
So it's kind of like when we are talking about like objective claims about the world. Like you could think of a proposition as like a vending machine.
Right, the sky is blue.
And we all have,
is objective, whereas like killing is wrong is like true insofar as it's indexed to an agent.
Right, and so and so there's no such thing as it being true or false in some kind of objective sense, right? So the idea is like a normal proposition like the sky is blue. If you thought of that as a vending machine, we're all putting in the same type of quarters, but we're either going heads up or heads down, right? Or like we're either going heads or tails, okay? Right? In terms of which side of the coin is facing. like which side of the coin is facing up?
I got it.
Right. Okay, so it's either heads or tails, and we're all using the same coins, right? And these are like the truth values for the objective propositions, right? But for the ones that are stance dependent, the coins that have, the coins have our faith on them, so to speak, right? But we can still match like heads with heads and tails against heads in terms of disagreement or whatever. But the point there is to say that we actually are considering the same moral proposition, so that we can disagree. Because one of the big complaints about kind of relativist or subjectivist views that you can't accommodate disagreement, so anyway. Did Andrew come back? Andrew! Well, see, you want to tell Piper why everything is an internal critique?
What?
It didn't say everything. I said the way I talk about the problem of evil is as an internal critique.
Okay.
I'm not gonna start talking about there's no such thing as objective evil while talking about the problem of evil. It's retarded. This is Barth level retardation.
You weren't here for the last 30 minutes. They were telling me since I'm a moral nihilist, it makes no sense for me to say that God ordering the Amalekite babies to be murdered.
Dude, it's the most. This is
Actually, what's moral nihilism?
I've only heard
moral nihilism. JCM, what's moral nihilism?
We clarified that we were not doing that 85 times. Well, no one said what he just said.
This is
CM, what is moral nihilism, CM? You're in the Matrix.
Just street on. You can't talk about the problem.
Hold on. Can you repeat that? You're breaking up. Bro.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I think.
I said, this is right up the street from you can't talk about the problem of evil if you don't believe in objective evil or absolute evil or something.
Nobody knows.
This is so retarded. Who else said this?
That wasn't what was
I know Albedo was trying to do it, but I've heard Albedo say you can't. If you criticize the Bible, it's because you don't understand.
I don't think he has. I don't think that's
He blocked me for this shit. So he literally blocked me.
Look, Albedo's
I think he blocked you for other reasons.
Who said
he's saying listen, can I ask you something? When you make inferences, do you make inferences from things that you think are true?
Do you understand what an internal critique of the
internal
logic and consistency is? And you're analyzing the internal logic and consistency.
Oh
you don't understand.
I'm talking about when you were trying to form your beliefs and decide what
I'm not saying
what should I believe.
Even if I was saying I'm an atheist because of the problem of evil, I still don't think what you're saying is necessarily true. I can still.
But look, it wouldn't make any sense for you to say. Just listen. It wouldn't make sense for you to be like, I get up in the morning, I walk outside, don't see any evil here, right? And then you're like, somebody's like, why don't you believe in God? And you're like, well, it's because of all this evil.
Well, if you think about it,
the problem of evil is not I look outside and I see a lot of evil. It's kind of like you're positing a God.
Dude, do you not understand the point of what I'm saying?
And then it's doing that.
Dude, look, this is what I'm saying. It's that if somebody doesn't think there is any evil, right? If they think that there's no evil in the world, right? So they go check the world. Hey, what's going on in the world? Okay, there's no evil here, right? And then somebody asks them, hey, why do you think there aren't any gods? And they go, it's because there's too much evil. God wouldn't exist.
It doesn't make sense really. Let me tell you why.
If there was a God, there would be.
Well, that's not. I mean, it don't really make sense. Look, because this is the way you gonna put it, right? If there is no evil that you can observe, then there's no true free choice. That's the way you should look at it. Maybe that would.
You guys don't think there is. They don't believe in free will. So maybe there's no free will of any kind. They're not.
So there's no free choice. You don't think we have a choice?
I know the problem of evil. One of the common
Who
responses
taught CM this like specious weaponization of internal versus external?
Piper, shut the fuck up. Are you gonna endorse this shit? Like, you guys are shit. I have no idea.
Yeah, why do you think we're all trying to trick you, dude? I don't know why you think we're all trying to we're not even.
You guys are
What do you think we're like? What are we? Oh my god.
You can't talk about
evil. Can you name one thing I said that was retarded, please?
You're like, you don't go outside and see evil. How can you not believe in God because there's evil? Wow, dude.
That was not what I said.
This is Barth.
You're just not tracking anything.
Tell Barth. I wish Barth was here. He'd be proud of you guys. He'd be up here.
You understand? It's not about you completely misunderstood what I was saying, right? If you
misunderstood what I was saying when I'm criticizing the internal logic and consistency of like fucking all good.
Do you remember? Do you remember when I told you that this is just free stuff?
I don't even think it's a great argument.
And yeah, it's
a common response. It's not that great. I never talk about
I think CM, look, I think this is a very fair look. They want to talk about my moral nihilism in another room. I'm fine, happy to do that. But the point you were making is when like people say crazy fucking stuff like God is allowed to kill the Amalekite babies. CM's just saying it's an internal critique to say, yeah, that's fucking crazy.
But they don't think it's bad. So how is it? What's the internal critique?
I don't have to start.
They don't think it's bad. I don't understand.
In order to set.
Oh my god.
Wait, how is it an internal?
It doesn't even work as an internal critique because they're just gonna say, no, yeah, it's good. So like, what's the problem?
I don't even say it's good.
No, they won't say that because on theism, on many variants, evil does exist. So you can say on theism, it's
No, but they're saying like
there's some internal.
The ontological status of evil, it doesn't matter whether God created evil or He just allows it to happen, or evil is the absence of good. Like, however the fuck you want to define it, there's recognizable evil in the world. This is what's incompatible with God's nature of like being all good and all loving.
Okay,
you guys are lost.
Okay, all right. Listen, Chris. The point is that like if somebody's saying the other critique was that they're saying there is no evil, but like that's how they justify their own view, right? On the internal critique, right? They're saying like it's bad for God to command the genocide of the Amalekites, right? That's what and the point is that if you're running that as an internal critique, how does that even work, right? They're going to just say it's not bad, you know?
It's incompatible with His nature, bro.
Yeah.
With how at least He's described as His nature. I know there's responses to it, free will, etc. Like God, He has to allow some evil because of free will for some greater good. Like there's very common responses to this, and you know what? Like I understand them. I think they're pretty good responses. The free will, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that this is again just an internal critique on the logic and consistency of the worldview. I don't run this argument generally, but I understand.
And then we'll believe you.
Yeah, but the point is that if you're coming to them and saying, well, this thing that God commanded, that's actually bad, that's an external critique, right? For one, right? But two, like, I mean, again, this is like what precepts do, right? You ask them, like, how do you justify premise one of this, God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility. It's like, okay, we'll justify that, right? And then they go, tell me your worldview so I can knock it down and I can pick it apart, right? And I'll just do that to everybody, and that'll somehow justify my position, right? But the point is that it doesn't work.
Internal critique. Right? Again, what part of incompatible with His nature don't you get? Maybe you can say it's only on the surface incompatible with His nature. Like, you're going to have to do something like this.
But, I love when I get vindicated in the same day because it's so easy to track how right I am.
Thanks, Strick.
I don't think, like, Sully, like, the other view doesn't fare any better against theists then, because if you say, okay, I'm not saying nihilist, I'm just saying subjectively maybe evil just means harm, they'll just say, that's not what I mean by evil. Evil
Yeah, but I'm not saying.
feel good. So,
That's not, it doesn't work against my position, right? I mean, it's a complicated position, but I laid it out a minute ago because Millet asked me to. But like, they're not going to be able to say that to me. I'm going to go like, hey, look at all these things. Like I think they're evil. Do you think they're evil? And we're both going to go, yep. The fact that they're wrong about normative semantics is like irrelevant, right? Like, so the fact that they're moral realists to me doesn't matter. Because actually, on my view, we're all subjectivists anyway, right? Not in terms of like having the position or believing in that position, but just like that's how it works. Like that's what we're doing. Yeah.
They may think that you're wrong about what you think the good is and what good and evil is, and that's why you think that killing the America's babies are evil. When in fact it actually was good.
The point is that like I think whichever way we go, right? Whether their realistic account of evil is correct, let's say, and my like subjectivist account is wrong, it doesn't matter because like we pre-theoretically agree that those things are evil. So it's like before you even like we agreed with these things being instances of evil prior to like theorizing about the the meta semantics of evil.
Oh, okay. You mean like in a vacuum, the theist agrees that if somebody else apart from God was to like command the babies to be killed, that would be evil, right? Is that the...
Yeah, or you could just say like it's like proton to evil or something like that. That it's like it's evil in lieu of like kind of really really good reason for it or something like that. If you want to accommodate that kind of thing.
Yeah. I guess the one that's difficult is when God commands it, because if it's just maybe like one human doing that to another human without God specifically commanding that, that's the one that the theists readily agree is evil. If one person just like kills another person for no reason, right? There's not going to be any argument that they'll agree with you that that's evil, and then start using all these free will defenses things. But when God is involved, when you try to claim that that's evil, that God killed all these babies, they're gonna like make another move on that and say, "Oh,
they're not gonna say God did it for no reason."
Yeah, it's true. Like that's what I mean. Like when God does it, it's a little different, so they can maneuver. Saying that God has reasons and that becomes more difficult.
Yeah, but then if you do the inference blocker, look out. Because all of these fine-tuning arguments and harmony arguments, they're coming down with...
Yeah, I heard you discussing that over the last few days.
Hopefully he finally gets that.
Yeah.
I really think it is kind of problematic. Like, I think there is a way to sort of contain it to an extent, but I don't think there's like the containment just gives you like whatever you're containing the skepticism just proportionally just affects how much you can make the other inference.
Yeah, like I sent Andrew a paper where there's a guy who tries to give like, oh, here's like a way you can reform the fine-tuning argument where this isn't a problem for it anymore or something like that, right? And it ends up being like really weak, and it involves like stuff with like it's basically like taking in like Revelation and stuff like that to get it off the ground. So it's like, yeah, kind of a bad argument.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Blake Genta, when he's debating people, historically he would tell them, hey, I think the problem of evil is evidence against God. But he would run the fine tuning.
So I think that makes sense, and I get that, right? I get that. I get what you're saying. I just know
that makes sense that he would do that.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying. I get your critique. I didn't understand fully what you were saying at the beginning, and I appreciate that. But I still, what I was telling you is, I still think people have come at it from like a perspective of saying that something that's a value like that can be so that it is perceivable. That is such a good that it is something that we can still think is more expected given a good God, rather than and still maintain the idea that, hey, we're just not in a position to make kind of these moral assessments about certain acts in the Bible. So I think there are people that want to maintain both. They want to say that it is the case that you shouldn't be trying to assess what it is that God's reasons are, because you're not in that epistemic, you don't have the vantage point, right? But at the same point in time, that the existence of life is such a good that the value of that is something that you can still think that God would be likely to create that, something like that. And I've heard different ways of people trying to bring the two together. But I don't know. Anyway, I know that that's what you were kind of saying, that you feel like it blocks the inference, by feeling this skepticism.
Like, Andrew, I think every theist will, like, basically be committed to the fact that we don't know everything about God. Like, that's just like a statement of fact that basically theism is true of, right? But what you with that, what you decide to do with that, like, beyond just stating that as a fact, is important to all this other stuff.
Yeah, he's saying, solely saying it's the base level inference, or the inference blocker, when you're just stopping it right out the gate, just saying, hey, you can't run that. But what I'm saying is, I think there are people who have been able to do that. But and I thought one was talking to you, Sully, but I can't remember who it was.
What do you mean? I was talking to Roger the other day, but he agreed with me.
Mark, are you there?
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Mark, are you there?
I don't think Mark's in the room. Mark's not here.
Marcus.
I thought Marcus was right there. It was either Mark or like Sasha. Might have been Sasha. I don't know.
Sasha agrees with this. I'm certain of that.
Well,
I've heard her say it. Like, I would put a lot of money down. I'm pretty sure I even have a message of her saying.
Yeah, ask her if she thinks skeptical theism blocks being able to run fine-tune.
Yeah, I can do that.
To be clear, it's like the value selection version of fine-tuning. Like, there's other.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just interjecting, and then Andrew was real quick.
Sorry.
Sasha also told me the same exact thing when you prompted us to talk about the problem of evil, so.
Sasha told you what?
That the invocation of skeptical theism against the problem of evil makes it hard to do natural theology, like the fine-tuning argument.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, because look, I mean, you can think of it like this: like, you're sort of like assuming that these unknown reasons that God has are only for getting him out of these like tricky situations involving evil, right? But the space of unknown reasons, like we have no idea what's in there, So the idea is like, we might just go like, hey, this thing is good and God is good, so like, yeah, it makes sense, right, that he would make this, or it's not so unexpected that he would make this. But the thing is that he could have reasons not to make it, right? Because there could be other reasons unknown to you that leads to greater evil, if he makes that thing.
Everything has a cost, Andrew.
I love how you say things sometimes. It's like my
you're like,
look, my views don't have costs, so
you're like, it's one of those lessons you're just gonna have to learn one day, Andrew. You might get this, you know. You impetulant child. One of these days you may learn what it is and how to do applied philosophy.
It's impetuous and petulant.
Petulant. Petulant. My bad. Yeah, petulant. You're right. Wait. Now I don't know. Now I'm questioning myself.
That's what you said. That's what Andrew said. I thought you said impetulant.
Andrew,
impetulant.
Go on to bed.
Impetulant. But it might be.
Andrew, do you still think it's impossible for God to? Oh, is he on the phone? Do you still think it's impossible for God to command rape?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, but like, I'm still shocked that he still thinks that, like, it no sense that doesn't mean that he can still think that.
Why wouldn't that make sense?
Okay, go ahead.
Impossible for God to what?
Me and Chris had a long discussion with you about this, remember?
I know, but why do you think that I would have said that I think what you're saying is correct? I don't think it goes through. I mean, I hear you, but
Andrew, you're messed up.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost out of range of my boot. Just give me a minute. I'll get to a better spot.
Yeah. Because to me, it seems like, depending on how you define rape, it's plausible. If you have, like, actual rape, one person going to insert your thing into the other person, like, I see how God wouldn't want, if he said, well, sex is only for marriage, now I want you to go and punish another person by doing that to another person, it does look implausible. But my definition of rape, right, you could rape someone without having to use your thing in it, and then that could be a punishment that got prescribed for someone really bad, right? It looks plausible, given the kind of things he does to people who wrong him. I can see him doing that to a Hitler. Say, oh, before he dies, mechanically rape him with this machine. Like, why not? I can't see why the God of the Bible can't do that. The only thing that's really stopping us is there's no story like that. Had there been a story like that in the Bible, I don't think Christians would just abandon Christianity saying, oh, no, look, shock horror, this is in the Bible. It just fits along quite right along with everything in there.
Like, the point we were talking about last time is that, like, there are things in the Bible that, like, Andrew thinks God commanded, like killing babies or whatever, right? Like, there was no precedent. Like, Andrew's only point is that he doesn't think there's a precedent for God commanding.
It's not his only point.
I think it was.
He added the one that I added, that sex is for holy matrimony or whatever, and that God wouldn't then say for you to go and do that to someone as punishment. Like, it's kind of like would be breaking some other rule of how he normally expects sex to be done, right? If he says, well, sex is just for for married people. Now there's another criminal somewhere, and he's saying, oh, you married person or whatever, you go and rape that person as punishment when you have to insert your thing, right? It does look a bit implausible. But if under the definition of rape, where you don't have to use your body, and you can use another machine to do it, I think it then becomes open because that objection is no longer there.
But, like, presumably killing babies is going to violate, like, other parts of the Bible the same way, like, raping, like, marriage between a man and a woman or whatever, and, like, rape outside of that institution, God just wouldn't, like, countenance.
You're right as well.
I'm not sure how strong that yet.
Yeah, I think you can try to do the same thing to say that should commit him to not killing the baby. But he has a way to do it. He would say that when Sodom and Gomorrah or whatever was killed, right, he wasn't really targeting the babies. Maybe he really wasn't punishing the babies. They just kind of like died, like collateral damage. Like he wasn't like, specifically doing that to the babies. It makes those kind of moves. I know you can argue against it, but you know.
Oh no, it can't.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised. Go to the Bible. I wouldn't be surprised if he did that to a really mean person like Hitler. I said, take him to the city center and use this mechanical device to rape him before he dies. Like, it fits right into the kind of thing he normally does. What might not fit in would be like, oh, a married man, you take her instead of your sex at home, do that with your thing to it. That would look odd, right? But if we're not having that part, if we can have the mechanical device thing to be a rape, that work, I don't think I see why that can't work.
But like also too, if we just like take a step back from all this, like, you know, kind of like pettifogging with like philosophical or theological concepts, like what's the plausibility that like God would be completely okay with like commanding everyone picks up a rock and like throws it at a person because they like have a sexual proclivity that God's not like, you know, in favor of, but like God would never possibly command someone to like digitally penetrate someone else. Like that's just
My feeling was that the reason why we like it's human ickiness. Oh, this thing's so gross. It's what's making us even sometimes think that rape is worse than murder. Oh, God kills a bunch of babies. Oh, that's okay. Oh, well, that's just to rape one really horrible Hitler. Oh, no, he can't do that. This is human ickiness. It's just, from a cosmic point of view, there's no reason why that is actually like worse than slaughtering a bunch of babies. So human ickiness comes into what ends up in the Bible. That's what that would be my external critique of the whole thing.
Albedo,
Yeah.
says he wants to come up.
Well, come on up, buddy.
Albedo, do you think that God could command rape?
No.
Why don't you think so?
Because you can't do bad things.
Yeah, Albedo is in a better.
What if it's only like pro tanto, or what if it's only like instrumentally bad? Like what if it's like overall like it brings about the best consequences possible?
Because I'm not a consequentialist.
Okay, and then what about like God like commanding the murder of babies or stoning to death and stuff like that?
No.
What about it?
Do you think that stuff is bad?
I think sometimes it is.
But you think in the instances that we're talking about, it's not bad?
Look, if you're trying to say, do I think those things... It's in the way that it's portrayed in the Bible. I don't even think those things happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's well. Touche.
When you were asking that, I was thinking you aren't familiar with Albedo's views because he has the easier because he's not gonna. The reason why it's tricky for Andrew is Andrew wants to affirm those.
Oh no, I know. I know Albedo's. Yeah.
Okay. Once you're okay saying no with the babies, then you can just you would be uniform on all of those things and just keep saying no to everything, and it would be a little bit easier to defend.
I'm just saying, like, God could kill a baby. It just would be like a good way of doing it. Like, I think there's ways that we could kill a baby and it would be fine.
Yeah, this is one of the ways in which Andrew was like defending. Right, he classified even snapping the finger, metaphorical finger, and the baby disappearing as killing as well, and then bundling everything together and making it look not as bad. Whereas the rape thing was looking very different, because you have to have like, what's the point of actually? You're not just trying to remove the person from the earth. You're actually doing that. Gross thing. But then we have this thing where you actually have God telling people to stone people and stuff. So, you know.
What's up, Shinadu? Not so fast. Not so fast, Albedo. Yeah, or what? Not gonna work, my friend. Okay. So first of all, we have got God orchestrating.
orchestrating reality and having foreknowledge. I know you're a little shaky on omniscience, but God knowing that babies are going to die in infancy and just still bringing the world about. And it's not a direct act of free will. And I don't even think you accept the Adam and Eve story, so I don't even know that you would want to fall back on that. Although
I do on an extent.
Yeah, okay. So, but fine. But you're not really going to you're going to have a problem because ultimately that's going to fall back in God's lap as far as infants dying, sudden infant death syndrome, etc. This is not direct cause of free will. It might be an indirect through Adam cause. Okay.
I like how Andrew's response to a lot of people's criticisms is like, look, you believe in God, so you don't have these problems.
No, but that's not correct though, Piper, because I've already responded. I'll defend my position again. I have no problem doing that.
I'm not saying it's the only thing you say. It was just a funny observation.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if that characterizes it to be common, but I hear you. But I want you to bring that up every time you see it, Piper, and then I can give my response real time. Because it's hard for me to address kind of the phantom previous examples, this nebulous, routine that I'm engaged in.
It was mostly a joke. I wasn't trying.
Okay, fair. And I don't want to take it. I don't want to take it any more serious than you intended. So yeah, that's fine. We're cool. But what I was going to say to Albedo is that so you have that issue. The other issue you have is you have Jesus saying that in the New Testament that people should be stoning their children. You also have in the Old Testament all of the examples where God commanded stoning, where God drowned the earth, where God did Sodom and Gomorrah, where God killed David's baby, where God told the Israelites to go and kill the king.
Any of those things.
Yeah, I bet you aren't. Well, then you're going to say
the Catholic position, Andrew, is the only thing I'm committed to in the entire Old Testament is that there's a first couple, Adam and Eve, that there really was like some kind of first sin that they committed, and that's it. That's what I can just remain agnostic on.
Hold on. Well, I think you're still going to be on the hook philosophically.
I forgot one. That the creation story, like the 6 days or whatever, that there is something about like I forget. It's not the order. Like you're not committed to that order, but there is an order.
Yeah. Okay.
Or you want to find something that's like damning or something to.
Yeah. No. I was just I had to send my brother something real quick. Okay. So. No, the other one. Let me just. Okay. So. Here is, let me see here. So you're still going to be tied just because of your, metaphysics and theological commitments broadly, not necessarily directly biblically based. But I mean, I think you're going to be on the hook just for God being. What's that?
I'm open to you being right. That's what
Yeah. Well, I mean, you grant that God knows that babies are dying real time, right? Okay, and you grant that He permits them to die of SIDS or horrible, like Cyclops babies, etc.
Anything that does happen is obviously He's permitting it.
You just be right. And so there's is allowing for pretty horrific conditions of babies, and then they die. I don't see that being the whole heck of a lot different. Than God killing them Himself. In some sense, you can say that is God killing them. It's not direct, but it is God orchestrating events such that that these babies will come into being for a short period of time and have an anguishing period of time, and then they'll die. So that's on your view on a massive scale. So you are committed to that, but I think there's going to be some other problems too. I think as far as the text goes, I don't think Catholics are going to feel very good. I don't think the official Catholic position is going to be finding it acceptable to discount or gut babies. Bear with me here. Yeah. So did you tell them that you think God can kill who He wants to, or He cannot? Is it okay for God to kill a baby?
There are conditions in which
it's just like acceptable in general for anybody to kill baby.
I know. That's the other thing I wanted to say when Abe was talking earlier. He believes God can kill babies. I'm like, you believe it, dumbass. Anyway, I wanted to talk like you for a second. Sully.
What was that critique, Andrew? What did I say that was wrong?
Oh shoot, I didn't realize you were in the room. I'm joking. I'm just playing it. Because you are pretty harsh, obviously. You're like, oh, these people are crazy. You believe that there are times to kill babies. You believe that.
Sorry to interrupt.
What do you mean? When is it a time to kill a baby?
Just a second. I have something. Hey, please, do you have me blocked?
Do I have you blocked?
Yeah, like, we never had an issue, but I think you have me blocked. Please.
Oh my gosh, Abe, you gotta quit doing this, man. You blocked all the...
Hold on. Andrew, okay, I'll unblock him for the group. Okay, but I'm not talking with him. I'll unblock him.
Oh my gosh.
What did he do? Wait, how
you're making this hard.
I unblocked him.
Oh wait,
you're making this hard.
Sorry, hold on please, Andrew. Have we ever had an issue? I don't know why you are blocked.
Have we had an issue? Yes, we've had issues.
Oh really? Interesting. Alright, cool.
Andrew, please make me mod again, right? Because before you know it, man, Abe's gonna block me too as well, then I won't be able
No, I'm not blocking you.
I don't know, I think I came out and then I lost my mind. I didn't have mods. Because what's going on here? Like you're blocking teenagers even silently without even maybe even knowing.
Andrew, when did you say that it's good to kill a baby? Like under what circumstances?
Oh, give me a... Yeah.
I can give you it.
Yeah, somebody can do it for a minute. Just bear with me.
Can I just like in general, I think if like a baby's like in great suffering when they're like 1 and we know they'll die anyways, we tend to just kill them right away.
Well, it depends what you mean by great suffering. Do you mean like they have an incurable illness or something?
Sure. I mean, there might be a number of reasons, but yeah, typically we don't just let it kill them on its own. Well, we might.
But those cases aren't analogous to God. That's the whole
I'm not saying it's analogous to God. I'm saying there are cases in which it's acceptable to kill a baby, and that's all I said.
Okay. But that's not analogous to the example from God where it's not acceptable to kill a baby.
That's exactly why I said I don't think that thing happened.
You don't think God said to kill the Amalekite babies?
No.
So why is it written in the Bible?
Because somebody wrote it down.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe everything in the Bible is true?
I don't think everything in the Bible is historically true.
Oh, okay. So
sometimes when people write stuff and then... Well, look, I don't think it's false in... Like, it's false in so far as it's not something that, like, you would ever find, like, actually occurring. But what needs to be quote-unquote true if you're a Christian at the bare minimum for... So, there's like 3 different positions. The most common one is the one I'm going to say. Is that they don't have to be historically true. But there needs to be... It has to be true in the sense that it portrays the intent of God. Which in this case, I just think is that there's something to be gained from, like, whether it be wisdom or a moral story, even though it doesn't have anything to do with, like, historical events or actually what God really did. Sometimes I think people wrote that stuff down and it was just polemics to make those people afraid of them. Like, if you look back in history, and I think a lot of, like, secular scholars agree with this, is that those stories just invoke this really strong guy that could beat their God up. And so they said, my God's stronger than your God. And he'll just beat yours up. And so they wrote that story down to scare them.
Okay. But if you have this view, Albedo, that's fine. Like, you're allowed to have it, but just... This is certainly a fringe view. You know, most Christians I've talked to, they believe that, like, this story actually happened.
Yeah, that might be true. It might be true that the Christians you speak to, that's not a common view, because especially in these spaces, and especially in America, most Americans are, like, Protestants of some kind, and they adopt a more literalist, or, like, they want to have the true historical things in the Bible. But the Catholic position does not commit you to that. A Catholic can be a Catholic and still basically think almost all of the Bible is not historical.
Yeah. it just seems such a bizarre view to say that like the word of God isn't even like true or historical, or it's just put together.
What does the word of God mean?
I don't know why. Why do Christians follow the Bible? Like they obviously think it's important in some very significant way.
It is important. It is
Okay,
important.
it's important, but it's
You
not
said
true.
the word of God. I was just wondering what you're adding by saying that.
Meaning that I would think that they think it's true. Look, why is the story in the Bible if it's not true?
I told you why. It could be
It's a lesson. Okay, what's the lesson?
That God's really strong, and if you don't listen to him, he'll kill you or something. I don't know.
Okay, why wouldn't they just say that as opposed to making up an entire story about the Amalekites and the Israelites and they had a fight in the desert?
Because they were probably trying to, they were at war with us like other people or something.
So they were just doing propaganda in the Bible.
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
Okay, thank you.
Please, Albedo.
Thanks.
I kind of had.
Position Randall Rouser takes. It's like Randall Rouser. He wrote a whole book about that.
I didn't know Brandon Roser. He's like the first philosopher I ever watched from Egypt, but he's the first philosopher I ever like kind of seen, and it's because of Egypt. So that's one thing I appreciate from Egypt. What's up, Chinadu?
Holy fuck, what? Nizam?
Yeah.
Are you there? Hold on, Nizam. Hello.
Yo.
Nizam, what the heck?
I'm back.
Where have you been?
Oh shit, my account got clipped because I was debating too many Zionists, and obviously this app is run by Zionists, so they clipped
Wait,
me.
what happened? You lost your account?
Yeah. So like,
That's anti-Semitic.
I was going
take it
into,
back.
yeah, I was going into Amir's rooms too often, and I think like someone recorded me and reported me, and then they clicked my account, and then I couldn't make an account. And then like for some reason like my IP address got clipped, so like I couldn't make an account. I don't know, man. Maybe it was my phone, but anyway, I managed to make an account using my sister's number, an American number. So I'm finally back.
Now he's back, baby.
Nizam, I'm
miss
about
all of you, but I definitely
about
miss
to
some of you.
report you if you don't renounce the anti-Semitism that just came out of your mouth.
I stand firmly by my anti-Zionist views, which is not to be confused with anti-Semitism.
That is anti-Semitic.
Because the Palestinians.
Saying that is
Because the Palestinians are Semites. Well, yeah, okay, maybe.
I love the same people who are like, Islamophobia? Islam isn't a race, shut the fuck up. Or like, oh, you said Netanyahu was a war criminal? You're an anti-Semite.
Yo, that is Nizam, dude. I've been calling him
Can I go ahead?
a fake Nizam for days now. I just followed you back.
It's real, man. It's real me.
No, yeah,
I miss Albedo. I miss Sully. I miss Piper. I miss Chinedu.
Well, it's cool you're back. If you want to come in one of our rooms one time, we've been doing a lot of like new topics, primarily about like empiricism.
Nice.
So yeah, you're welcome to come.
Empiricism is overrated. I'm a rationalist on the way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right off the bat,
Empiricism is overrated.
Yeah, it's overrated.
Empiricism and rationalism both suck. So.
But they both suck. Piper, you have to follow that up with a third option.
Jesus. Yeah. So yeah, I heard a bit of the conversation about if you don't believe evil exists, you can then say evil, therefore no God, right? And
there's a little bit more to it than that, but sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure there is, because I honestly didn't catch a lot of it, but I caught some of it. But I just wanted to ask that, because the way I'm thinking about it is, one could think there are these actions or these things. Like the analogy I came up with in my head was, if I think balls exist, right, and I think but I don't think these balls are like red in color, but they are balls, right? And I think there's this being that, sorry, someone said,
Yeah, they thought that was fun.
So these balls exist.
Yeah.
Balls are red.
Stop being kids, bro.
yeah, like, okay, if you think it's funny, I would like to know what the problem is.
Go ahead. It's fun.
So, So there are these bulbs.
Oh, that was bad.
Okay, you know what? There are these phones. Let's put it as phones. Okay, phones exist, right? And the phones, I don't think anything in the world is red in color, right? But I understand that these people are proposing a being that if it exists, it will see a phone, all phones, as red in color, right?
Yeah, you're already moving by my criticism then by doing this, but that's the linking stuff that wasn't explicit, but yeah, I think I see where you're going already, and yeah, if you do it that way, this isn't gonna really like be a problem for those people. This is for a real. If the amount of people this really targets, I think is probably very small, but it is something I saw happen on me. Like this happened. This is I think I saw it fairly recently today even. But basically, it's the conjunction of you don't think theism commits you to a particular moral view. You maintain your moral view. You think theism, the problem of evil is the conjunction of whatever your moral view and their disconnect from their moral view. So, like, if they say moral view A plus God equals contradiction, and you hold moral view B, and you don't think theism commits you to moral view A, then you can then go and use moral view A within your problem of evil as an argument for yourself. Because you don't think moral view A is true. I'll basically try to like formulate it in a way that like where we can get rid of all this abstraction is when you try to justify your own positions, you're trying to give your like at least something you think is a sound argument. And the problem of evil isn't a sound argument for somebody who doesn't affirm that conjunction of like the theism, like theism, if true, has these commitments. Even if I don't hold them, if I became a theist, I would have to be like this kind of commitment. If you don't think that's right, then you can't then therefore say, therefore like I hold my moral view even, and then also think that theism's false, like on the same basis.
So basically,
you're just employing like an unsound argument.
Wait, the main working point here is that if you don't think if you were to hold to theism, you'll be committed to like this moral view. I'm not really sure what you mean by moral view in the first place. Maybe that's why. But like, what's this moral view? What do you mean by moral view?
Well, you could think of like under theism, like it might be that theism commits you to objective morality. Like that might be a view you might think is right, even though you don't actually hold to it. You might say, if I became a theist, I would just have to be an objectivist because that's what theism demands. Okay? And that's a view you could have. But let's say you don't hold that. You just think like, theism's consistent with any morality. Right? But then you run the problem of evil, and you do it as like this internal critique, where they say objective evil exists, and maybe God equals therefore contradiction. Yeah, their view might be by their own standards, they're wrong, right?
Okay, I think maybe. Okay, now I see what you're saying, and you also said it probably applies to very few people because honestly, mostly I think the problem of evil people don't talk about that as objective or subjective or any like.
It doesn't have to be that. I was just using that as an example.
No, I know. Like that's what I'm saying. I just said before you spoke right now. I just said objective or subjective or any other like moral view, moral theory or something. I think people just say as long as you think this being if it exists, there will be like this something that is evil. Like it doesn't matter what the theory of evil is. I don't usually hear people say it's because of objective evil or something. But yeah, maybe if someone say that.
I mean, I don't know.
Because I just wonder why. I think the way I was feeling about it was if someone says I don't believe evil exists, but I also don't believe God exists because of all this evil in the world. for me, the way I like that analogy of balls that we were laughing about, right? It's just the way I would have interpreted that. I mean, like, I don't know why anyone would interpret it any other way. Because when I came in, I actually just heard Solid doing the, oh, you don't believe evil exists, and then God is evil in the world. Yeah, it sounds funny.
No, they specifically asked Abe that. Although I thought it was.
I don't know who they were talking to.
Yeah, they specifically asked Abe that, and then he agreed that, oh, if he was to be a theist, he could still pick any moral view. Although I did think that where Abido asked him was a bit leading as well. He might have just picked it because of the way Abido phrased it. Right?
I don't want to speak on Abe by the
Yeah, no problem. But that was the context. It was because of him in particular.
No. Actually, it wasn't because of him. He just became an example of what I said. I don't even remember why people brought it up.
I just want to give
why Sonny was actually making those moves in the first place.
I just want to say something because I just kind of want to give a little announcement. I really support freedom of speech. I don't want anyone to not say what they think because they're afraid I'm going to block them. The reason I block people is for my mental health and my sanity on this app, because when I find someone's a dishonest interlocutor, if I feel that there's just going to be no more productivity from having the conversation, I don't want to do it. You feel you want to say something for the stage, like I said, Chinadu, I'm not going to block you because Andrew said he wanted you on stage, but I'm just saying I don't have to engage in a conversation with you. So say what you want to say, I won't block you.
That's fine.
Honestly, I said that just as a joke, not because I really didn't want to say that. It was just supposed to be funny. But yeah.
That was really mature coming from Abe. I think that he's grown since I last heard him speak, which is delightful.
Well, thank you, Nizam. I don't want to add for you, but yeah, thank you.
But then, it's good this was clarified, because I was thinking that, that's strange, that if I'm making this critique and I am a moral nihilist, right? It should be okay if I think that if their God were to, if theism were to be true, right? If things like evil exist and stuff like that would follow, I'm just like playing their game. Like, that looked straightforward enough. And it wasn't really very clear with what Sally was doing, that was like targeting this niche as well. So.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, it doesn't have to be some particular moral view. It's just whatever one that you are, like, assigning. Like, there could be that you could do it the way where it's like theism commits you to this moral view, even though I don't hold it. Or, as long as you maintain consistency between, like, when you do the quote-unquote internal critique of the moral view, and then you maintain the same moral view for yourself. Because the whole point is, like, you're shifting from the quote-unquote typical way of running it, which is, like, it's an argument against your view. That may not, obviously in that way, it doesn't inform yourself of what justifies your positions. Even if, like, that's just like a precept movement. It's like, their position's wrong, therefore my position's right. That doesn't really work, generally. And so, what we're trying to do is ask, why are you X? Like, justify your position. That has to be done on the basis of things that you think are true. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. It's like, your arguments need to include true premises.
Yeah, things you think are true, even if it's things you think are true about their view.
Yeah, right. It could be about their view that they think it's like committing or something.
I actually asked Nizam, because Nizam, I wanted to kind of tell you just a little bit about empiricism. This is what I've kind of been posing to theists lately. Do you think that when you say that you believe in God and you could prove it, can you prove God empirically, or is it only with like other arguments, like philosophical argumentation, or something non-empirical?
Honestly, like in my hiatus in Clubhouse, I didn't use the hiatus to study philosophy, so. But I would assume that like the people, primarily within theists, their proof of God is primarily rational. It's not necessarily an empirical proof. Although I don't think that an empirical proof like fine-tuning or something is impossible for God. I think that within certain commitments, you could potentially pose fine-tuning as an empirical proof for God, but you'd have to have like a a whole bunch of commitments to be able to do that, right? But anyway, like either way, I don't really like rely on proofs for God, like rational or empirical, for me to have faith to begin with. Like faith is just like a leap of faith that I do.
So you believe in God purely based on faith, not through logic, not through empirics.
Yeah, logic and empiricists can take you either way, based on whatever your commitments you have. But personal experience is what I base my faith on. Like I feel like God intervened in my life, and that's enough, right? Yeah. So.
Well, I guess, yeah. Well, thank you for your honesty. I guess then we'd have to like break down about faith and why you think it's a reliable method for truth. But yeah, this is my whole point. That like if
not faith, we'd have to break down personal experience and why that's a reliable method for truth.
Yeah.
Not faith, personal experience.
Okay, but regardless, like when I talk to theists, a lot of theists, they think they can prove God empirically. And then when you point out to them that it's not really working, then they'll start to retreat and say like, oh, maybe it's logical, and give a philosophical argument.
Yeah.
But if they're just honest and they say I can't prove it empirically, then that's fine.
No, it's not about can or can't. It's just about like when we're talking about proofs, they rely on certain commitments that you need to have first. In every argument that can ever be posed, every argument relies on some kind of metaphysical or epistemic commitments about reality to begin with. Right, for you to say that, oh, I can prove God, right? And everybody sneaks them in every conversation. You're sneaking them in, like the people who really are caring about philosophy and honesty.
Did you guys kick Nizam? What the fuck happened?
No, he just disappeared on his own now. I don't think anybody did that.
Okay. He said he can't prove God, or I'm paraphrasing him. He said he thinks people might be able to prove it empirically or logically, but for him, he doesn't do that. He just goes on his own personal experience, and that's how he concludes God exists. So, yeah, we can break that down.
Man, I missed it. I would have liked.
We literally have God on stage, by the way. Hello, God.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, Chris, have you ever seen that rap battle video where the guy keeps on saying disappear?
Oh, I've seen rap battles, but I don't think I've seen that one.
Okay, it's pretty funny because he keeps on saying, he says, oh, that's a stupid fruit on the ground. You just saw me disappear. And then he says, he says, look, you two stupid guys. Disappear. And he does it like 6 different times.
I saw somebody did do that with wishing well. You know, you can do a lot of things with that wishing well as well, like various variants that mean various things. I don't know what's now, but it's interesting. I like that.
Oh, are you talking about Matt Yester or something? With Andrew there?
Oh my fucking God, Andrew, are you there? Andrew?
Yeah, I'm here. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I heard you in Matt Yester's room. That was fucking painful, bro. Why the fuck did you stay there so long?
I'm a glutton for punishment, my friend.
Are you a masochist?
I must be.
Are you?
Turn the other cheek. I mean, usually it's the atheists that are the degens, you know, talking about having sex with your mother and all this stuff. But I guess in this sense, I do have a king, you know. So
about him like constantly berating you, like I wrote in the chat. I wrote that like it's been like 30 minutes. He hasn't inhaled once. He literally did not inhale. He just talked nonstop for 30 minutes.
He's a trip. Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm trying, even as lame as you know somebody might be towards me and uncharitable. I really do try to steelman their argument for my own sake, just to be fair and be honest with their argument. And so I'm trying to actually see what it is these guys are all resting on. You know, if there's any there. You know, and from what I can tell, I see what he was doing there with the begging the question.
he's saying that if you want to say that the conclusion is in the premise, the first premise, that, is saying that, God is the necessary foundation or whatever. If you say that that's begging the question, then he just wants to do some kind of, some kind of Agrippa's trilemma or some kind of thing where he's going to shoot it back at you and just be like, well, you're begging the question too to even launch that critique. So he's like, you don't have a foundation to which to judge that I'm begging the question. You need to judge your foundation for me to even take you serious, which I think is
Such a stupid way of arguing. If you don't agree with me, then you can't say anything. Oh, what's the proof of that? Let me do a fucking 10-hour-long Socratic dialogue in which you make arguments and I just fold my arms and go, no, because skeptical scenario.
No, it's literally just like plug your fingers in your ears and just say like my worldview is right and everybody else is wrong. And yeah, Andrew, it's so funny though because like from what I could ascertain through his like continuous monologue was that he thinks you are like a non-religious Christian.
Yeah, dude. Yo, hey, you haven't seen how like bad Andrew gets raked through the coals and like berated in other Christian rooms?
Hey,
It's
hey,
crazy.
we're not
It's
gonna,
crazy.
not too much on Andrew. We're not gonna.
In comparison, we treat him good in this room.
Yeah, we should. Look, I think Andrew's a real Christian. I take him at his word when he says he's a real Christian, but the other Christians don't. They don't believe him.
They don't believe.
Because he got a little sprinkle, a little racist, and then that's all. Maybe hold him to just a little sprinkle.
More than that.
Yeah, like no, that's Matt Yester's the type of guy who's
because I like a little. No, sorry, go ahead.
But Andrew, Matt Yester thinks that atheists are going to hell. You think atheists are going to heaven.
That's correct.
Disagreement right there. Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I gotta say because Dee said this a while. Dee, there's two groups that don't like Andrew. It's the black Christian Israelite people, whatever you want to call those, and then you have like the Calvinists, which there's a lot of alignment theologically, I think, anyways. But those are the groups that don't like Andrew.
Well, and just to be clear, just to be clear, it's just absolutely fascinating to me to go into the Hebrew Israelite room and then just to watch the comments populate from people I've never seen before. There are some that do know me, but people that I've never seen before. White devil, Edomite, get him out of here! Don't listen to the white man. He's trying to indoctrinate you with this Christian message and colonize the stage and blah 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 blah. Right? But then, what's interesting is somebody brings up the fact that I had black body, and no, I'm not going to characterize it as black face because it was black body, including my face. That I had black body for about a week. Somebody wants to bring that up, and they're like, and I'm just like, that is fascinating to me. Yeah.
You were literally in blackface. Don't say black body. Just say black.
No, because that's not correct. So the person,
like art, like you were basically
Have you heard of black
getting as close to blackface as possible to trick people.
No, but that's not actually why. So that's but let me just be clear about what I did. So what I did is, and this is what's kind of fascinating to me, is if somebody else does it, then it's okay, right? So Gray's the one that made the photo. Okay, she made multiple photos of me as an Asian, as me as a black person, as me as several some weird stuff, like weird clown stuff, whatever. Okay,
I said it wasn't okay that she was doing it.
I know. I'm not necessarily saying you would say that, but it's just kind of fascinating to kind of watch how the moral blame goes. But I'll just say this: she made the picture, right? Now I liked the picture and adopted it as my own. Now people got offended. Now I'm not deaf to the idea that there's the whole minstrel shows or whatever. I get it, right? But my intention was obviously I like this. I know people are going to get offended. I'm not stupid about that. But I don't think the comparable nature is you got to clearly look. Fine, call that racist if you want to. That's fine. To whatever degree that's racist, guilty as charged. Okay. But what I find interesting is my intention there is not, and whether you believe me or not, I don't know what to say, is not just to offend people. That is, I know that that is going to be a cost of having that as a picture, but that's not my intention. The intention of there is It is the case that you are under the judgment of God. The Bible condones everything that I'm saying towards you. God condones it. I hate you. God hates you. You're going to burn in hell forever. And I'm going to subjugate you. And your right be in ditches. That last part, the ditches part, is the more extreme versions. I don't want to straw man this.
Well, they don't.
Now, that's
They're
okay.
going to hell because they don't believe in hell. So I just want to correct that.
No, well, that's not always true. That's not always true. There are Hebrew Israelites who do in fact believe that there is a hell. Now, if you say they do have this idea that you're just going to be subjugated in heaven, quote unquote, or you're going to be under rule eternally. Now, I'm not sure what view you take on that, Dee. But the thing is that's the kind of general racism that's going on in there, and I think that is probably the most egregious form of racism, because if it was correct that God said, hey, this group, and now you might just say God's a racist and that's that, and maybe God, that's good, and we're just not privy, our intuitions are wrong, right? The problem is they're not correct. The Bible doesn't teach that. And so they're using God as a rubber stamp for the most deeply immoral type of racism, exclusionary on the most base level. It is literally saying you are worth being subjugated for the rest of eternity. God rubber stamps that, and I'm justified in any kind of language I want to say to you. And don't even address me. Don't cry with your, oh, don't call me that, because you're a white devil, and you and all of your ilk have done horrific things to us, and you're accountable for it.
I love how you tried to.
I still maintain that the amount that this bothers you is so.
Did you?
Well,
Did you frame it?
I don't know.
I love the picture so much. Did you frame it? Did you screen it?
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Did you put it in your?
But D, do you, given that I know you're thug and you also go hard in the paint, and I appreciate that, but you have a nurturing part of you that presumably would care about people. Do you realize the exclusionary endeavor they're engaged in there? Do you realize how massive that is, and how they are depleting hope from people? That's what they're pushing. They're pushing a hopeless existence for people that are my color, let's say, or certain people.
Why do you make it seem like it's all people that's your color when it's all heathens, right? It's not just white people. Why do you do that?
It's so scary.
It's not based on faith. It's based on ethnicity. It's based on ethnicity.
No, it's not, Andrew. Does the scripture say that 2/3 of the Israelites will be destroyed as well?
That's fine.
It does say.
Okay, so it's not based on ethnicity or color, right?
No,
It's going to be the majority of all nations that will be destroyed.
No.
And all nations to be put into captivity, right? Why do you act like it's only white people?
I said people that look like me, not just me.
It's not just you. Hamites don't look like you.
Hold on. I'm going to address
Hamites
this.
don't look like you.
Okay, I'm going to address what you said. So that is correct. In fact, they believe that Israelites, quote unquote, the Israelites were put under subjugation and captivity because of their mistakes. Actually, I think the ones that are more consistent will say, the ones that are more consistent will say, hey, look, God is the one that put us under judgment. It actually, don't be mad at the white man. He's just God's instrument of justice. I've heard some of them that I think are more intellectually consistent say that. But here's the point. It is the case that it is true that God is going to deal harshly with the Israelites for them violating the covenant and doing all kinds of things wrong, and depending on your view on Jesus, how they responded to the Messiah, whatever, right? Okay, cool. But within that ethnicity or background or heritage of the 12 tribes, there will be people who are going to have the premier spots at the show. Okay, there are people that are going to be the top tier. They're going to be the enslavers, not the enslaved. They're going to be the enslavers, and that is something that is uniquely racist. It is uniquely racist, in particular, of the Hebrew Israelite movement, and there's no other movement that I know of that has that kind of pernicious racism to that degree, because you have just a deep, hardcore, God is rubber stamping this. It is your ethnicity, all other groups, every other group, including some Israelites.
It's not ethnicity, it's biblical nationality. That's where you're getting it wrong. It's not about ethnicity, it's about biblical nationality.
What distinction do you want?
And then you keep ignoring the fact that there are 2/3 of the Israelites who believe in, and not just people who look like you. You have You have this idea in your head that there are only white people that is believed that are going to be condemned to this fate, and it's not. That's why I asked you. Do you understand that Hamites will have the same fate, right?
Okay.
Certain Asian people, whatever biblical nationality they may be, will have the same fate. You have an obsession with the fact that this is being said about people who look like you, which I find weird. And that doesn't. Wait, Andrew, just one more thing. You know that I have a nuanced opinion about this particularly, right? But at the same time, what I can't allow you to say is that the doctrine is racist when the doctrine across the board says the same thing will happen to all heathens of all colors and nationalities and colors, right? So I can't listen to you call the doctrine racist because you specifically have an issue with what it's saying about you as a white man, but it's possibly saying it about me as a quote-unquote BHI. It's saying it about a Hamite, and it's saying it about anybody else on this earth.
I got you. Okay, so let me maybe you didn't hear what I said. I'm aware that it isn't just people like me, okay? Now, a major target, and you'd be blind not to see it, are Edomites, okay? That's a major target of the Hebrew Israelite movement. Now, it's not just Edomites, okay? Yeah, I agree, Hamites, whatever. Whoever else they want to target, fine. But because we're in a particular relationship with African Americans or Native Americans, or whatever the case may be, because we have a particular history with them, there is a special emphasis placed on Edomites. You'd be blind to miss it. Now, that being said, I do grant and fully acknowledged in my last submission, and again, I don't think you heard it, that there are people within the Israelite ethnicity, heritage, background, membership, nationality, whatever you want to say, okay? It doesn't really matter. You can put lipstick on a pig however you want, it's still pig. The point is, there are people within that group, yep, you're right, God's going to deal with them harshly for the things that they've done. They failed, they mess up the covenant, whatever. But it's very simply characterized by this. Who did Christ come for? Only the Israelites. Only the Israelites. That's the summary, okay? Christ came for just the Israelites. That is, by its very nature, exclusionary. And it is not based on faith. It is not based on your good content of character. No, it's primarily based on your membership, your heritage. Then from there, yes, you will be judged for your keeping of the law or lack thereof. But it is still the case that the primary inclusionary or exclusionary element of the doctrine is going to be based on your membership. And since it is incorrect, and the Bible does not teach this, they have to modify what a Gentile is. They go against all scholarship on this. There's like nobody that has any kind of credentials that would agree with their complete reinterpretation of what a Gentile is. They have nonsensical statements in the Bible now completely just sounding vacuous. Jesus came to the Jew first and also to the Jew. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of freaking sense. No, it's to the Jew first and also to the Greek or the Gentile, the non-Jew. But they can't handle that. They can't hang, right? So they've modified that to say God came for the Jews, the found tribes, and then the lost tribes. So it's the found Jews, the certain tribes, the certain Jewish tribes, and then the other Jewish tribes. That's who he came for. He didn't come for any non-Jews. Yeah, it's absolutely egregious. It's horrific. It goes against all scholarship that writes on this issue, that understands what these terms mean. It is almost exclusively driven by this idea of finding an identity based on historical oppression, finding themselves in a narrative that they aren't in, taking scripture and completely changing it, or doing an overhaul, changing words fundamentally to where they mean something that they don't, okay? To where a Gentile means Jew, insane. Completely reinterpreting Paul, when Paul's talking about bringing down this wall of partition, the wall of separation between two different groups groups of people. No, it's not the north and southern tribes of Israel. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about this wall of partition between the Jews and the Gentiles, not meaning Jews, Gentiles, non-Jews. The wall of partition is being torn down. Christ tore that down. That was what he was after. So they take the inclusive, loving, universal message of Christ and make it exclusive, exclusionary, and racist. And it's motivated. It's motivated by being oppressed and being hurt by Edomites, as they would view us, historically. And I understand that. I'm not saying I'm not sympathetic to it, but this is not the response. This is not the recourse to take on a racist doctrine. Say God approves it. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question. I don't know if I've ever actually asked you in all of these rooms. You as a Christian, what do you think of religious Jewish people? Do you think that they are like mistaken? Do you think they should have accepted Jesus or not? Like, what's your view on them?
And they missed the boat. If they didn't accept Jesus, yeah, anybody who doesn't accept Jesus missed the boat. And that is a universal.
You think they'll go to heaven, or they're still keeping the covenant that they believe God gave them, right?
They're disobeying God. So God himself comes down to earth and says, hey guys, I'm here. I'm the Messiah. And they say, nah, we're going to kill you. Doesn't work like that, right? So the fact is that they misperceived who Jesus was. And this is due to them, just not really being in tune with the Holy Spirit or being in tune with God as they understand it. They wouldn't necessarily ascribe to a Holy Spirit from the Tanakh. But the point is that they're under the leading of God, and they really are open to wherever God takes them. Then when Christ came and confirmed who he was, when he did the things that he did, when he's doing miracles and speaking, just insanely progressive, brilliant revelations for the time and using scripture to back up what it is that he's doing, showing the fulfillment of prophecy all over the place. These are the things that the Jews at the time should have acknowledged. Now, some did. Obviously, there was a good portion of Jews that did accept, the Messianic Christians or whatever you want to call them, right? The original disciples. I mean, all of the authors of the New Testament are Jewish, except maybe Luke. All of them are Jewish, except maybe Luke. Okay, so Jews didn't all reject Jesus. There was a good amount of acceptance, but for the ones that don't, it's the same with anybody. Christ came and died for everyone, and if you reject him, you're under the same kind of you're going to be under the same kind of judgment. So it doesn't really.
But do you think that do you think that when they let's say Orthodox Jewish people, they're they follow the Sabbath and stuff like that,
right?
So do you think that all of their works are just pointless?
Yeah. So do I think all of their works are pointless? Yeah. So I don't. I think that their works are like filthy rags, as the Bible puts it. So, and by filthy rags, they're talking about minstrel rags. Okay. So if you think of a used minstrel rag, that is the equivalent of what not just theirs, what anybody's works are. When you just present those to God, like, hey, don't I deserve to get in? Look what I did. Look what I did. God's not impressed. So
let me ask you a question now. So if somebody is a religious Jewish person versus an atheist, and then they both die, do you think they both go to the exact same place, or do you think the Jewish person goes slightly less hell because he kind of believes in God?
Well, I actually think it might be the inverse, because the Jews were given kind of an exclusive first right of refusal. They were given some pretty up in front miracle evidences, different things that occurred. They have the scriptures, which they should understand better than people who aren't familiar with that culture. They have enough to bring them to Christ, right? So I think there might be I think the inverse of that is actually true. I think an atheist might be better off, because the idea is this.
Check the verse, Andrew.
Well, I can wait. Which part do you contend with?
Pretty much everything he says, but.
Well, you shouldn't.
Where are you getting that from? That the atheist has a chance over a ethnic.
Oh, because you're judged for the light that you're given. To whom much is given, much is required. To whom much is given, much
is
Are
required.
we citing
Now,
Spider-Man?
no, that's called the scripture. So the Jew. Yes, the New Testament. So the Jews were given a whole bunch. They given a big gift. Okay, they were given the covenant with God. They were in a relationship with God. He was their husband. Okay, so we have a different kind of relationship here. And the people that were married to God, were his bride, were the Jews. And the Jews they cheated on God a few times. They were skanky. Okay, they crawled out. They did a little bit of pub crawling. They were looking for some easy tang, you might say. Okay, so that's what they were doing. And because they did that, and they basically threw God's gift back in his face. No, I think there is a greater judgment upon them for that.
But you
reject the Messiah.
Cited any scripture.
I did. I just did. I just cited. Wait. Do you not know the scripture that says, "To whom much is given, much is required"? Do you not realize that they're given first right of refusal? Well, my
response would be, Abe said atheist. Where does it say?
Yeah, so as far as the atheists go, the atheists are not the ones that were given a covenant. The atheists aren't the ones that were shown miracles and all of the various things that both Christ and Yahweh did. They're not the ones, right? So that's not really their heritage. That's not really their background. So the point is, for atheists, there could be some honest, let's just be real quick. I'll cite a passage, ready? Lest you accuse me, D. God will have mercy to whom he will have mercy on. Okay?
So that will go against what you said about the Jews. Like
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because there's a general framework as to what God is going to do, because he lays it out in Scripture. But then there's also a specific prerogative that God has to treat individuals how he wants to treat them. I don't know the hearts of the Jews. I don't know the hearts of any individual, for that matter, unless they tell me things I can infer it based on their actions or their words. But I don't actually know their current condition with God, right?
So
but God does.
One last question, Andrew. So when you believe in this hell realm, how long do you think they're going to be in hell for? Like the duration, and also how what does it feel like? Is it really painful, or is it like
I think there's going to be a difference between somebody who is has some humility and makes what we might call an honest mistake. Okay, although there's going to be some negligence there if they are judged. I don't think God is going to judge them for anything that is not either negligent or outright rebellion, right? So there's going to be a difference between somebody who is just somewhat honest, they're not just out and outright openly rebelling against the God they know exists, right? Okay, there's going to be people like that are going to be treated one way versus, let's say, somebody who is a little bit more, let's say, saucy towards God. Maybe, not to name names, but maybe somebody like Timothy, or somebody who has an enormous amount of pride, who, if they were faced with God, they might just say, yeah, you exist. Yeah, you're the creator. Yeah, you're right and I'm wrong, but F off. And somebody who might say that to God, I think that person's they're going to have a fair amount of refining to go through. Okay. So it's
honey badger.
Oh yeah, honey badger is another example. Now here's the thing. Some of these people are softer than marshmallows, okay? Even though they talk a big game. They don't actually go hard in the paint. And when it actually comes down to it, when push comes to shove and they're standing before God, some of those, they're going to fall apart like a suitcase. Okay, so it isn't going to be the case that they're going to be like, you hear Dan Barker, one of his most epic lines in his debate with, I think, Kyle Butt, a guy named Butt, the guy B-U-T-T, that's this guy's actual name, Kyle Butt. Okay, so Dan Barker's debating this Christian, right, Kyle Butt, and I think at some point, Kyle was a very zealous, he's a very, sincere person throughout the whole debate pretty much, but he asked Dan, he's like, what are you going to say to God when God's like, judging you? Like, what are you going to say to him as far as your unbelief and the fact that you wouldn't accept that there's a God and whatnot? And he said, he gave some little spiel, but he's like, and you know what? I did my best and the evidence wasn't there. He's like, God, he's going to tell God, you should have provided me more evidence. You should have given me more. It is on you that I don't believe. And then and if God tells me that I'm going to go to hell, I'm going to tell him, go to hell. That's what he said. And I just thought, yeah, you're going to be urinating and defecating down your legs at the same time.
as you're standing there, probably kneeling before God. You aren't going to be saying anything mouthy like that. Nothing like that.
So wait, hold on. But what type of like what is hell? Is it painful? Is it not painful?
Yeah, I think it's going to be torment. I think that you're going to be in a place of torment. So I think that
what does that
can
mean?
be.
What does torment mean? Do you mean like just like
I
somebody
think
lightly whipping you, or do you mean?
No, I don't even think it's physical, which a lot of people might prefer the physical, given the potential, nature of hell once experienced. I don't think that it's necessarily physical, although that might be part of it. I think that the primary, because physical really is mental, right? I mean, when you get hurt, if you're burning, you feel that. Yeah, you feel it in your skin, but that's it. You feel the pain in your mind, right?
Yes.
I mean,
welcome to the Matrix. Yes, that is true.
Right, but here's the thing. I think the largest
why you let Israelites on stage all day?
Because I love Israelites, even though they're wrong.
Like, what is the point of making this title if you hate niggers? Like, come on.
Well, let's not do that. Let's not do the slurs. But no, I don't. I don't know what you're saying. The SmackDown is just meant to be like a little bit edgy, just to get people to click. It's clickbaity of sorts. But no, it's for genuine dialogue. I want Israelites, atheists, and Christians to come in, and we can have our respective worldviews laid out and examined. That's why I made the room. Hopefully that's okay with you, whoever you are.
You know, the atheists were beefing with the atheists earlier today.
I know, it is nice. You remember when Abe was like, "Kumbaya"? We should have, indeed, you and I should have, like, when they were beefing with each other, you and I should have just started going, "Kumbaya."
He said there's no black stuff on the stage. There's no black stuff.
Shit. Of course they're gonna beef with each other, bum heads. Like, they don't.
Okay, why don't atheists know shit?
Who said that?
It was E-Money.
But the crazy thing
money.
Yo, what up? Yo, Israelites know the most out of the two. Out of the three, Israelites know the most. So
okay, let's start with atheists. Why do you say atheists don't know anything?
They don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. They won't admit to having faith in anything. If I ask you as an atheist, how is the world?
If someone doesn't believe in God, that doesn't follow that they know nothing. They could still know other things.
They're admitting subconsciously that they know nothing by proxy.
How does that follow?
They don't know how they got here. You believe in evolution?
Are you asking me?
No, evolution is the best
explanation.
Even if you believe in evolution, there's a gap.
Gotta be charitable, man. He's not speaking in freaking absolutes.
Yeah, atheists don't speak in absolutes because they don't know nothing.
Well, no, I think he's saying about you. You see, there's
you literally keep repeating
some confusion going on here.
I literally know, right? Look, if I know that I have like food in my fridge right now,
Abe has knowledge.
Something. Yeah.
Clearly, he knows.
Saying they know nothing. Do you just mean that they don't know God exists? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, I don't know. I don't know.
E-Money, are you there? E-Money.
And also, Abe, I don't think that the Bible really goes through what hell is and what's going to go down in hell, or even how long it is. So Andrew's not going to have those pictures.
Yeah, so I can give you some speculative stuff based on the scripture. I do understand. I'm never saying "Thus saith the Lord" on it. Oh, you can hear me? Sorry, are you able to hear?
His mic was on, so I just muted him, but then he started talking. Come back, yeah.
Yeah, so look, I mean, the scripture does give, the scripture says this. It says, if you want straight from the horse's, proverbial mouth, it's going to be anguish, torment, weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. And it's going to be
physical, Andrew. If you say gnashing your teeth, that sounds like it's a body.
Why do you think that has to be physical?
Because you don't gnash your teeth unless you have a body.
I don't agree with that. No. I didn't say you didn't have a body. I'm just saying I don't think
it was you said it was mental.
The torment. That's correct. So the torment can be mental. I'm not saying that it's inflicted on. I'm not saying you don't have a body. I'm just saying that it's not that you are being physically tortured, although that may be also the case. But
why would you gnash your teeth?
if you didn't.
I think that the derision that somebody would experience towards God, and the fact that somebody is being judged by God, that they are going that the kind of I think the kind of anger, the deep aggression towards somebody can make you gnash your teeth. I've been very upset at people, and I can understand what it means to gnash your teeth.
Okay, but you
if
were
it's
in
like
hell though.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I think it's going to be, that's much more justifiable to say you gnash your teeth there, because I could do it here on Earth.
So what do you think it is though? Like, I just want to know when I die.
Oh yeah. So listen. So I think one of the things is you're going to experience two things is what I'll just put this out there. This, you can call it Andiology if you want, but I think there's good reason to believe this is potentially this is a good. There's good reason to believe that this is at least reasonable. That you're going to experience the consequences of your sin. So, like the negative effects, maybe for a Hitler, he's going to experience, the Zyklon B, what it's like to have the terror of being put to death in that way, being oppressed and that kind of, being on the receiving end, maybe a visual tour of the events of his life, but from the other side, from the recipient's side of the evil that he did, right? So that could be one thing. Right, so the touring of your sin and the effects that it had on people, right? Because sin is usually, there's usually a victim, right?
So Andrew, so you believe that there will be white people that will go into slavery?
If you mean slavery here, you mean slavery here because they're going to be in hell?
Well, you said that you get the same experience that you.
Yeah, like
I see what you're saying. Sorry, I misunderstood you, D. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think the enslavement of a human is horrific. Now, I will say this. Given the societal norms that you grow up in, that is going to be something that I think God is certainly going to take into consideration.
You talking about these? Wait, are you talking about these Christians?
What? What'd you say?
You're talking about those Christians that had slaves and they were reading the Bible, and you think that he's going to say, let me consider the times?
No. What I'm saying is that in the same way, D, and you don't want to push hard against this because this is something you're going to want to fall back on yourself, given your own theology. I'm not talking about your Hebrew Israelism, just basic good biblical theology. You don't want to push back on this too much. God, at the time of the Israelites, never mind who they are.
The Hebrew Israelite?
Yes. But God at the time of the Israelites gave them an allowance for divorce, okay? That was not what God originally wanted. He gave them an allowance. Why did he do it? Jesus said the reason that he did that is because their hearts were hardened. They had hardened hearts. And there are people at the time that just broadly thought it was okay to divorce people for minutia. You burnt my food? Bye, biatch. Okay, that's kind of the
Goodbye.
Yeah, right. Goodbye. Do a little Darth Dawkins there. Yeah. I'm going to make the connection. So they would basically just boot him out the door for minuscule things. Jesus comes along and says, "That's not how we're doing things, pumpkin. We're going to do things at the standard that I have set from the beginning, which is that no man separate what God has joined together." And the only justification, it's not a requirement, but the only justification for you to get a divorce is if that pee-pee goes in someone else's mouth or vagina or butt, then you got something you can say. But other than that, you don't do this thing.
You don't think Christians are allowed to have anal sex?
Wait,
Ask me the same question.
No,
I said someone else's. I said someone else's.
Oh, okay.
But just, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's far off from what I asked you. I'm waiting for the connection.
I know, I'm trying to finish. Okay, so just listen.
Did you talk to Abe like that when he cut you off about the extra stuff he was talking about? I'm just trying to get you back to your conversation.
No, I'm with you. I'm not going in on you. I'm just trying to finish out what I'm saying. Okay, so all I'm saying is that there's a standard that God has, but he acquiesces to where man is. And I'll just say this, for those that divorced at that time, so to where there is no law, there is no sin, okay? So if there's no law, there's no sin. And there was a time where God winked at sin. There's a scripture, a very interesting one. God winked. Picture God winking, right? Close his eye, wink, wink. Okay. So there was a time that God winked at sin. Okay, and he wasn't holding their trespasses against them directly in the ways that he did at certain times, where he said, like, if a person does this, you put him to death, et cetera, right? But there were times where God showed lenience towards people. He would actually allow them to do sinful things, and he would give them a pass to some degree.
What was that? Neanderthals? Like what time?
It was in the Old Testament, during the period of the
This
Old
is
Testament.
prior to Christ, so I'm still trying to see how you're gonna connect that.
Yeah, so listen, So the point is that given a particular standard that you grow up in, it isn't the case unless you have been exposed with the truth of the position against what you hold to be true. Unless you've been exposed to that and rejected it outright or through some negligence, you are not going to be accountable, because to him that knows it's sin, it is sin. If you have no law and there's nothing that tells you it's sin, there's no moral law written on your heart to tell you, hey, this is wrong, because you've been inculcated by your parents to believe something is correct. I believe God is going to be lenient on those people, because there are a whole lot of people, for example, that are growing up in Islam. And these people are...
No, Andrew, let's go, we don't have to bring Islam in this. I want to see...
I'm giving you the paradigm. I'm giving you the paradigm.
But you gave me two. Now, can we just stick with the one? The
As
Christians...
long as you understand the point.
No, I understand your point. The Christians that has the Bible, that were at the church on Sunday, reading the good book, and then going home, raping their slaves, beating the slaves. You're saying that they're going, God, the same God that they were...
They're all forgiven, according to his...
No, hold on, let me respond to her.
To wink at that ignorance because of the time frame. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so let's walk. Yeah, not quite. So, but close. Let me be clear, and let's see what you say to this, Noel. So, at the time of the slaves, keep in mind there were people that were pretty wicked. Not just the Edomites. There were some other folks that were doing these things too.
Andrew, do you think you're an Edomite?
No. But I like calling myself. I actually wanted to change. I wanted to change my name. So I changed my name, I think, to Cracker for a little bit. But I wanted to change it to Edomite. I would like to say Edomite the Tormentor is what I was going to call myself. But anyway, that being said, let me just say this real quick, because you'll appreciate this, though. At the time of the slave, antebellum South, the whole thing, right? Whatever, transatlantic slave trade, the whole bit, right? At this time, there were people that were modifying scripture, and they made it. It's called the Slave Bible, right? And this was being disseminated, and it removed certain things that might teach against slavery. That was
given to the slave. That was not given.
I understand that. I understand that. I know what you're saying. Just hear me out. I get it. The point is that this was given to them. Now, here's the interesting thing about it. Noel, do you agree that someone could come to the conclusion, given the fact it was practiced in the Old Testament and God endorsed it? God said you can own someone and you can pass them down to your family, your offspring. You can bequeath them. You can bequeath your property to your children. And if they
update your title of your room, fix it, and all the people come back in.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know what it says, but just real quick, I don't mind. We can fix it in just a second. I just want to make this point to Noel. So
when you said Edomite, I thought you said Edomite.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, so you can bequeath the property, and these are just let's be clear here, my friends. These are people. Okay, you can bequeath your property to your children, and they are lifelong property. And if they have children, their children are lifelong property. Beyond that, if there's a reason, now we can talk about the justification for this, because keep in mind, I affirm this God. I believe this scripture, okay? But God permitted for you to beat your property
but you cannot kill it. Okay? And I say it, right? You can't kill your property. Okay? Now, you can beat it, and it says as long as they get up after a day or two, you're okay, right? But if they don't,
just beat it.
Yeah, just beat it. That's what Michael Jackson actually wrote. Hold on. I know you want to rush me. Just allow me a little theatrics, a little flourish here.
Okay.
Michael Jackson actually wrote the song about slavery. But anyway, okay. So the whole point is that God gives these standards in the Old Testament. God gives these standards in the Old Testament, and they are standards given by what? A perfect, omniscient God. Now, D, my question to you is it the case that somebody living, let's say, in America at the time of the slaves, when they were rocking out, right? Could it be the case that they're reading the scripture, and you just tell me if this is possible. Could it be the case that they're reading the scripture and they go, it looks like God, the perfect God that we serve, the one we love, the one who knows everything, the one who does not give anything unjust to his people to live by,
Andrew,
gave
we
a
can't
provision.
we can't talk about it no more because Sully's on the stage. We can't talk about black stuff.
Yeah, man, can you get to the... Can you...
No, I can't. I'll kick you. No.
You better kick him off the stage.
You gotta kick him.
No,
He can't
no.
get in here. He said he don't want to talk about that.
I love Sully. Sully's one of my favorite degenerates. But hold on, Sully. Just give me 1 second, okay? It won't take long. D, could it be the case? Because keep in mind, I'm not saying God's going to give them a blanket pass. Let me get right to the point. God's not going to give them a blanket pass. That's all I'm saying. To the degree that they are aware that they are sinning against God, like sinning against their conscience, they're accountable. Okay? So I don't know who all thought, hey, we shouldn't be beating this slave and doing this, that, and the other. I would be hard-pressed to think that somebody thinks they can rape a slave or, kill them just for trying to learn how to read, okay, hanging them like ornaments, okay? I don't know anybody who could do that and not feel a conscience condemning them, okay, their conscience condemning them. I think that would be a real problem. Those people are going to be accountable for violating their conscience. You shouldn't be violating your conscience. You shouldn't be going against your conscience. Now, the point is there were people at the time that knew, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. Let's stop it. William Wilberforce, some certain other folks like, hey, this is a deeply immoral thing. We shouldn't be enslaving people. Let's stop doing it. We're made in the image of God. Love your neighbors yourself, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, go ahead.
No, please, Islamic.
Oh yeah, sorry. I rabbit trail out, and D's gonna kill me. Sorry, D. So D. I'm not saying they're given a blanket pass. I'm saying God will judge them. Hold on. God will judge them case by case basis. That applies to every single person. Everybody will stand and give an account for their life and for what they did and their conscience and the deeds that they did, the things that they said, and the thoughts that they had. So that is my position. They will be held accountable individually, and God will have mercy on who He has mercy. And He's perfectly just, knows them better than they do, and He'll know where they went against their conscience, where they violated His clear commands to love your neighbor, love their, they knew it was in opposition to that. If they did do that, knowing that, then they would be guilty. That's the point.
Okay, so I believe that they all will be guilty because not only in the Bible does it speak about slavery, it also speaks about if you kidnap someone and you force them into servitude, you will be guilty, and because I'm assuming these are these Christians that are reading the Bible from Genesis all the way to Revelation, so they have to come across that verse. If you kidnap someone, you should be put to death.
Yeah.
So if we go back into Hebrews 10 and 26, there is no forgiveness for willful sin. So if you are aware that
wait, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say there's no. Wait. You don't want to. Well, just real quick, as a just quick theological point, you don't want to say that there's no forgiveness for willful sin. Every sin that somebody. Well, hold on, real quick. I understand the passage you're citing, but I think there's an interpretation issue here. If you're going to say that there's no forgiveness for willful sin, almost all sin that we do, at least consciously, is willful.
No, that's so. So let me elaborate a little bit more. When you become aware of the knowledge of Christ, this is 10:20. I just thought we were on the same page with that. When you become
I probably agree with you. Yeah.
When you become aware of the knowledge of Christ, there is no forgiveness for willful sin. So these are people who are Christians who have been told that slavery is wrong. They still continue to do it. If they read the Bible, it says if you kidnap someone, you will be forced into what? You will be put to death. These are the same Christians that you guys say that the law no longer applies anymore. So they shouldn't even be following Torah.
No.
They should
So,
be,
okay.
No.
I got you.
You're holding me to the Torah. So
I got you.
You're going to hold me to that.
No, yeah.
No, I'm going by your story. I'm not
holding you to, just to be clear, I'm just saying God had to give permission for it, so that shows that a perfect God can permit slavery. Therefore, it's a fair inference for somebody to believe that they are permitted to do slavery. I grant your kidnapping point. So we'll just say the ones who did kidnapping and were aware of that one passage, because it doesn't say it very often. I think there might be 2 passages that say that. As long as they read that and understood that that's what it meant, right? That you can't kidnap, then they would be accountable. Okay, go ahead.
Second point is that
So people shouldn't read the Bible.
The Christianity that has been taught is the same Christianity from back then. The Christianity that was been taught that the laws no longer apply. So, with that being said, the laws in Deuteronomy or Leviticus or Numbers that speak on slavery, they cannot apply those laws. So they're still in violation. They're in violation of Christ, which also means that there is no forgiveness for willful sin once you become aware of the law.
I gotta respond to her. Yeah, go ahead.
I have one thing.
Go ahead quickly.
Based on what you're saying about hell, I think from
Yeah.
like a game theory perspective, it's actually best for me just not to learn about these religions, because you're basically telling me the more I learn about them, the more culpable God's going to hold me.
Well, you
die. So
you
shouldn't ask me more questions, and I'll just retain my innocence.
Well, no, it doesn't work quite like that. You've already put your proverbial scrotum on the coffee table, and it's going to be you are going to be castrated. So it is not the case that you can just say, well, I don't know about Jesus, I don't know about the gospel message, I don't know about that awesome fine tuning argument, I don't know about that awesome psychophysical argument. I'm telling you because I'm not going to let you stay in. Because the work that God started in you. Yes, I bet you were. No, there is something to that, and we can talk about that. If somebody was obviously to orchestrate somebody to where they would have no exposure to the gospel, have no exposure to anything that is true.
Stop talking. You're literally
causing
people to burn in hell.
You know what I've said, Abe? I say this kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it actually is kind of true. And it's not my fault because I'm not the original person that actually served them, but I say to some people, I'm like, you've been served. Okay? So,
why do you go around telling people the gospel? You're literally giving
because they've already been served. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They've already been served.
Andrew, on a 2,000
Aboriginal tribe that never heard the gospel, would you go and tell it to them or not?
I would, because it's not just because first of all, we're commanded to preach the gospel. So I'm not going to violate what you...
Look what you're doing. I know. I
want to pursue this thread. I want to pursue this thread, but I don't want to lose what Noel said. I got to respond to that real quick. Okay, so real quick, and we'll get this done real quick. So Noel, I heard what you said. Okay, so just follow what I'm saying here. Noel, I'm going to hit you quickly, okay? So the Old Testament doesn't have to be binding for people to recognize that a perfect God instituted those laws. They still can base their laws and understanding on how they live based on those laws. They don't have to hold them, but they can understand and live accordingly. In fact, people do it today. Christians do it today. If you ask a Christian broadly, hey, is it okay for a man to go to church with a pink dress on? Is that okay? Most Christians will say no. And then you can follow up with this second thing. Where do you get that idea? Well, I don't really get that from the New Testament because it doesn't really say much about men wearing dresses. It talks about the effeminate, but that's more like a bottom in a situation, like a relationship. That's more what that's talking about. We're not really talking about men wearing dresses, right? But if you go back into that beloved Old Testament, you'll have a verse that says, a man ought not wear a garment which pertaineth to a woman. It is an abomination to the Lord. Okay, well there you've got a prohibition that you can use to dictate that principle to live by. You don't, so very clearly, D, you do not need to think that
that the Old Testament laws are binding, and we have to say binding for what also, that's the other issue, but binding for you to get principles out of them. That's the first thing. As far as them being binding a law, being bound or being bound to the law is for justification. That's what the New Testament is saying you no longer are bound to. You are not bound to the law for justification. Paul makes this explicitly clear. There is no justification by following the law. The law does not justify you. Faith in Christ justifies you. That said, you can still find principles and things in the Old Testament, the Ten Commandments, a whole bunch of other stuff that said that's not repeated in the New Testament, that Christians want to affirm. They can pull that from the Old. So the point is that you can take the Old Testament, you can say, look, these are things that God has permitted. He has permitted, quite clearly permitted slavery, and there's no New Testament clear prohibition against slavery. So what do you have then? You have God showing his heart, allowing for people to be enslaved. So my point to you is, D, and you should affirm this, because this is going to be, do you think that the Israelites who enslaved people at God's command, at God's allowance, I should say, do you think that they're going to be held accountable for doing what God permitted them to do? No, you don't. You don't think that, because God is a perfect God and gave them the ability to enslave other humans as property. So you aren't going to say that. So if a human in good conscience owns another human, if there is such a thing, right, which I think I can see them making the case, if they did that, no, they wouldn't be held accountable by God, because they're not doing something that's violating their conscience or violating any principle in Scripture, as long as they didn't kidnap, okay? Because the Scripture says you go to the market and sell your slaves, okay? You can buy and sell them. So the point is that if you are buying and selling slaves, you aren't kidnapping them, you're beating them here and there for whatever, let's say some justified reason, whatever that might be, right? Maybe they were trying to grape your white dollar. How do you like that, D? You might want to, hit them. I get that, right? So maybe somebody might do that, and that would be consistent with the Scripture. There'd be nothing there that they'd be violating. And I think you'd be hard-pressed to make the case. So all I'm saying is I think there's somebody in good conscience in all of these different things that are going on, not just slavery, okay? Islam. I think somebody who was born in Islam and pumped with the Islamic, as they would understand it, truth, right? Jesus is not God. God cannot be a man. Jesus wasn't crucified, yada, 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 right? Those people grow up with they have been handicapped against understanding the truth of the gospel. And I think God is going to be merciful on them because of their ignorance. So it isn't just the slavers or enslavers. It's all people who have a certain degree of ignorance about what it is that God would have for them to do. And if they're born into a society or a family that pumps them with, say, the Quran, or pumps them with, hey, enslaving is good. Look at all the butlers that we have. Look at all them out there doing all the work for us. It's great. It builds community. It's good for them. They can't take care of themselves. They need us to watch over them. Okay, if you have people teaching that to their children, I think what has happened is as tragic as it is, certain elements of that are absolutely horrific. As tragic as that is, the child that learns that isn't going to be, to the degree they aren't convicted, isn't going to be held accountable for doing that sin by God. In the same way that any other person that's doing something that's sinful, that they're not aware it's sin, since they don't know the law about it, it's not sin. They don't know it. They're violating the law of God without having the law of God. They don't even know what it is they're violating. They're not aware of it. And then your point about willful, the last point, D, the point about willful sin, okay, the problem here is that there are people who are saved, okay, in the Scripture, and we can go over it. They're already accepted God, accepted Christ, accepted the Holy Spirit, and then they sin willfully. My question to you would be, what happens to those people? Because if you are in Christ, there is no judgment for those who are in Christ Jesus. So my question for you is, if somebody is saved, like let's say a Paul, who said, I do the things that I don't want to do, and I don't do the things that I do want to do. I am a chief among sinners. Chief,
he's the top dog, sinner among sinners. So he's giving an open confession there in one of his letters to how he sins, and this is after his conversion. This is after his road to Damascus experience with Christ. He has been changed, and now he is sinning, and he's doing it. He's doing it. He doesn't want to, but he does it. So it is the case that he wills his body to do it, but he has a conviction. He has a conviction that it's wrong. And so my question for you is, D, what happens to those people given the fact they don't go to hell, and given the fact there's no judgment in Christ Jesus? What happens to the person that sins that is in Christ, according to your understanding of Hebrews, when it says that there is no more forgiveness for sin?
Okay, so I just happened to get off the phone call, so I just got on the intel of this, so I didn't hear everything you said.
Oh my gosh.
But it's okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. D, I swear.
I'm so sorry.
You are going to be held accountable for that, okay? All right, go ahead. Yeah.
You and Abe were talking when I got my phone call.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Oh, dang it.
That being said,
Okay.
I'm assuming, and so I can know what your argument is you're
Yeah.
assuming that Paul, first we would need to read the verse that you're saying that Paul said.
Yeah.
Because from what I understand that verse says is that my desire is to want to do certain things, but I die to my desires. I die to my flesh, and I don't do those things. So I don't know the scripture that says that Paul was doing those things that his flesh desired after he received Christ. So you would have to read the verse to me.
Okay, we'll just knock it out of the park real quick. So when Paul says,
what's the book chapter verse?
Yeah. I'll just tell you, I'll just refresh your mind, and we can pull the verse if we need to, but just you remember when he's like, look, if you do sin, we have an advocate that will forgive us. He is faithful to forgive us if you do sin. It's already said. Are you aware of that passage? It says, if you sin, we have an advocate.
That's not willful.
That's willful sin. What do you think? Wait. Okay, hold on. So somebody who is doing something that they're aware is sinful, I think that is a sin that is willful.
Okay, no. When you receive the knowledge of Christ.
Yep.
Like for example, Andrew, you believe in Jesus Christ and Him crucified. You know that.
Yep.
All right. So if you were to, I don't know if you're married, but let's say you are married or you were to get married and you committed adultery. There's no forgiveness for that is willful sin. But if it's a sin that you're not aware of that you're committing, that's not willful sin. That's the ignorance made.
Oh, yeah. So when somebody So I take the willful sin passage, just so you know, D, I take that to mean that Christ is the final sacrifice for sin. He is the covering of all sin. There is no more forgiveness outside of Christ for sin. I don't take that to mean that you can't be forgiven for sin, because I think
if you read Hebrews 10 through 26, it says, knowing that you have made Christ's sacrifice moot, for the lack of better words. That's what it says. And because you have nullified Christ's sacrifice, there is no forgiveness. That's what Hebrews 10. That's why we need to read those scriptures, because that's what the word it says. You know who Christ is, but you sinned willfully after coming to the truth of who Christ is. There's no more sacrifice for that. For example, I believe, and this is my belief and what I'm convicted by, that I am not supposed to work on Saturday. And I'm not supposed to eat pork. That's my conviction. If I go back, there is no forgiveness for that. That's what I'm telling you. So the things that we know for sure, there's no forgiveness for that.
Yeah.
That's why I'm telling you, Andrew, all I'm asking you to do is are you able to just go to Hebrews 10 and 26? And And you will be, and I put it on everything I love. It's not a tricky scripture. You don't have to reinterpret it.
No, I know what you're talking about. Right?
It says, once you become knowledge of the truth in Jesus Christ, any sin you commit after knowing Jesus, that is willful sin, there's no forgiveness for that. That's what it says.
Yeah, So like, it's fine.
If you if you believe in Christ and you become a PDF, there's no forgiveness for that. Period.
Yeah. So you don't think that? You don't think somebody. So here's the thing. The Bible talks about people, and I want to make this distinction. I think this is the key.
Person, just say it out loud. You don't have to type it in chat.
And the Bible talks about people's practice sin. You haven't been speaking much, my brother. You gotta speak, my friend. Your personalities are very funny versus your typing. But can you not hear me?
Breaking up, or is that me? I can hear you.
Hear me.
Like you're kind of in a matrix. Or is that me? Who's in the matrix?
I don't know who's in the matrix.
Andrew.
Okay, Andrew's in the matrix. You're in the matrix, Andrew.
Okay.
Crimson, you have a lot to say in the chat. You did speak, sir.
Yeah, Crimson, I can speak up, my brother.
He's a coward. This is what they're chat warriors. They don't stand on their own.
I care more than most Israel.
Andrew, you're breaking up.
Oh, I mad love for my Israelite queen. Give me just a minute.
Okay, while you taking that minute, can you pull up the scripture?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I have it. Yeah, we can read it. Yeah, we can read it. Crimsonite, if you're there until I come back, if you can speak, my brother. Noelle's awesome, so I hope you're being nice to her. Crimsonite, if you can speak, my brother, and we can comment on this willful sin. We can get into the Hebrew Israelite movement broadly, but we can talk about this willful sin part. Because I take it to be a persistence in sin, and I take it to be talking about the animal sacrifices, not to be talking about saying that there is no forgiveness of sin if you willfully sin after you're saved. Anyway, let's just give me a minute. Just give me a minute, D. Justin, good. I'm glad you're back. Justin, don't go nowhere, buddy. I need you to comment on this as well about willful sin in Hebrews 10. Let's pull that up, and we can go over this together. And we got one of the brethren, one of the finest parishioners, Divine with us. A man of the cloth. A man of the cloth, shall we say. Okay, give me just 1 minute. But Justin, can you pull up Hebrews 10 and let's get into it?
Yeah. If you could, you might need to start from at the beginning of the chapter. I don't know. I just know 10 and 26 is like boom in your face.
I don't think I need to go from the beginning to because the principle it's a standalone verse actually. But basically, willful sin is more so willful practice of sin. So of course, willful sin, like David willfully committed adultery with Bathsheba. David willfully killed Bathsheba's husband. But of course, he was forgiven for that. There was a sacrifice. There was Christ's sacrifice. But when it's talking about willful sin, I think it's really talking about willful, continual practice, like a sinful lifestyle. So there's people that, they go to church, they do their little rosary and all that stuff, and they work for the mafia. And they think, oh yeah, I'm just going to continue to do both. I'm going to, kill and kill and kill, and also, pray to Mary or pray to Jesus and ask him to forgive me. But that's willful. You're willfully not trying to change. So I think that's the big difference there. It's not necessarily like one willful sinful act, but it's a continual lifestyle.
Are you gonna read the 10 to 26 and read down?
I'm driving, but someone can read that. Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I think Andrew is
studying at this moment?
Studying that verse or the concept?
Maybe the verse. Because I think his concept is similar to yours.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, because then if technically most people have committed willful sin. Most people willfully committed adultery. So
I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. I'm in traffic that's stop and go, so maybe I can pull it up.
okay, well let me drive. I mean, since you're driving as well, I'm a guy, so I'm a better driver. So I mean.
Now that's willful sin, sir.
Okay.
JP said, is that in contrast to accidental sin?
I mean, sometimes, hey, some jokes are tempting. Some jokes are tempting. You just have to say it, or else there'd be no day.
Yeah.
So, you know. But anyway, you said 20 to 26?
It's okay. So for the law having a shadow of good things to come, and not the very image of the things, can never, with those sacrifices. This is okay. I'm about to go to 26. That was at 1. Okay. 26. Ooh, this is long. I couldn't have been able to read all this. For if we willfully sin after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remains no more sacrifice for sin, but a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversary. He that despises Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses. Of how sore punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy, who have trodden under the Son of God, and have counted the blood of the covenant wherewith he was sanctified an unholy thing, and he have done despite unto the Spirit of grace. For we know him that he has said, vengeance belongeth to me. I will recompense, said the Lord. And again, the Lord shall judge his people. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the God.
Yeah. So it says, for if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remains no more sacrifice for sins. So, key point I'm trying to point to is the plural idea of sins. Like you're constantly doing it. So yeah, I just think this is more so about a lifestyle that you're planning to do, where you're anticipating that, oh, well, he's going to forgive me, and I can do this.
That's what I'm saying.
Evil thing.
That was my point. I said, you know who Christ is. You get married, and you start having an affair. You already came to the knowledge. You already know that it's not right. You already have repented. You already are aligned, and then you're now in a whirlwind of affair. No more forgiveness for willfulness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying something that there's a difference between something that you know is a problem you're working on, and you're working on getting better every time. You know what I'm saying? Let's say you have a problem with lying, and you still are doing it, but you're catching yourself, and you're trying to get better, and you're working on, because lying can be an addiction, and you're stopping yourself, and you're asking for grace and mercy, and getting stronger, and trying to fight it, and trying to die to self. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about stuff that this is what it is. No more forgiveness for those things. So the argument was, when I was talking to Andrew regarding the slave masters who came to know Christ, and from their paradigm, they don't even supposed to follow the law. The law of Moses has been fulfilled and is no longer. So if you're enslaving people
which is you know, treat that. If we're gonna go with the only thing you gotta follow is the 10 Commandments, and you're enslaving people, and you're raping, and you're doing all these things. There's no forgiveness for them. Is what I was trying to tell Andrew, and Andrew was saying, well, it depends on the time, and I was like, no, because Christ had the sacrifice. There was a sacrifice that Christ made, so you can't have it either way. If you believe that the law is in place, then you have an argument for slavery.
Yeah,
if you don't believe that the law is no more, it's been fulfilled, then you don't have an argument for slavery. And when I say argument, I'm not talking about you, Andrew. I'm talking about slave masters.
Right. No, I understand. I just don't know that that's a fair characterization of what I'm saying. I'm saying, Justin.
Andrew, you're not available.
Yeah, you dropped out.
Which makes sense.
Okay, you're in the Matrix. So is he saying that he wants to be forgiven for his slaves? Like
he's saying that if the slaves were passed down.
We got money in the.
We spoke on you in the prophecy. We spoke upon him, and he has arisen. You are so your mic is terrible.
Yeah, it's very no, it's more like Candyman right now. Can you hear me? Hold on, it'll fit like it's more like Candyman. Yes, exactly. Yes, it's more like Candyman, like Honey Badger, and he hears and he's but anyway, that being said, no, I just wanted to say exactly. But I just wanted to say that no, so Justin, I just want you to understand what's going on because I made a nuanced point and Noelle was like, she cut out a couple times, so I don't know that she heard everything I said, but, or cut out at least once. But anyway, what I was saying is this, okay? The Christians at the time of the slave trade, okay? Now, if they believe that the Old Testament laws are binding, okay, and they just basically, they're Torah observant, okay? I think they have plenty of justification for them to think that. Listen. Not to steal men, not to man steal, okay? But for them to enslave another human because God permitted it. Now, the way in which they did it, I think is definitely, there's certain elements of what they did at the time that were not right. I think the kidnapping, I think the when they were abusive and not treating them, kindly or whatever the case may be, I think that's clearly going to be wrong for them to do that. But here's the thing, the larger point I was making, Justin, it's a very nuanced point. It isn't the case that they have to be Torah observant. It doesn't matter. If they're just Christians broadly, a lot of Christians still get principles from the Old Testament. They do that today. Christians do this broadly when it comes to cross-dressing, when it comes to certain things that are only spoken about, like, for example, bestiality. Christians are going to find explicit prohibitions against bestiality in the Old Testament alone. You do not find that in the New Testament. And so I think the point is that even if somebody thinks that the law is not, they're not under the law, and I think if you're a Christian, you should believe that you're not under the law for justification. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't follow certain things that are laid out in the Old Testament as principles, like prohibitions or guidelines to what it is that you do, because there are things like that show God's heart. And so my only point is look, we can discuss the food laws and wearing mixed fabrics and the Sabbath and things like that, and there's a good discussion to be had there. But I'm saying that God clearly permitted people to own other humans as property and to beat them with a rod as long as they didn't kill them. So, given there's certain permission to do that. I'm saying that there can be people in this United States slave empire, shall we say, in the United States, that think, and I'm just saying, only God knows their heart, but they could have no condemnation of conscience because they've been inculcated by their culture to think that is okay, and the Bible doesn't condemn it up to a certain point, right? Obviously, you can't kill them and just hang them for wanting to read. You can't rape their women. You can't do all these things, right? That's not in the scripture. You can't do that. But it is true that you could own humans as property and pass them down. You could bequeath them to your children, and you could beat them as long as you didn't kill them. There's certain things like that. Clearly, a perfect God who is omniscient, who gave these provisions, allowed for it, and you might say, yeah, it was only for that time and it wouldn't be suitable today. But here's what you can't say. You can say that it's a sin for them to do it at that time,
Yes,
for them
you
to do it
can.
at that time. No, for them to do it at that time. You can't say that, and since you can't say that, all I'm saying is that Christians in the United States slave system could be, I'm not saying they are, it's an individual basis, could be going within their own conscience if they understood it to be, hey, God permitted this at some point, and I do think this is how he would want us to operate today. I think it's a good principle, and we're going to enslave other people. I do think somebody could be morally blameless.
To add to that,
Anyway.
Andrew, the same verse that I was speaking of that says you cannot kidnap a man and put him in slavery also says that if you're found with this property, this person who has been kidnapped, you will be put to death.
Put to death, I know, I agree. I've already said that.
Well, hold on, Andrew. It's twofold.
I agree.
The kidnapper should be put to death, and the person who passes the property to whoever is in possession of the property. So that will count for the people who pass it down through their lineage.
Wait a second.
We can read the verse. But to add to that, Andrew, you're talking about Christians who believe that now they're not. If you would probably have an argument if they follow the dietary law, if they worship on the Sabbath day.
I already responded to that.
You would have an argument if it didn't come from the Catholic Church. If the Catholic Church was the one who initiated the doctrine.
All right.
The Protestant Church got their doctrine from the Catholic Church. And so when you say these things, you're saying it in you don't have to do that.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. My heart just hurts. My heart hurts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm not doing that to you. But I feel like you weren't listening to me because I'm saying.
I'm listening to you, Andrew. But you're making every leeway, every exception for them to have an escape route.
Not just them.
You're taking away from the conviction of the Holy Spirit. You're taking.
I'm saying if they. Okay.
If these are true Christian, no true Scotsman. I get it, but true Christian folk.
Yeah.
Going to church every Sunday.
Yeah.
Who have other Christian folk telling them that they're in absolute contrast to the Bible, and you're telling me that the Holy Spirit is not.
I agree. No, look. I've already said, D, that to the ones that God is convicting, and they ignore the conviction to whatever degree they're doing that, they are accountable. But if they aren't, and I can easily picture scenarios where a child grows up in the slave era, and they are just taught by their parents, this is what we do. We read the Old Testament and God permitted it, he allowed for it, even if they don't think that the law is for justification. I don't think anybody should think that. I don't think you should think that. The law does not justify you. The law does not justify
Andrew, you are the only, Andrew, you've been on this app long enough to where I understand what you're saying, but that is not the Christian paradigm.
It is.
No, it's not, Andrew. Most Christians believe that the law is done away with. The only law that we
done away with for what, though? Done away with for what?
Andrew, I'm not arguing with you. I completely agree with you.
Okay,
we are on the same page. But what I'm telling you is the general Christian theology is that you just missing the mark.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
It's not. It's
you're
not
right.
to the extent of how we see it. So
whatever the what is.
You're missing the mark.
Okay, yeah. Let me just, no, here's the answer. Ready? Hold on, real quick. Just hear this distinction, okay? There's a difference between saying you are obligated to follow these guidelines, okay? There's a difference between that and saying, I see that God permitted this, and so even if we're not obligated to keep the law, which I agree most Christians, when you're like, hey, do you eat pork? They're like, yeah, we're not under the law, right? I do agree. That's how we respond. A lot of Christians respond that way. That's right. Okay, that's right. They'll say that, right? But those same Christians, if you ask them, does the Old Testament give some reflection as to who God is, like what his nature is, what he does prefer or not prefer in certain cases? Like, does it reveal how he feels about certain things, at least at the time that he gave these, laws to Moses and was speaking, or, guiding the Commonwealth of Israel? Like, when God was doing that, does it does the Old Testament reveal his nature and who he is? Well, yes, they would say it does. And they would also rely on it to condemn things like bestiality, like cross-dressing. They would say, hey, look, this is found in the scripture. And they would say the 10 Commandments are things they have to follow. And they would say that when the scripture says love your neighbor as yourself in the Old Testament, they have to do that. Jesus said it also. There's all these things, right? But my only thing, there's a difference between prohibition, right, or saying that you must do this on this day or not do this on that day or whatever, versus saying, look, I'm just drawing a principle from what God has permitted. And I think people, and in fact, the Bible was used to keep people enslaved, to keep them in there, because people could read it and justifiably, I would say, come to a conclusion that God does not condemn it. Jesus didn't come on the stage and say no more slavery. He just said there's neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free.
No, that word is not slave. That word is servant. It's not slave.
Oh boy.
Okay. Come on, you know it's.
Okay.
That's a translation.
Aren't you kind of Israelite? Wait, aren't you an Israelite to that?
She is.
What does that have to do?
She is an Israelite.
Help me understand.
Don't Israelites believe there's going to be future slaves in the kingdom?
Well, that's true also.
But we're not talking about that right now, Justin.
She's just trying to correct this point because she thinks that the reason
why we're talking about this is because we're talking about just because you're a Christian or you wear the title of Christian,
right,
does not mean that you will not be held accountable for the sins that you committed that are willful. Once you receive the knowledge of the truth, that's all I'm saying. And
no. Look, I'm not saying you.
Argument. What's the adulterer who continues to commit adultery?
Continues.
Right. So the slave.
Okay, if they know it's sin.
No, it's not. No.
Hold on. D, do you realize there are people that are born into African, some sort of shaman,
They took
Listen.
No, Andrew, because they took the story of Moses, the Exodus story, out of the Bible. You're saying it as if
Yes, the ones that did that. No, I told you, the ones that did that clearly saw this as reasons to go against it. Now they might have. Look, I would even say this. I've just got to survey all the options here, D. Someone could think, hey, the slaves are not. They shouldn't think this, right? But I'm saying they could. I think they could come by it honest. They could think, well, the slaves are going to try to find a reason to undermine my authority over them, and the scripture gives me the authority. The scripture also has certain stories about how slaves are set free and stuff, and I don't want them to take that and try to use that as a justification to undermine my authority. They could think that.
I understand that, but all of these tricks and ways to get them you're not even supposed to remove anything from the Bible. So
I agree. That's pretty weird. They shouldn't. Yeah, I agree.
You keep making.
But that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not. No, I'm not. No, D, I'm not. Look, I'm saying this for any group born into any society, any culture. If they're born thinking something is not. For example, great example. Ready? D, ready? In the United States, we've become so degenerate that you got people like Honey Badger and people running around thinking it's okay to abort babies, okay? They actually think it's literally like an intruder. It's a parasite, okay? You need to remove the space invader. There's an alien substance in your body. You need to get it out of you. Okay, so, you be quiet. Son. Okay, I'll put you over my knee here in a second. But anyway, there are people in the United States who have been indoctrinated to believe that the murder of babies is health care, okay? And these ditzy, absolutely retarded young women come in to TikTok lives and they go, I think, it is health care. and you shouldn't say anything about what I do with my body. And the honey badger's right behind them just cucking out, and he's like, yeah. He's just a little cuck, right? But the point is there's been a normalization of that to the point where people are murdering babies and they think it's okay. And I'm telling you, to whatever degree their conscience is not condemning them because it's been seared by their parents' wrong teaching and society's wrong teaching, to whatever degree that's happened, I think that they are going to be not held accountable in the same way that somebody who does know that it's wrong, who goes up and kills somebody in cold blood, and just to be clear, I think most people who perform abortions, or most people who go in and get them, they do know they're doing something wrong. I think it's hard. I think it's almost impossible to walk past that conviction.
Andrew,
I think that it is. Yeah.
We are on the same page with that, but you're making a way out of no way.
I'm making it. No, there is a way. Let me ask Justin. Okay, let me ask Justin. Justin, do you think somebody in good conscience could be raised in a family that has been enslaving for a couple generations or whatever, right? And it's just become normalized. So they're like, hey, this is our butler, whatever. It's better for them. It's better for the slave. God permitted it in the Old Testament. He said we could buy and sell slaves. We could bequeath them down to our children. We can beat them, etc. Do you think that somebody could go through that and I'm not talking about the more egregious things like, raping them and doing stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. But I'm talking about having, just plain old slavery, okay? If they just had somebody as their property that's, working the fields or whatever, and let's just say that they treated them, they were in the big house with them to some degree, or they treated them somewhat equitable, okay? Do you think somebody in that kind of scenario could be without condemnation for that particular thing and still be somebody who knew God, but just because of the hardness of the society that they have grown up in,
He said yes, white Christianity is a hell of a drug. That's
I don't see if it was.
Hold on, Justin. There's a verse that Jesus says when they come to him, we prophesied in your name. We remove demons in your name.
Yeah, but that's not, you're going to have to show,
Christ said,
depart from them, the workers of iniquity. I get you. I get you, but you have to show that's where it applies. I don't agree with you.
Andrew, you haven't showed that what you're saying applies to what we're
I think what I'm showing is clearly true because you, by your own standard, are not going to hold the Israelites accountable for their slavery.
What are you talking about?
D, were the Israelites, when they beat slaves, were they sinning?
What does that have to do with
Exactly.
No, you didn't drop no knowledge.
I did drop something because the point is, okay, D.
No, Andrew.
You're not making any sense. You can own somebody. Hold on. You can own somebody. I'm not talking about somebody who steals somebody, okay? Somebody who grows up on a field or on a freaking cotton plantation, whatever, with their family generation business, okay? And having slaves in the field, okay? And that person in America, okay? Listen.
If you're caught.
Yeah, let's pull that up. But if they don't know that, I think most Christians, and here's the other thing, you want to appeal to most Christians, most Christians don't know their Bible. And they don't know what the Old Testament says about this, and so how can they know if they didn't hear it?
But but hold on, they know the slavery part. They knew enough to remove the part.
I'm saying yes, because I'm not talking about the ones who did that. Not all people did that. Some people did that.
Okay.
Don't do that. No, be fair, D. I'm trying to.
You're dismissing the Holy Spirit, and even if they didn't.
No, I'm saying somebody can.
Andrew, even if they did, it's just like when you preach about Christ and you tell someone about Christ and the goodness of the Christ, and you're spreading the gospel, and they heard the message.
Yeah.
They heard the message. They're held accountable for that.
To the degree that they understood the presentation.
Just like, how hard is it to say it's against the Bible to have slaves? And
it doesn't say that. If anything, it's the opposite. The Bible comments.
I'm going to give you a verse that says it. It talks about kidnapping and being in.
Yeah, kidnapping is different than slavery.
And being in, if you kidnap someone and put them in slavery.
Okay.
That's a sentence.
D, let me ask you a straightforward question. Is it the case that the perfect omniscient God of our salvation, permitted people to own other people as property and beat them. Did God do that, yes or no?
Absolutely.
There we go. So my point is that if somebody
And
has
Jesus
that,
Christ came.
and Jesus Christ didn't stop it.
And Jesus
He
Christ,
didn't.
it didn't stop it, but when Jesus Christ came and he fulfilled the law,
Yeah,
Christians believe.
I agree. Yeah, doesn't mean it doesn't have value.
They don't practice.
Can we simmer down a little bit? I want to understand.
Yeah, but Justin, I want you.
I understand your point. But Tada, okay, what's your reasoning behind why God gave them permission to have slaves?
Are you referring to the Israelites or are you referring to
Israelites.
slavery?
No, the Israelites. If it's bad for the Americans, then why?
I don't have an argument for that, but the difference is Jesus came. What has been taught in the paradigm of Christianity is that the law is done away with. It has been fulfilled. The law is done away with. We don't follow the law anymore. We don't follow Mosaic law. That has been the paradigm, period. So when now you go back and pick and choose what law you want to believe in, when the paradigm has said we don't follow the law anymore, that is a essence of the untruthfulness of the Christianity that they were practicing, picking and choosing what they wanted to practice. Hence, me saying, when Christ says, "Get away from me, you workers of iniquity," it's because they were preaching, they were going to this, they were doing this, they were doing all these wonderful things in the name of Jesus. However, Christ still shunned them because they were in sin. And they did the things to avoid following the Bible as it is written. That's the point. So what the Israelites do is not what the Christians of yesteryear do. Even the Christians of today, they don't follow the laws and the guidelines and the practices of the Israelites. They don't follow the Mosaic law. So you just can't pick and choose. So it's disingenuous to say that they had the right to do it and that God is going to be like, you know what? It was because of the times. No. And now we're saying that there's no type of Holy Spirit that can convict them. Because if you all know, if you were in line with Christ, then he sent the Holy Spirit. So you still have to deal with that.
I already said somebody cannot be convicted because they have hardened hearts and they have been inculcated by their parents, by society, to not feel it. Look, when I go up to a woman and say you're murdering your baby, they don't hear me sometimes. It just goes right over their head.
Is Christ going to hold that person responsible once they?
Well, I think, like I said, because murdering a human like that and just knowing what it is that you're doing, even though they try to sanitize it, I still think there's going to be, and I don't know their hearts, I'm just saying I'm just telling you, I think that there are going to be some people in that position who I think they're going to be less accountable. Murdering another human that is defenseless like that
They're
is
Christian. No, they're
okay.
Christian and they're.
I understand that. There's Christians who think abortion's okay, but I'm telling you that I think that, just my take on it, okay, because I have such a strong conviction about it, it's hard for me not to see them being convicted about it. But I can picture their conviction being pretty limited to the point where because it's been so freaking normalized, so it's just a clump of cells, it's just a freaking, it's a parasite that you have the right to remove. It is trespassing and it's taking your resources so you can lethally remove it because it's trespassing, okay? That's the kind of rhetoric garbage that the pro-choicers are saying. And so I can understand somebody in good faith, in good conscience, to some degree, saying, hey, I don't think this is a problem. Even though it's hard for me to believe they could go through that without a snag, okay? So I do think there's probably going to be some accountability, but I'll just say this, that's a